to HSEL Nationals 2024 presented by Oakley Live at Midwest Fest. It's Championship Sunday. We have made it to the final day. Before we get started, I would please give a round of applause for all of our competitors that have played over the course of the weekend, coming from all over the country. It's been truly phenomenal. So I'm so excited to kick off this day. We're going to start with Valhalla Grand Finals. We have a battle of East versus West. Of two players who pretty much won everything. And now only one game. That's just how it works. So they've been waiting long enough. We're going to see them in action. Please welcome to the stage Zebra Pet from Somerville and Zaza from Lancaster. Let's go.
Welcome, everybody, to Championship Sunday here at the HSEL 2024 Nationals. Brawlhalla's going to be kicking off the day. They saved the best for first, and we saved the best players for last. Joining me here on the desk is Skiff. We're going to be breaking today down for you. Skiff, this is now day 3. How are you feeling going into this grand finals?
Oh, man, let me tell you, after the first couple days, I'm just ready to kind of end it all, and nothing I'm happy it's ending. It's just that we've come so far, and now we have our last 2 players, and I just can't wait to see who's going to be lifting that trophy. I think you and I both kind of agree who we're expecting to lift this trophy, but like I've said before, I am all about an underdog story, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we're both heavily favoring Zebra Pet based on his gameplay throughout this entire weekend. But if we look at a player like Elixir had solid results on day 1, but really the greatsword gameplay and the hammer gameplay on the Magyar turned it up on day 2, almost a completely different beast. Not that day 1 was rough, but that day 2 was just stellar. And so
yes.
We've also had a day now in between what happened yesterday and what happened today. These players, they know who their opponents are. They know the legends their opponents play, and they only have to worry about one opponent. They don't have to think about future games. They don't have to think about, I got Elixir down the line. I got Dank Diego down the line. How am I going to deal with that Cassidy? They know exactly who they're playing and exactly who they have to deal with, and it's one set.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just kind of like a unique format in that sense too. It's not often that you only have to think about one opponent you're playing. So at the same time, I find that very exciting because it gives you so much time to lab out what your gameplay is going to be, what your approach is going to be. Working with your coaches, getting a lot of extra play time in. Like you said, knowing who the legends you're going to be playing are. So it's really interesting to see how after the however many past hours, the culmination of all your work against one person is going to come to fruition here. So we're going to see if it pays off for either player. Obviously, it's going to pay off for one of them, but I would like to see at least I would love to see a game 5 because we were watching Zasev yesterday, and man, when Zasev was turning it up, it was something else. I think it was a reverse 3-0, right, over Rain?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's definitely going to be very interesting to see if Zasev can dig deep like that again. Because usually getting this late into bracket, the stamina and how much you have left in the tank really starts to show sometimes. So I think having that day break in between the finals and the rest of the bracket, it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out.
So we already, you and I can both see the lobby right now, and we can see that Zasev is already locked in the Caspian. That is who he was mostly playing yesterday. He's been moving around to a couple different legends, but I think he's really settled upon the Caspian, showing his Qatar skills, showing his Gauntlet skills, of course, showing the mastery of the signature kit that Caspian has, which is one of the biggest reasons to play this legend. That's why so many top players talk about this legend is if you look at Gauntlets and you look at Qatars, you don't necessarily have the most consistent KO options there. Gauntlets you have a little bit more, but Qatars you really don't have that. You use those as a string weapon to build up that damage, and then you're looking to swap to your other weapon. that's something you don't necessarily have to rely on all the time, because specifically the Qatar side sig, I mean, he's been using all three of them, but specifically the Qatar side sig is devious. The Qatar neutral signature, in terms of like punishing someone who's coming down and landing without any in-air movement economy, he was doing a great job with that as well. So this Legend of Caspian is kind of unique from several of the other like string heavy weapon legends, especially if they have like 2 string heavy weapons.
Yes. No, I think that's definitely a huge factor here. But the thing that I'm kind of more interested in seeing here is, when will the Volkov come out to play?
That's true.
Because the Volkov is what, spurred that reverse 3-0. And again, another character of some pretty strong signatures as well. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see when Zasiv decides to pull the trigger on that. Because, again, Caspian, I think he can do it with Caspian, but that Volkov was just so integral to getting to this point in general. I'm kind of surprised we're not starting off with Volkov, but maybe that's just part of the game plan here. It's just to keep that extra character, in the back pocket for when it's truly needed. But hopefully it's just not too little too late, and we can see Zasiv, playing at their best from the beginning.
Now, on the other side, of course, we also got to talk about Zebrapet and his legend choices.
Yes.
He's coming in, leading in with this Olgrim that he's been playing most of the weekend. There's been a couple other legends he's swapped to for like a game or two, but it's mostly been the Olgrim the entire time. Now, for Zasiv's legend choice playing into that Olgrim, he might struggle a little bit to find his way in on Axe, really with both gauntlets and Qatars, but especially with Qatars. That could be the change if a Zebrapet is able to zone him out like Elixir was able to do with his greatsword yesterday. If Zebrapet is able to completely zone him out and shut him down, that's when we might see that Volkov come out. He brings the scythe with a greater range. It gives you a lot of 45-degree initiation angles that Lance can kind of struggle to deal with sometimes. That might force Zebrapet over onto the Axe, which sometimes he's feeling the Axe and sometimes he's not. By his own admission, he swapped over to the Sir Roland one of the previous days after saying, the Axe just isn't feeling consistent right now, so I want to move over to a more consistent weapon, so I'm going to carry over the Lance to the Sir Roland and pick up that really consistent sword.
Yeah, and I mean, as long as the character has a rocket lance, I'm pretty sure Zebrapet is just comfortable, because that's just what it seems. It's like, all right, listen, the rocket lance is good, but obviously he's aware enough that his secondary weapon needs to be something that he can still rely on, and we saw it like you mentioned a couple times where he swaps. He actually at one point yesterday it was just I felt like the Axe wasn't doing it anymore. So I swapped over to, I forget what legend it was at that moment. It wasn't Sir Roland, I know that much. I think this was on a Friday. And he was just like, you know what? I just knew that the Axe wasn't working, had to make the swap, and he did it early enough. Oh, I think it was to Orion. That's what it was.
I believe you're correct on that as well.
Yeah, so he said, you know what? The Axe wasn't doing it, so I give myself the spear. Still has that longer range, probably a little bit quicker as well. And, he just worked with that, adapted as needed, and, again, that's the other part of the thing that I feel like a lot of people don't take into consideration sometimes, is that even though you're winning, you're still adapting yourself, and that's why Zebrapet is among the best of the best right now and is on top. So as we get into this game here, hopefully we get started very soon, and we're just going to watch these two get the work and, play the best that they can, because I'm very excited to see this.
Yeah, I'm glad you bring up that Orion and Zebrapet's willingness to swap, because he's one of the few players that has consistently swapped on win, which we typically don't see that too much. I mean, oftentimes we'll see players in a best of 5, they'll lose 2 games and they'll be like, okay, here's my desperation pick. Now I'm finally swapping as that. Zebrapet is willing to swap on win, and it's been effective every single time. I believe he's still undefeated, fully undefeated, going into this grand finals. So Zasiv's got his work cut out for him.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how this plays out. But I do like the skin change here for Zasiv, opting for a little more color to show off. But that's a nice looking color on that skin too. That is very snazzy.
Yeah, that's great. He's been using the Court Jester skin all weekend, and now we're seeing a little bit more variety, at least in the color choice. On the other side, Zebra has mostly been playing that skin on Olgrim. I think it was the default Olgrim at one point.
3, 2, 1, brawl!
So we're going here. We're in game 1, HSEL 2024 Nationals, here for Brawlhalla, the grand final, and we started it off on Apocalypse.
Yeah, so it's to see how this plays out here. And Apocalypse, honestly, a great start as well. Right now, Zebra Pet's already getting to work with this Rocket Pants here. And Zasiv getting some room for himself, gets the gauntlets immediately. Oh, unfortunate start, but you know what? You can just get those nerves and that shakiness out of the way. You still have a couple more games after this, but try to focus as much as you can here.
He ended up getting caught like halfway through his movement economy. I think he, for some reason, thought he touched the ground. Again, those nerves, this is the first set of the day, and for these players, it is the only set of the day. There's the D-Sig going over the work, hoping to interrupt that recovery. Not able to do it. They're working on the dodge circles here in the middle. Zasiv's looking for his way in. Zebra Pet's trying to zone him out with the neutral layers, grabbing that second lance weapon that he's been using so much this weekend. There's the down air. He's getting a solid lead here on the second stock, and the ground pound is going to do that. Hitting in orange, the extra damage turned him red, and that's absolutely KO when you hit a ground pound like that.
And you know what? It definitely makes a little more sense here, too. You know, seeing that first stock disappear, you're like, all right, you know what? That was just definitely a little bit of nerves from Zasiv. But on the other side here, Zebra Pet immediately making quick work of that second stock, saying, no, I am still part of the reason why stocks are going to be lost here. And immediately going to this last stock, 3 stock to 1 scenario. Zebra Pet starting to take some damage. And Zasiv, you know, definitely getting to work here with these guitars. But, man, this is definitely a bit of a rough start to the first game.
That second ground pound, the one that we just saw, I think that's Zebra Pet being very confident with where he is right now. I think he's very confident in the read he's already downloaded on Zasiv. So Zasiv needs to essentially survive as long as he possibly can, and he just needs to be like a satellite dish. He needs to be absorbing as much data as he possibly can on Zebra Pet. The longer that he extends this game, the more information that he's going to be able to get on Zebra Pet. He's probably not going to catch the W here, almost certainly not, but the more he can download in this moment means like the less this game goes to waste for him.
No, I absolutely agree with that 100%. And there you go. Yep, just ended up losing the rest of his resources there. Again, still was able to get a stock and, you know, learned a little bit in the process as well. Unfortunately, like, yeah, I would have liked to see that game extend a little bit longer, just trying to learn some stuff. I like the idea of being a satellite too, not just for like gathering information, but also just in terms of gameplay, right? Stay outside. You know that Ulgrim has that long reach, you know, with the axe and the rocket lance. He's going to be moving a lot, and just needs Zasiv to just kind of dial it back and go for that punish gameplay that we've seen him go for quite a few times. Like, it's all well and good to be aggressive, but be aggressive with a purpose.
Now he's going into the string stance here, so he is trying to lean into that KO potential, getting a little bit more damage on every single hit as well. Hoping he can stay in Zebra Pet's face. This time he is going to grab the first weapon. The second one comes in on the left soft platform, which is where Zebra Pet was going anyway, so he's able to grab it. There's the D-Light, In-Light, not a true combo, definitely not on 2 decks Ulgrim, really only on 9 decks Brax. So he's able to grab that. He's been doing that on several opponents who I think just aren't ready to dodge immediately or have already burned their dodge. Oh, and he gets the turnaround as well. We don't typically see that on Lance too much, as the turnaround dare the other direction. Zasiv in power position, gets the ground pound, but Zebra Pet got the wall touch. There is not a pillar under the stage, so Zebra Pet goes under.
Oh, wow. That was a lot of offensive work from Zasiv off stage as well. There was a chance they were going to be able to get that first blood. Just was not able to secure the stock. But honestly, that's just the great pressure I want to see from Zasiv moving forward. Keeping Zebra Pet on the back foot. Now, the problem is that now he's on stage controlling it. And there we go. Both players now back on stage. All resources available. The side air not going to be enough to close it out. We'll see if Zasiv can make it back here unscathed.
There he is again with the sidelight into the gravity cancel neutral signature. Oh, you saw the dodge down this time. He was hoping to go for a reset in case Zebra Pet was the one to dodge down as well. So we're seeing those mix-ups come into play here off of that sidelight.
There we go. Yep, Sider going to be able to close out that first stock here in game 2. And now we got to wait for Zasiv to get some weapons in hand. And I don't know what's going on with Zebra Pet there. It might have been a little bit of that ego coming into play, saying, go ahead, pick it up. I'll allow you to have the weapon. Just looking for an even match, I guess.
I think it was also him potentially deciding on whether or not he had time to grab it. So he threw the weapon up, knowing that it would come straight down to him if he was still in that same area. He'd be able to pick it up again in case he didn't have time to grab that weapon spawn. Or Zasiv grabbed it. There's the downer. He's going to go back off stage. Yes, this time with the ground pound. There's the weapon toss up. A little bit of the bonk on the head there. That gives Zebra Pet some time to get back to the main platform and land. There's the GCD light into the recovery for the KO. And Zasiv going back over to these gauntlets.
And this is a much stronger showing from Zasev in this game too here. Definitely looking a lot more composed, and honestly, not even that far behind, especially with gauntlets in hand now. It's just a matter of trying to get that opening and then getting those combos flowing here. But man, Zebra Pet's control of the stage, any part of it as well, has been phenomenal. But that's a huge start there.
Oh,
Can he close it out? Wow, Zasev, that was beautiful.
Zebra Pet was not ready for Zasev to continue that offstage engagement as long as he did. He was probably maybe hoping to get back over to the wall, and then Zasev would come in with like a kind of a later ground pound, and I feel like Zebra Pet was probably waiting for that moment so he could grab the gravity cancel neutral signature and get the huge dunk and in that stock almost immediately. But the fact that Zasev was able to maintain his composure, great weapon toss there, and the GC insig, he does get caught by like the latter stages of that side light and then the follow-up side air. So he's still living here. Great dodge up instead of going towards the wall where he almost certainly would have gotten caught by that ground pound from Zebra Pet.
And look at this, man. Zasev just doing an amazing job here. Again, that recovery was so clutch, too. And I think, like, just having a great recovery like that, even losing the stock here, I think having a recovery like that, getting around your opponent who had a pretty good setup, that does wonders for your mental. It just makes me feel confident in Zasev's game plan. It just seems like they are ready and they are here to play.
Yeah, Game 2 Zasev is definitely turning things up here. We're seeing a lot more offstage engagement coming out, which is something that Zebra Pet like hasn't been doing pretty much this entire tournament. He has Lance, not one of the strongest weapons off stage. The weapon toss is like gigantic, and you can use that as like a force field above you or below you. But aside from that, it can be really tough to find successful edge guards with the Lance. It can be dangerous at times as well. Very high risk reward, especially if you're going with a down air or a ground pound.
Oh, these two are just dancing around each other right here. Yep, very smart from Zebra Pet, opting to get rid of that Lance just to not allow Zasev to have a weapon. And once again, and now back to the Rocket Lance too. This is such a scary spot for Zasev to be in. Finally gets a weapon in hand. The gauntlets coming through. Can he find a way to close this out? He definitely gets that. Not going to be able to follow it up with the recovery though.
If Zebra Pet hits another sidelight, he won't in this tournament, and the Salt Taunt comes out. Zasev feeling very good after that game. We'll see what Zebra Pet does with his sidelight options, though, because we just saw him go for the sidelight neutral air, the classic true combo, and then he didn't do anything after that. I think he just like fast fell back down to the main platform. So we'll see if he starts going for mix-ups after that to just kind of get the read on Zasev, whether it's a sidelight nair recovery. You can do that in either direction to get the either direction dodge read, especially if you're Ulgrim. You can also go for the GC insig. You have several options as Ulgrim and as a Lance player to mix up after that sidelight neutral air. It's not typically going to be as strong as if you were doing it on gauntlets, the sidelight chains, and what you do after that. But still, very strong mix-up options there, and you have that tool in your toolkit.
Yeah, and I think it's very funny here looking at the character select screen right now. We're seeing Zasev revert back to the old color scheme on the skin that he was running here yesterday. But on the other side, we see Zebra Pet finally dropping a game and now swapping over to the Macho Man. This is the final form of Zebra Pet. He says, "You can see my full power. I acknowledge you." And now it's time to get to work here. So now one game apiece between Zasev and Zebra Pet. Let's see how it all comes down here, running it right back to Apocalypse. I've got no qualms with this.
Yeah, this is you defeating the raid boss's like first health bar, and you're like, yes, I have completed it. I have destroyed the evil boss. And then all of a sudden, the arena starts to shake, and you see the second form. And all of a sudden, it's not a big scary monster anymore. It's the Macho Man, and he's piloted by Zebra Pet. So the raid boss has reached phase 2.
So it's definitely going to be interesting to see how this one plays out here, but it's definitely just kind of funny to say, like, oh, I dropped the game, time to go Macho Man.
Zasev trying to control the ground here. There's a landing into the neutral light. He tried to get the grounded side air right after that. Charging that one up. Zasev almost peeked his hurt box into it, but you saw that dodge come out at the last moment once he realized he was getting just a little bit too close for comfort.
But here we go. Right now, yeah, Zebra Pet, it looks like he's starting to get into the flow state here, trying to get into the flow of things. But, man, Zasev still doing a really good job, even though just down a little bit, but just kind of controlling the stage, regardless of the fact that, excuse me, they have a little bit more damage on him.
Yeah, we're seeing Zebra Pet, especially like in the beginning of this, while he was like mostly playing the footsie game, wasn't throwing out a lot of attacks until really just now, right before he swapped over to the axe. I think we were seeing like some more patient play. Even right now, he's just like jumping and fast falling down before he throws out that down signature. And we kind of saw this in the single elim bracket as it moved on and got deeper, is the game started to get a little bit longer because the players were realizing, like, this is a single elim tournament. I gotta be very careful. I don't want to throw out my attack. I might get punished. I'm putting so much respect on my opponent. And I think that's ZebraPet doing that a little bit here, trying to slow the pace down. But so far, Zasev was able to take first stock. He's able to have his weapon of choice with the gauntlets. That's mostly what he's been playing so far. There's the inlight. Tried to chase dodge after that. Immediate wake-up inlight from ZebraPet, though.
Now what I want to see here is we did get a little bit of damage on this second stock, but I want a little bit more, right? I want you to really put the pressure on the ZebraPet, because I feel like we haven't really seen ZebraPet feel the pressure at all this weekend. And I think this is like the first time there might be a little bit of that creeping in. We're gonna have to see, you know, he obviously is a great player, but the greatest players, even with their backs against the wall, know how to maintain their confidence, their ability to play the game, their ability to make those plays. So we'll see how it all comes together here. But Zasev, man, oh my goodness, another stock down.
He's showing complete mastery in the edge guard game. If you're ZebraPet, like, you don't, I think you just really don't want to fight Zasev. And when he has gauntlets over on the edge, and of course when he has Katars now on the edge after showing he was gravity canceling signatures, he was using his dodge, expending that, still finding connections. If ZebraPet wants to like be over there and try and grab like a cheeky axe neutral signature, oh, that was nice. Catching the dodge down, going for the side signature after that. Could be grabbing this stock soon if he gets another nice read or really a reaction like that. Again, goes for the ground pound right along the wall. Zasev knows it's coming, dodges straight up rather than towards the wall.
Oh man, Zasev's recoveries have been so on point here, and that's such a huge factor here too, especially with just how we've seen ZebraPet play all this weekend. Basically, if you're off stage, you've got a bit of damage on you, you may as well kiss that stock goodbye. But again, Zasev maintaining that confidence here, not getting any crazy. That could have been a little bit crazy there. I would have liked to see Zasev kind of do something a little nutty, but wow, ZebraPet answering back with a Zare of his own, letting everybody know that he's still in this game.
I think if that was Axion in Zasev's place up there on that soft platform, we would have seen another D-Light off of the bounce. I think Zasev wasn't quite ready for ZebraPet to be like right there because he had like that much damage that the bounce put him at the perfect height for it. There's the GC Insig he's been looking for, the dunk. The clash! That's going to end up saving Zasev! The weapon toss goes down. It doesn't make a connection. He goes in with the side light. A D-Light probably would have been the best option, but Zasev was looking for something to just send ZebraPet back over away from him so he could grab a weapon right after that.
Oh, wow, what a dodge up right there, too, just to be able to stay away from Zasev in all of his six, just barely surviving here. ZebraPet, okay, now opting to go on to the other side of the stage. Immediate weapon toss to pick up the other weapon as well, trying to keep Zasev away from everything, and finds a way to clutch out that game too. Oh my goodness.
That was a really close game. The second that ZebraPet picked up that lance, he was like, get this out of here. I know exactly what I want. Look at him on the camera right there, feeling the relief after he just took that game. And he knew he was just one down signature away. It covers both sides. It can hit like grounded opponents. It can hit at that 45-degree angle that we love so much. Even though it sends up into the left or up into the right, which is like the farthest you can possibly send to a blast zone, still has a lot of force on it. He already built up a lot of damage. And now Zasev is not bringing in the Volkov that we might have expected. He's swapping over to the Wushang.
You know, sometimes to try and push yourself as much as you can further on, you need to go back to the beginning. The Wushang, I believe, was the first character we saw Zasev play this weekend, and he pulled it out once or twice since then that we've seen. But now to bring it out when your back is against the wall and all odds seem stacked against you, we're going to see if he can pull it out. I mean, the gauntlets definitely he seems comfortable with, but it seems like he wanted a little bit of extra poke with that spear. We're going to see if it all comes to fruition here.
Now, we were talking about how he was using the Volkov signatures. Again, there's the side light into the chase dodge down to get back to the main platform as fast as possible and attempt to go for maybe a gauntlet reset there. But this is another legend that you can also throw out those signatures as well. The frame data on them is amazing. He didn't even get punished by that. The movement brought him stacked on top of ZebraPet, so the side air didn't make a connection. Look how quickly he side lighted out of that GC inlight.
That was definitely a little bit nutty here. Okay, but now we have that spear coming out the play. Does not matter. You won't have it for too much longer as you get launched to the blast zone with the Macho Man signature right there. But now, weaponless here. Okay, does pick up the gauntlets again. The gauntlets have been putting in some pretty solid work here, and finds a way to answer back, Sparky.
And somehow Zasev was staying away from all of those axe down airs. It seemed like he was about to get dribbled. Just dribbled all the way into the blast zone by Zebra Pet, because at one point, like, his dodge was down. So it was looking really dangerous. Oh, gets the bottom side with the ground pound, giving him a 3-piece. That's a lot of damage that you can add up very quickly on axe.
There we go again, having that stage control here. Zebra Pet's so comfortable in this position. Oh, does find a way to get back down to stage. Oh, is he gonna be able to recover? He is. Oh, this is so dangerous. Oh, wow, he was able to get back, dude. Zasev is just on another level. I mean, I know that he's currently, behind by quite a bit, but wow, I really got to hand it to him. His fortitude to get back to stage has been top notch.
That time you saw him actually dip under the stage so that he could still move upward while also avoiding the ground pound from Zebra Pet. He's done a great job of delaying his recovery to not get hit by the kind of like more or less autopiloted ground pound from Zebra Pet there. Fantastic job on that to avoid.
And now here we are, Zasev, final stock potentially of the entire tournament here. You've got those gauntlets. Misses out, not going to be able to close that one out there. Zebra Pet going for the tournament winner, not going to be able to find it.
Zasev controlling the ground, barely interrupts that with the gauntlet inlight. That used to be a proper KO option for gauntlets, but now you have to add up so much damage, and he had to do that on the second stock of Zebra Pet, even on a smaller stage like Small World's End. There's the D-Light into the side air to start things off. Went for the read to get the second GC D-Light. Barely gets through that grounded side air. There's the side light, D-Light side air. Nice 3-piece going for the down air. Oh, if he could have interrupted that recovery, that would have been huge.
Okay, that weapon toss almost closing it out here. Look at him go so deep, trying to find a way to close this one out. Zebra Pet is smothering him with movement right now, and the Sig is going to be able to close it out as Zebra Pet wins your HSEL Nationals 2024 champion.
And he only dropped one game the entire tournament. There is a reason we thought Zebra Pet was going to be the front runner into this tournament. Does he know? Wait, it's a best of 7.
Oh,
I forgot this was a best of 7. My
I forgot entirely. Oh, I'm so foolish.
My Brawlhalla autopilot brain kicked in that moment. I was so excited to celebrate the victory, and yet here's the twist. It's a best of 7.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, well, hopefully I didn't give away the script. Oh, man, hopefully I didn't curse him either. But, okay, 3-1. Excuse me. Let's dial this back just a little bit now.
Wow. We're going into Apocalypse here. Zebra Pet has been dominating basically everybody the entire tournament. And then all of a sudden, Zasev doing a great job. We haven't seen them meet because they've been in different groups. And because they were top seeds in, like, both of their groups, that meant that they didn't meet until here, the grand finals. There's the down air. Already burned the recovery. Almost got that down signature. That was so close. That would have been an early KO in yellow. Would have been a massive lead for Zasev.
Okay, and the one thing I do like about this Artemis 2 is another character that's been, coming out very often this weekend from Zasev as well. We also see the return of that sight.
There's the neutral air. He actually sent Zebra Pet back over to the wall rather than in the same direction towards the blast zone. Went for the neutral signature. Zebra Pet floated too high above it, using his jumps there. Zebra Pet putting in a presence just in case he needed it, but he actually didn't, so he's in a safe spot. Didn't risk Zasev getting the hit on him, getting the chase dodge on hit, and then potentially getting the stock in the long run. 50 damage has already been added up onto Zasev so quickly. And another weapon toss.
Yeah, there we go. And Zebra Pet, okay, I like to dodge through the weapon toss there. And Zebra Pet still putting down some damage, getting a lot of extra credit here on the second stock.
Oh, being careful. Didn't immediately tunnel vision for that weapon spawn. He would have gotten hit by Zebra Pet if he did. Oh, tried to fall down, grab the down air over on the wall. Zebra Pet was a little bit too far to the right, and he had that dodge just in case. Oh, what a nice down air. After the whiff ground pound, Zebra Pet noticed that, Zasev's been dodging almost all of my ground pounds here over on the corner. So I'm going to throw one out. He's going to dodge it, but I'm still going to be ready for the follow-up down air right after. And now Zebra Pet's at a 2-stock lead. He said, you guys are ready to be done with this set and see the victor. I'm going to make sure that happens very quickly right here.
Yeah, definitely working for it too. Okay, there we go. Gets the backboard. Not going to be able to close out the stock, though. And yeah, really holding on to this first stock here. And you know what? This is just classic Zebra Pet fashion for a 3-stock finish it off. And wow, what a championship run here from Zebra Pet. For real this time, your 2024 HSEL Nationals champion.
And what a way to do it, with a 3-stock in the grand finals on the main stage with the big screen behind you and all your parents and all your school supporters there cheering your name on. Zebra Pet has gone all but undefeated, dropped a single game this entire tournament. It took him several sets to drop even a single stock. Wow.
Yeah, it was... I mean, you really got to hand it to Zasev as well, though. I mean, being able to battle like that, taking a game off Zebra Pet where he's basically just seems immortal this whole weekend, definitely goes to show, you know, Zasev's resolve. And honestly, his champion, pool is just so deep. Like, it's crazy to see how many champions he can pull out at a moment's notice with different weapon combinations entirely as well, and just really make this work. So really got to hand it to him. He played phenomenal this weekend. But yes, Zebra Pet, again, that Algrim from basically start to finish with a little bit of Orion mixed in there. And we saw Sir Roland at one point as well. But yeah, man, just strong gameplay through and through. Zebra Pet on top.
Congratulations to both of these gamers. I also want to point out one more thing from Zasev. Something huge that he did this weekend is he ran up against Rain, and he had only beat Rain before. Rain had never beaten him in tournament. All of a sudden, Rain got the victory on him. We heard it in the interview after how good that felt for Rain. But then in the single elim, we got the salty run back, and Zasev showed Rain who was boss. So that's going to be a great tug of war between those two players going forward. The high school Brawlhalla, I'm thinking it's solid right now. I'm thinking we're going to get a lot of good stuff going forward. This was a great culmination to the high school esports league season here at Nationals.
All right, well, we're going to get to an interview real quick here. Let's talk to our champion Zebra Pet.
All right. All right. Welcome to the stage. Wow. What a grand final for Brawlhalla. What a way to kick off the day. We're going to start with Zasev, our Lancaster. Give it up for Zasev. Kicking off the hardware and scholarship money. Zasev, how do you feel?
I feel pretty great. Audience is was one of the best fights I've ever had this time.
I love to hear that. Do y'all agree? Yeah. What do you guys say?
And I'm just really proud of my players and all the hard work they're doing.
Beautiful. All right. So, Coach, I'm going to have you take this lovely target out of the fist. And you play, I can hold that trophy for a second. And let you guys lift off me. All right? One more time. Give it up for Zasev. They said they do it last year, and here they are. Now, can you go, Coach? Guys, all right, let's go to the champions. Come over here. Come over here. I think we all know who this is. Give it up for your HSEL 2024 National Champion, Zebra Pet. How you doing?
Pick up your $100 without your $100 tonight. Zasev hit me, so.
So does Zasev owe you $100 now? Or is it the other way around? You owe him $100? No. I think you need to know the math actually to figure that out. We'll figure it out. Coach, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling awesome. This is our first year doing esports, and it's just been really nice to have an art team. And good to see this year.
Well, 1 for 1, ain't too bad. You know? So, we got some nice hardware for you. We got this guy right here. That is your championship trophy. You won't even be your showcase, that is true. All right, coach, just like last time, I have you lift this guy, I have you this, and then it's me, and then you, and Zero Pet. I can hold that for a second. You'll lift that thing. Give it one more time for Zero Pet. Awesome. There you go. Hey, congratulations to both. Give it up to both of them one more time. We're going to go smash. It is a blessed seven, I promise you. Red Lions coming up next. Thank you, everyone.
I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about because no one really, displays their passion for esports because, it's not really seen as cool in a sense.
My name is Trey Curtis.
My name is Jordan Langford.
My gamer tag is Tapu.
My gamer tag is Swizz.
But what got me into gaming is the Wii, I think probably. My parents got me a Wii when I was really young. Played like Wii Sports, Super Mario.
Definitely my older brother, watching him play, hearing about other kids in my school playing games. So yeah, that's really how I got into gaming.
I don't really do any like extracurricular things. I take like AP classes and honors classes, but besides that, I don't really do anything extracurricular. So having like esports, like something I like to do a lot, I think it's just really cool, especially like being able to do it with friends and things like that.
I love the guys, we practice a lot together, it takes a lot of chemistry to make a team work. We haven't lost a game in the regular season yet, and the 3 tournaments we've played in so far, and I think that's just because of our dedication, hard work, teamwork, working together, working things out when they don't exactly go how we plan them to, and I think that's a really good piece to our success is our chemistry.
I guess I wasn't really too talkative in school and stuff. Meeting like 2, they were juniors at the time, is like kind of cool as well because they added me to their group on Discord, and so like I kind of talked with a few people there, so I guess kind of brought me out of my own friend group a bit and like just talk to other people.
Well, I know a lot of people that love the game at my school. I mean, I play with a lot of them, but I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about because no one really displays their passion for esports because it's not really seen as cool in a sense, and I really think that can be put away, that stereotype.
Hello there, gamers and mental health enthusiasts. Today, we're diving into a groundbreaking study that explores the intersection of scholarly gaming and mental health education and how it can impact the self-esteem of adolescents. Picture this, a world where scholarly gaming isn't just about mastering technology-based career skills or dominating the world of video game business. No, it's a world where gaming becomes a gateway to improving mental health. 3 visionary educators and a school-based health intervention expert came together to create a curriculum that aligns with academic guidelines from the International Society for Technology Education. This curriculum spans 40 lessons, delivered over 14 weeks with a minimum of 120 minutes per week. But here's the twist. 83 schools were invited to participate, but they were divided into 2 groups, those with mental health moments and those without. The non-mental health moment group got the scholarly gaming curriculum alone, while the mental health moment group got an extra layer of education. Mental health moments were embedded into 27 lessons, integrating concepts from the PERMA framework and the collaborative academic, social, and emotional learning standards, otherwise known as CASEL. Now, let's meet our players. 471 participants from both groups, with almost 75% in high school, many experiencing scholarly gaming for the first time. A majority were male, and the racial diversity was broad. At the start, the average self-esteem score was 17.9, with 22.1% reporting low self-esteem. But hold on, the game's just beginning. As the study progressed, it revealed some fascinating results. While 57.7% of participants with low self-esteem at the beginning reported average self-esteem post-intervention, the mental health moments group stole the spotlight. Self-esteem scores improved by 8.3% in the mental health moments group, compared to no change in the non-mental health moments group. How's that for a power-up? Some students even shifted from abnormally low self-esteem scores to normal ranges. The message is loud and clear. Educators, healthcare providers, and adolescent advocates pay attention. Non-traditional educational instructions, like scholarly gaming, combined with mental health moments, can significantly improve students' well-being. And there you have it, a journey through the power of scholarly gaming and mental health moments. Remember, your self-esteem matters, and sometimes all it takes is a little extra support to level up. Thanks for joining us on this adventure. Until next time, keep gaming, keep learning, and most importantly, keep believing in yourself.
I love it. Like, I know a lot of people from other schools that I talk to, they envy us in a sense because they wish they had an opportunity to be able to be with your friends and compete. Even talk to my parents, they're like, wow, I wish we had that when we were younger. So it's a cool opportunity for sure.
I would have probably never became friends with these people if I didn't join it. They're really cool. They're actually fun to hang out with.
We got the hang of it pretty quick, and yeah, Generation Esports is a pretty decent website, I will say. The queuing is easy, you can figure out what time you want to play, and it's all around just super fun talking with other people from other schools.
People love Generation Esports. As the world of esports continues to grow, whether you're a teacher, student, or coach, Generation Esports is here to deliver solutions for any of your gaming-based interests. Our services work together, from competitive opportunities with scholarships to our innovative gaming concepts curriculum. We aim to give schools a premium experience inside and outside of the classroom. But don't take our word for it. Hear it from our community.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together.
A lot of our students are looking for different things to get involved in, and what better way to get involved in something like esports.
We've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. There's the competitive side of things, there's the content creation, there's the hardware, there's the business side of things that's on there. There's something for everyone.
Esports is definitely the period to look forward to every day.
Esports has really changed it where students are now able to, who might have just got home and not had something to do, now they can stay after school, they can be engaged in something that makes them motivated to come to school.
I've been teaching the gaming concepts class here at Lyons High School this semester. The kids have responded really well to the curriculum. HSEL has provided invaluable opportunities for our students. They can compete in national esports leagues and tournaments, learn about esports careers and opportunities, and it's helped our club expand and grow. Esports is sometimes the one thing that keeps students engaged in school that would otherwise skip school or not do homework. Esports is still a new frontier, but you don't have to venture out alone. The Generation Esports team is here to deliver the perfect blend of education and competition. Schedule a call today to find out how we can bring the power of gaming to your classroom.
You can use Valor's training platform to bring professional esports into the classroom, and I'm going to show you how in 30 seconds. First up, let's choose the training camp that's right for me. Our platform is inclusive of all experience levels, so there's a range of choices. Here you can see a structured training roadmap. Let's start our first session. Now I can scaffold my esports teams using learning, quizzes, and training. See, wasn't even 30 seconds. You focus on play, we'll do the rest. Sign up for free today at valoresports.com and take your program to the next level.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because Casey Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
can't have the same skill as most of these kids do in 16 different games. You know, it's just not going to happen. So we find ways to be supportive as mentors, as tutors. Anything that the kids need is what we're doing to try to help them not just feel like we are there for them, but also we're promoting and we're building them up as human beings.
Hello, educators. Welcome back. Are you ready to take your scholastic gaming to the next level? Because we are. We know you've been loving the Gaming Concepts curriculum, but don't worry. That amazing content isn't going away. Just moving. Starting this fall, we'll be transferring your Gaming Concepts learning experience to our brand new US-based platform, Blueprint. But what's Blueprint all about? Blueprint is a cut above the average learning software. It's packing some serious upgrades. The interface is user-friendly, so you won't have to spend ages figuring it out. The platform also has robust security measures to make sure that your important data stays safe. It's also the exclusive provider of the Gaming Concepts curriculum. Plus, we're making the migration process super smooth. Clear instructions and support will be right at your fingertips. But wait, there's more. Blueprint is a living platform. That means you'll get regular updates and fresh, new content to keep your esports curriculum at the cutting edge. We'll be making continuous improvements based on user feedback and emerging best practices to help educators stay ahead of the game. Blueprint will also house a library of free curriculum materials, which you can use to expand your own knowledge and share your passion for esports education with others. Blueprint is a game changer for educators, a platform focused on enhancing student engagement, motivation, and ultimately, academic success. This powerful platform is designed to make teaching easier, more collaborative, and way more exciting. So what are the next steps? Change can be scary, but don't worry, you're not flying solo. Generation Esports is going to be with you every step of the way to ensure a smooth transition. So keep an eye out for emails from the Generation Esports team featuring upcoming training videos to get you familiar with the platform and info on how to access Blueprint. Finally, be sure to share this video with your fellow Gaming Concepts educators and get ready for an amazing fall semester brought to you by Blueprint.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together. So my name is Lori Burney. I'm with Geyer High School and from Denton, Texas, so part of Denton ISD. There is a future in it. You can go to school and get a scholarship with it. You can go into so many different areas and aspects of esports, leads to game design, computer science fields, and I just think that it's pretty limitless, what they could do. And it's our job as the adults and the educators to kind of, help guide them through, these different avenues that they want to go through and explore. Now our district has passed a bond where they're actually going to put $500,000 towards building esport labs in all of our 5 zones. So we're really excited about that and how they're going to build it out. And that may never have happened had this group not have persisted and kept at it to continue to play and put Geyer, Texas or Denton, Texas on the map. Me coming from the outside, not ever playing Rocket League, but taking the time to sit back and learn and absorb as much as I could, it wasn't hard for me to see all of the different.
Welcome back. HSEL Nationals 2024 presented by Oakley. We have gone through one grand final and we have crowned the undisputed national champion. Now it's time to move on to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. We have a best of 7 grand finals coming up. Let me set the stage for you. Yesterday, we saw not one, but 2 absolutely insane upsets in the semifinal round. We had Bargain. 3-1 victory over probably the tournament favorite, Luma Rock. We had Crash Shot, a 3-0 victory over the best in the West, Oakland. Now, both are representing a school from Texas. Both lost to Luma Rock in the spring season. Bargain is here because of Luma Rock's back-to-back fall and spring titles, and Bargain's 3rd place finish is what pulled him up to compete here. Now these two players will face off to see not only who is the best in Texas, but the best in the nation. So, let's give it up. Barney and Crash Out. Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
Love to see Bargain with their posse. Welcome back to the High School Esports League Nationals with Smash Ultimate. We've got your grand finals coming up today, as you just saw, with Bargain versus Crackshot. Now, I am one of your hosts. My name is Kevin with a K. Joining with me is Big M. How are we doing today?
Oh, doing great on this morning. And as you can see, the two competitors are ready to face off. You know, it's all smiles as both players made insane upsets to get to the grand finale stage, and they are ready to just put on a show and have the best set of their lives. And I'm pretty sure we're going to get quite the show indeed, Kevin.
Yeah, and what a run from both of these players. Now, Crackshot did come into the bracket stage at 3rd seed, still making an upset against the 2nd seed of Oki, but Bargain had an even crazier run as 5th seed, taking out the 4th seed and the number 1 seed into the bracket of Luma Rob, as we saw just a moment ago. Both of these players come from the land of Robs, in being Texas. You know, you've got Atomic, you've got Grayson, there's so many Robs. You know, every region kind of has their thing, and that's definitely one of the big things in Texas. So it is fitting that they each took out both of those top seeds, both Rob players, to meet each other here in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, it's no surprise, but on the same coin, it is for sure unexpected and very exciting to see these two players go at it. I mean, it's crazy that, you know, the number 1 undisputed high school champion was knocked out earlier yesterday by that kid sitting over there, Bargain. And then across from them is Crackshot, you know, the other potential winner of the entire event coming into it. So I'm excited to see these two go out, and it's going to be a show of glory and flames. I mean, not just talking about how these two players got here, but also the type of characters and the type of play styles these two bring to the table.
Absolutely. I was elated to hear from Bargain that their practice partner and somebody that they are good friends with is Crackshot. They were looking forward to meeting them here, and we talked about it yesterday. We weren't necessarily expecting to see them play each other at all. They were on opposite sides of the groups. They were not slated to hit each other until the grand finals, and then both of them did make that miraculous run to hit the grand finals. Now, we already know to keep our eye on Texas in general, with the rise of young killers like Shattuck and DJ Dawn and some other, you know, bright stars. Skinny the Pooh's pretty young as well. I mean, you have so many people from Texas, and Texas has always been a strong region, but with the rise of young killers like those, you can add Bargain and Crackshot to that list.
Yeah, it's an ever-growing list of just young talent primed for like the biggest stages, and this is just going to be one of many that these two kids grace in their ultimate career if they so choose to continue playing this game throughout their entire lifespan. But I'm excited to see these two kind of get to it. In terms of the characters, we got Steve on Bargain's end, obviously one of the most undisputed number 1 characters in the game, with tools for every scenario, and Bargain utilizes them greatly. It's going to be really a game of like resources on Bargain's end, as they are very much of the you have it, you use it type of mentality, where all of Steve's iron moves are very powerful, and Bargain will use them as soon as they have iron. So it's going to be interesting to see that. On the other end, you have Crackshot, who has just such a emphatic Terry. The punish game is going to be strong on both sides.
Absolutely agree with you. A little bit more lore here. Bargain's second most played against character in recorded tournament history for them is actually Terry. They have a positive win rate about equal to that of their general win rate in tournament sets, but the fact that they played against Terry more than almost every other character, coming from Texas, where there's not like a ton of Terrys as far as I can tell, that is just going to show that that's practice, that's experience, and maybe unintentional studying that happened up until this point. And on the other side of the coin, crack shot on Terry. Texas also is kind of known for having a few good Steves as well. Sewer Person, DJ Don, Yanni is from Texas, but hasn't played for quite some time. But it's best to be practiced in that region. I would expect Crackshot to be coming in here with a little bit of preparation or a little bit of experience in that regard, as Steve, I think, is like their 5th or 6th most played against character. Again, still very high on both ends. They're 2-0 against DJ Dawn in online sets, so they clearly know how to play the matchup. It's really a matter of whether or not they can bring that to the offline stage.
Yeah, it just kind of goes to show those numbers will mean that there's not going to be many blind sucker punches coming out from either of these players. They will have to dig really deep into their bag of tricks to kind of show their opponent something they've never seen before. And in fighting games, experience is king, and that will be kind of sometimes the difference maker in certain sets, especially when it's 2 players of even skill.
Going to PS2 here, Crackshot is not afraid to take an opponent to the stage that they want to go to. We did see before, playing against Bargain being the only Steve in this bracket, people are not afraid to take Bargain back to PS2 because Bargain plays a little bit more of a linear play style, in that when they get iron, they use iron, and otherwise you can pressure them pretty hard. You can pressure them off stage and things like that. But Bargain did show at the end of the day yesterday, the reason that they were able to close out the set in such a decisive fashion against Luma Rob was that they mixed it up. They were not playing so telegraphed. So I fully expect to see, if this goes Bargain's favor, a stage swap coming out from Crackshot.
Oh yeah, it's the 1-2 mix-up. You kind of feint the linear game plan and then throw in the mix. But speaking of mix, Crackshot gets the first blood of the entire set here tonight. An excited way to start the day.
Crackshot's coming back to stage with Go available. Bargain dancing around a little bit, able to get a stray hit out here and there. And Crackshot is probably just one good hit away from death. However, I think we're still working with wooden tools right now. We haven't been able to even get the stone online, which means that Crackshot's not that at risk of dying.
Oh, and that was beautiful from Crackshot, using that shortened light version of the Burning Knuckle to shorten the distance and make it a lot more safe on shield than Bargain expected, and the forward smash was just guaranteed after that.
Yeah, fantastic analysis there. Now Bargain has absolutely no resources on last stock at that. Using an iron to place a block might have been just a bit of a mistake there, but how else are you going to mine resources? We have a couple of iron on deck, but Crackshot wants to send this as a 3-stock quick 2 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and that would be quite the way to start the best of 7, already landing 2 F-Smash. Those type of haymaker moves, showing that you have the read on your opponent, really gets them into a mental state where they have to mix things up.
Absolutely. Anvil, not much of a mix-up. It's definitely an option that comes out, but sometimes you just can't punish it, and you can't be ready for it. It comes out so quickly, and it's such a safe option. So Crackshot's first stock does go down, but it's still quite an uphill battle for Bargain at 114% off stage, no resources.
Oh, and it seems like Crackshot tried to cover that roll there, but the clank into the rising tackle, even with the charge, not actually going to take the KO.
I like to point out that Bargain, I think, just got their first diamond of the game, and they died immediately. They got their first diamond of the game at 115% on their very last stock. Crackshot's pressure was absolutely immaculate.
Oh man, Kevin, talk about a diamond in the rough there. That getting it at such a late percent where it's almost too little too late. That's going to be a tough game 1 for Bargain. But obviously this is a best of 7 set. You have a long set ahead of you. Bargain known to be able to adapt against the best of them, as they were able to take it over Luma. So I am not going to be shocked if we see some more back and forth here in this game too.
Yeah, of course Bargain doesn't want to go to a different stage, right? There's nothing better here, and I'm assuming Crackshot was at least, keen enough to it to ban Kalos, which would probably be the more difficult option. Although, it's got some Final Destination qualities that are just as beneficial for Terry. So it's possible that it was just a run it back situation. Crackshot had no bans, or Crackshot bans something a little bit more innocuous, but probably just the quick run it back.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that either, as, it's early on in the set, and that first set, you really have to just GG go next. With the near 3-stock ending up a 2-stock at the end of that game, it's gonna be tough for you to win the set if you keep that on your mind. You gotta come into this next game elated.
Yeah, that was some good textbook ledge trapping as well to kind of speak to your point. Crackshot was ready, is practiced, and is going immediately for some fundamental gameplay here. It's a nice ledge trap to take it that first stock, and it's keeping the pressure hot. Bargain does have 4 iron on deck, but still not able to mine any resources on their second stock. No gold, no diamond in hand. The resource management just hasn't been there.
Yeah, and it's super tricky because on one end, while Bargain's having, a tough time utilizing resources perfectly, Crackshot's over here using all of their resources to make Terry's movement look so slippery. Shortened burning knuckles, crazy power dives, and of course the crack shoot, the staple of Crackshot's gameplay.
Yeah, I'm not sure that this is necessarily going to come into play just yet this series, but this is a best of 7, which means the fact that DSR is on means that we're going to be seeing, if it's a hot set, right, if we get some back and forth, which Bargain wants to make that the case, taking the first stock here, we're going to see a lot of stage diversity.
Oh, for sure. And, gets the gold up tilt, but tries to, bait out a defensive option. And speaking of bait, Crackshot once again with the lagless power dive. Yeah, I mean, the power dive, when you do it at a certain height, it just cancels all the lag, allowing you to immediately follow up with the jab. And sometimes that leads it to a KO confirm. Bargain not lucky enough to avoid this one this time.
Bargain does lose that stock here. Still has dirt in the pocket as well, which is kind of surprising. On their last stock, they obviously got rid of their gold, unfortunately, so they're not going to have empowered minecart. They don't have diamond on deck yet, and they still have dirt in their pocket, which means that they really, really have not had a chance to breathe or mine anything.
Yeah, Bargain's going to have to pull something out here quickly if they want this game to continue. Right now, it just seems like all Crackshot all the time.
Yeah, and Bargain's starting to toss out haymakers, some panic options. You see those up smash coming out regularly. Probably expecting some sort of aerial approach, but wow, what a rising tackle catch. Not going to quite take the stock here. All stone in the pocket.
Yeah, that last 10 seconds there of Crackshot was just beauty. A read on every single one of Bargain's defensive options just makes this game a complete wash. That game 2 goes in definite favor of Crackshot.
That was a demoralized way to end that, right? Bargain just went for the SD, almost looked intentional, just dropping off and saying, I'm going to reserve my mental energy right now because I need to have a different game plan coming into game 3. No reason to try to beat my head against a wall because I haven't gotten to mine anything and I'm on my last stock. It's going to be a crazy, crazy uphill battle. If any character can do it, of course it is Steve, but I think in a best of 7, you have to be very paced about how you choose to utilize your emotional and mental battery.
Yeah, because you would think in a best of 7, it would be a marathon, not a sprint. But if you kind of lose your way, it very much will become a steamroll. And that 4-0 can come very quickly if you're not looking. So hopefully Bargain here can collect themselves and get back into the game. I imagine we're going to run it back to PS2, but we can't be doing that universal signal of running it back immediately without a little bit of a breather. You got the extra games to work with. You might as well use them. So I hope we can get back into the action and get a little bit more of Bargain on the board.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you at all. I think Crackshot happy to go back to PS2 because it's working, but Bargain happy to go back to PS2 because it's the best available option, right? Kalos doesn't allow you the platforms to stuff out Terry's approaches or to go for more reliable ledge trapping. It doesn't allow you the platforms so that you can set up your blocks and mine more safely, and nowhere else is going to provide you the type of iron income and reliable stone, which is still fairly strong income. It just makes sense to go back here.
Yeah, it's interesting, though, because I feel like Bargain really, reassessing the game plan, just needs to find a way to throw off Crackshot's movement, because Crackshot has been in a flow state ever since game 1, just moving perfectly. Like I said, doing the shortens on the burning knuckles, the power dunks have been lagless. Bargain just needs to disrupt that movement, and then they'll have a fighting chance.
But Crackshot, again, keeping all the pressure really hot. Bargain is not able to escape, which is something that I think is really important to be adept at as Steve. But wow, reading that jump out of the minecart with a burning knuckle, and Crackshot's opened the library and found the Bargain section.
Oh, yeah. It has been a tough go for things here to start this game 3. But obviously, Bargain has the tools to make this comeback. Just a couple of forward airs, and this forward throw puts Crackshot in a devastating position here.
Even able to recover right there. Still with Go online, but Burning Knuckle is just proving dividends. Looks like in this matchup, you would think that Terry just seems to have all of the answers to Minecart, when in reality, it's just about how Crackshot is expecting Bargain to use it, and wow. Buster Wolf to take another stock, and Bargain is in a worse position than he has been in these past games with the resource situation at the very least.
Yeah, kind of smoked there, but answering back with the footstool down there, you know, show a little bit of prowess. Those are the type of stocks that you can do to get back some momentum.
That was the first ladder combo that we saw come out from Bargain. That's the first combo in general we've seen come out from Bargain. And as we see some pressure actually available for Bargain, we're still not seeing that translate into being able to mine resources.
Yeah, but what I am seeing, I am liking. Even though we had some flubs, you know, there were a little bit more optimal routes. Bargain is starting to get these combos like you mentioned, and this is exactly what you need, but mistimes the footstool down there, so not going to get the stock, but Bargain still has the momentum in their favor.
Oh man, that throw is going to be devastating. Oh, almost caught it with a Buster Wolf, but no, Power Knuckle actually is what comes out right here. Doesn't quite break the shield. Bargain gets a little bit more time to mine. Only one iron on deck. 93% off stage. Go is available. Power Geyser comes out, not going to quite connect, and Bargain gets one more chance at life with Diamond.
Oh, it jumps right into the power dunk. We saw Crackshot do that to other competitors, calling out those jumps. So, Bargain here gotta find the end of the fist, and Crackshot gets game 3.
This is the quickest best of 7 that I wasn't expecting to see. We've got one more game potentially for Bargain to prove that they are worthy of this final stage. Crackshot was not joking yesterday when they said, I'm coming back and I'm winning the whole thing. It's really looking like it's about to be closed out decisively.
Yes, and this is a powerful position to be in. Like I said, Crackshot from game 1 looked like they were moving on a thimble. Like they had no seamless movement between each move, and pressing every button with a purpose here. It's put Bargain in such an awkward state.
What's the adaptation here, Caleb? I mean, I'm not really sure where we go. Where does the, like, let's assume that Bargain has the mental capacity to be able to come back from such devastating games. What's next?
Well, it has to first and foremost try to find that combo starter, but you got to really analyze what Crackshot is doing, because you know that some of the things that they're doing are going to be lagless. They're not going to be approaching your shield with laggy options, so force Crackshot into those awkward scenarios where they're pressing a button to try to cover themselves, and then that's where you strike with your opening. And you can see here, we have a little bit of back and forth here, but Crackshot is just rapidly getting these grabs.
Yeah, Bargain used just about all the resources that they had available, and now this is where we start to see the downfall. Crackshot does find that opening. Now, Bargain, I think, just needs to stay grounded. We need to stop going in the air. Yes, back air is a strong tool. Forward air can be a strong tool to catch Terry in the air, but you can also catch Terry falling with an up tilt. You can parry some of these things like we saw before with the power dunk and start your combos like you had mentioned, Caleb. I think this is doable, but Bargain's got to get back to stage and get some resources on deck. I'm worried.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a struggle here, and honestly I feel like what's going on now is that Bargain's trying to force the issue. We see it happen in most sports where somebody is down, they will just try to start and make forcing things trying to happen, and that's what Bargain cannot do. You have to play the bait and punish game. You have to just let Crackshot come to you and do laggy options, but if you try to force it, you're gonna get sent on a poster here.
Bargain is finding a lot of these parries. Some of them have led to openings, and some of them have led to baited aggression, actually, which led Crackshot to finding that last kill with the rising tackle. But Bargain can't find the feet on the ground. Again, Minecart saves a little bit of grace, but Burning Knuckle gets Crackshot right back in. The movement is wild.
Yeah, it has just been a keynote of the entire set. Where Bargain is swinging the moves, Crackshot is just not there. And there it goes. Read 'em and weep. The Burning Knuckle heard round the nation.
As anticlimactic as that felt, Crackshot just took the HSEL Smash Ultimate title for the first time in a while. Lumarab is not the one taking it home. It's Crackshot.
Yeah, what a powerful cap to Crackshot's run. I mean, this is just amazing. I mean, Crackshot putting on the hat of the undisputed champ. Honestly, with the confidence that he came in with, you would imagine that Crackshot has been in this scenario before. But like you said, obviously the #1 seed was the one favorite to win it all. But Crackshot, the one who truly knew the outcome of this tournament.
And there's no way for me to describe this except for dominant. I don't know that Crackshot necessarily got sent to a game 5. for most of their time here. They did lose the one game to the Rob in the pools situation, but since then it's been just powering through game after game. And as fast as that set was in a 4-0, the games were fast too. That best of 7 lasted less time than most best of 3s.
Yeah, it was a little rough there, but honestly, well played to both players. It's unfortunate Bargain never got on the board, but they did show some sparks of hope. Honestly, connecting a lot of footstool down there in that set, and it felt like, whenever one of those connected, Bargain had a chance to bring it back, but it just never materialized.
Absolutely. Now we're seeing definitely Terry's prowess and experience in the land of the Steves. Going 2-0 against DJ Dawn in online sets did translate to offline, taking that decisively over Bargain. Let's take it down to the stage for an interview. I'd like to see a trophy ceremony with both players. Let's see.
Hello, welcome back. We just wrapped up our Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Grand Finals. Give it up for Crackshot and Bargain. All right, Bargain, we'll start with you. So, how was this whole tournament for you? I know this is maybe not the result you wanted, but in the grand scheme of things, how do you think?
Didn't really do told me to do it out front, and I did. I'm happy about that. I'm just happy about Texas won first game.
Awesome. Well, Bargain has his tradition. They tried it tonight. And on stage, you can deliver it. So I can help take it out. It does have a little bit of weight to it. But there you go. Everybody, give it up. Bargain. Awesome. I was playing on this. I feel cool with it. Oh, yeah, that's nice. All right. Crackshot. Actually, before I say anything, give it up for Crackshot. Crackshot, on top of receiving a trophy and scholarship, was good nice player opens. So, we will kindly ask you to put them on as well. I don't have to say why. You know. You look good. You look good. Very nice. So, this is ask Bargain. Clearly this is probably the result you wanted. But, we're close to the tournament. How are you feeling?
I wanted. I went to the nationals, and after I played some of my friends, meeting people, it was great. I'm very glad.
Awesome. Well, this is very happy. All right, as is tradition, we have this guy. He's all yours. Give it up for Crackshot for 2024 National Champion. Awesome. Thank you guys. We're going to come back to the main stage around noon with Rocket League semifinals 1 and 2 and grand finals. We got a lot of Rocket League coming up, a lot of grand finals. Do not go anywhere.
Aspects that transcend, just beyond, esports in general. It goes across every plane.
If you are not looking at new ways of engaging learners, you're becoming stagnant yourself as a teacher.
The reason this works in schools is because if you give kids what they love, they will do it in your school.
The gaming concept curriculum is that for video games. It's saying video games are here. They've been here for 30 years, but now it is broadly used. 97-98% of middle and high school students play video games of some sort, and how can we bring that structure to that world and use it to our advantage for engagement and innovation inside of schools.
Gaming Concepts gave me the opportunity to bring career exploration. It gave me an opportunity to provide college exploration in a way that none of the programs that I do now. These types of games will provide those students with an eagerness to be at school.
Tired of looking for tutorials on YouTube that are designed to keep you watching instead of actually learning and practicing? Well, look no more. Here at Valor, we prioritize only relevant information so you can apply it in-game instantly. Sign up free today at valoresports.com.
Hi, my name is Jaden Gorham. I'm from Hebron High School just outside Dallas, Texas. I teach chemistry and I started the esports program at our school. I've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. And now it's evolved into this elective where we actually had over 170 kids sign up for it in this next coming year. And so, kids are, lining up to try to take this elective.
Gaming Concepts is an innovative curriculum that blends the excitement of competitive gaming with STEM and educational objectives to foster a strong sense of belonging among students. Schools using Gaming Concepts reported an increase in attendance of up to 10%, alongside an overall rise in self-esteem by 8.3%, and nearly 82% of students expressed they had never participated in any extracurricular activity before Gaming Concepts. Written by educators, for educators, Gaming Concepts features 5 unique courses distinctly tailored for middle school and high school students passionate about this growing industry. Bring the power of esports into the classroom, and you'll find just how impactful Gaming Concepts can be for your school.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because Casey Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
I learn a lot from the kids. I kind of let them run things. I let them set their own captains and set their own practice schedules, and I will check in periodically to see how they're doing to offer guidance and ideas. I'm Brandon Bishop. I'm an educator, first and foremost. I'm a teacher. I teach social studies, history. As a kid, I grew up with like the console wars, so like PlayStation 2, we got one for Christmas, and that's kind of how I got into gaming. So yeah, I think the biggest skill that gaming can teach, especially with this at this level, is communication and cooperation. Watching the kids play and communicate, I learn a lot more, and so I can kind of see what things are working for them, what things don't. These kids are playing games on their own all the time, and they spend a lot of time on it. So I want them to harness that and turn it to something that can be used for like school pride. Like, look at these cool jerseys you can get. You win a game and you get on the morning announcements, they say your name and say you guys are winning, and the school gets to learn about your accomplishments. I really appreciate what you guys are doing. Thank you so much for inviting us down. I think we had some kids that were on the fence about being in the esports club, but getting them here, getting them to wear the school uniform, getting them to see what the company is like, I think that's going to spread. When they go back to school, they're going to talk to their friends. So this is a great opportunity. So you should definitely continue to do stuff like this. Invite schools down to see firsthand what the benefits can be.
It's game on. Introducing Rising Champions. This summer school course features 20 ready-to-go lessons from day one. Utilizing the Blueprint digital learning platform, you're able to fully customize your experience. You can either use our preloaded lessons or add your own. Encourage your students to have fun while learning technical skills like 2D and 3D animation, computer maintenance, social media design, esports career building, and much more. Summer is about having fun. So sign up for Rising Champions today. They say the right tools can get any job done. We agree. Introducing Blueprint, the platform for educators built by educators. Blueprint is user-friendly, featuring drag-and-drop scheduling tools and a robust gradebook. Designed for the scholastic world, Blueprint empowers educators to create powerful course content. Plus, Blueprint is the exclusive provider of the popular Gaming Concepts curriculum. Learn more about how to gain access to Blueprint today.
I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about, because no one really, displays their passion for esports, because, it's not really seen as cool in a sense.
My name is Trey Curtis.
My name is Jordan Langford.
My gamer tag is TapU.
My gamer tag is Swizz.
But what got me into gaming is the Wii, I think, probably. My parents got me a Wii when I was really young. Played like Wii Sports, Super Mario.
Definitely my older brother, watching him play, hearing about other kids in my school playing games. So yeah, that's really how I got into gaming.
I don't really do any like extracurricular things. I take like AP classes and honors classes, but besides that, I don't really do anything extracurricular. So having like esports, like something I like to do a lot, I think it's just really cool, especially like being able to do it with friends and things like that.
I love the guys. We practice a lot together. It takes a lot of chemistry to make a team work. We haven't lost a game in the regular season yet, and the 3 tournaments we've played in so far, and I think that's just because of our dedication, hard work, teamwork, working together, working things out when they don't exactly go how we plan them to, and I think that's a really good piece to our success is our chemistry.
I guess I wasn't really too talkative in school and stuff. Meeting like 2 they were juniors at the time is like kind of cool as well, because they added me to their group on Discord, and so like I kind of talked with a few people there, so I guess kind of brought me out of my own friend group a bit and like just talk to other people.
So I know a lot of people that love the game at my school. I mean, I play with a lot of them, but I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about, because no one really displays their passion for esports, because it's not really seen as cool in a sense, and I really think that can be put away, that stereotype.
Hello there, gamers and mental health enthusiasts. Today, we're diving into a groundbreaking study that explores the intersection of scholarly gaming and mental health education, and how it can impact the self-esteem of adolescents. Picture this: a world where scholarly gaming isn't just about mastering technology-based career skills or dominating the world of video game business. No, it's a world where gaming becomes a gateway to improving mental health. 3 visionary educators and a school-based health intervention expert came together to create a curriculum that aligns with academic guidelines from the International Society for Technology Education. This curriculum spans 40 lessons, delivered over 14 weeks with a minimum of 120 minutes per week. But here's the twist. 83 schools were invited to participate, but they were divided into 2 groups, those with mental health moments and those without. The non-mental health moment group got the scholarly gaming curriculum alone, while the mental health moment group got an extra layer of education. Mental health moments were embedded into 27 lessons, integrating concepts from the PERMA framework and the Collaborative Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning Standards, otherwise known as CASEL. Now, let's meet our players. 471 participants from both groups, with almost 75% in high school, many experiencing scholarly gaming for the first time. A majority were male, and the racial diversity was broad. At the start, the average self-esteem score was 17.9, with 22.1% reporting low self-esteem. But hold on, the game's just beginning. As the study progressed, it revealed some fascinating results. While 57.7% of participants with low self-esteem at the beginning reported average self-esteem post-intervention, the Mental Health Moments group stole the spotlight. Self-esteem scores improved by 8.3% in the Mental Health Moments group, compared to no change in the non-Mental Health Moments group. How's that for a power-up? Some students even shifted from abnormally low self-esteem scores to normal ranges. The message is loud and clear. Educators, healthcare providers, and adolescent advocates pay attention. Non-traditional educational instructions, like scholarly gaming, combined with mental health moments, can significantly improve students' well-being. And there you have it, a journey through the power of scholarly gaming and mental health moments. Remember, your self-esteem matters, and sometimes all it takes is a little extra support to level up. Thanks for joining us on this adventure. Until next time, keep gaming, keep learning, and most importantly, keep believing in yourself.
I love it. Like, I know a lot of people from other schools that I talk to, they envy us in a sense because they wish they had an opportunity to be able to be with your friends and compete. Even talk to my parents, they're like, wow, I wish we had that when we were younger. So it's a cool opportunity for sure.
I would have probably never became friends with these people if I didn't join it. They're really cool. They're actually fun to hang out with.
We got the hang of it pretty quick, and yeah, Generation Esports is a pretty decent website, I will say. The queuing is easy, you can figure out what time you want to play, and it's all around just super fun talking with other people from other schools.
People love Generation Esports. As the world of esports continues to grow, whether you're a teacher, student, or coach, Generation Esports is here to deliver solutions for any of your gaming-based interests. Our services work together, from competitive opportunities with scholarships to our innovative gaming concepts curriculum. We aim to give schools a premium experience inside and outside of the classroom. But don't take our word for it. Hear it from our community.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together.
A lot of our students are looking for different things to get involved in, and what better way to get involved in something like esports.
We've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. There's the competitive side of things, there's the content creation, there's the hardware, there's the business side of things that's on there. There's something for everyone.
Esports is definitely the period to look forward to every day.
Esports has really changed it, where students are now able to, who might have just got home and not had something to do, now they can stay after school, they can be engaged in something that makes them motivated to come to school.
I've been teaching the gaming concepts class here at Lyons High School this semester. The kids have responded really well to the curriculum. HSEL has provided invaluable opportunities for our students. They can compete in national esports leagues and tournaments, learn about esports careers and opportunities, and it's helped our club expand and grow. Esports is sometimes the one thing that keeps students engaged in school that would otherwise skip school or not do homework. Esports is still a new frontier, but you don't have to venture out alone. The Generation Esports team is here to deliver the perfect blend of education and competition. Schedule a call today to find out how we can bring the power of gaming to your classroom.
You can use Valor's training platform to bring professional esports into the classroom, and I'm going to show you how in 30 seconds. First up, let's choose the training camp that's right for me. Our platform is inclusive of all experience levels, so there's a range of choices. Here you can see a structured training roadmap. Let's start our first session. Now I can scaffold my esports teams using learning, quizzes, and training. See, wasn't even 30 seconds. You focus on play, we'll do the rest. Sign up for free today at valoresports.com and take your program to the next level.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because Casey Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
I can't have the same skill as most of these kids do in 16 different games. You know, it's just not going to happen. So we find ways to be supportive as mentors, as tutors. Anything that the kids need is what we're doing to try to help them not just feel like we are there for them, but also we're promoting and we're building them up as human beings.
Hello, educators. Welcome back. Are you ready to take your scholastic gaming to the next level? Because we are. We know you've been loving the Gaming Concepts curriculum, but don't worry, that amazing content isn't going away, just moving. Starting this fall, we'll be transferring your Gaming Concepts learning experience to our brand new US-based platform, Blueprint. But what's Blueprint all about? Blueprint is a cut above the average learning software. It's packing some serious upgrades. The interface is user-friendly, so you won't have to spend ages figuring it out. The platform also has robust security measures to make sure that your important data stays safe. It's also the exclusive provider of the Gaming Concepts curriculum. Plus, we're making the migration process super smooth. Clear instructions and support will be right at your fingertips. But wait, there's more. Blueprint is a living platform. That means you'll get regular updates and fresh, new content to keep your esports curriculum at the cutting edge. We'll be making continuous improvements based on user feedback and emerging best practices to help educators stay ahead of the game. Blueprint will also house a library of free curriculum materials, which you can use to expand your own knowledge and share your passion for esports education with others. Blueprint is a game changer for educators, a platform focused on enhancing student engagement, motivation, and ultimately, academic success. This powerful platform is designed to make teaching easier, more collaborative, and way more exciting. So what are the next steps? Change can be scary, but don't worry, you're not flying solo. Generation Esports is going to be with you every step of the way to ensure a smooth transition. So keep an eye out for emails from the Generation Esports team featuring upcoming training videos to get you familiar with the platform and info on how to access Blueprint. Finally, be sure to share this video with your fellow Gaming Concepts educators and get ready for an amazing fall semester brought to you by Blueprint.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together. So my name is Lori Burney. I'm with Geyer High School and from Denton, Texas, so part of Denton ISD. There is a future in it. You can go to school and get a scholarship with it. You can go into so many different areas and aspects of esports, you know, leads to game design, computer science fields, and I just think that it's pretty limitless, you know, what they could do. And it's our job as the adults and the educators to kind of, you know, help guide them through, you know, these different avenues that they want to go through and explore. Now we have, our district has passed a bond where they're actually going to put $500,000 towards building esport labs in all of our 5 zones. So we're really excited about that and how they're going to build it out. And that may never have happened had this group not have persisted and kept at it to continue to play and put Denton, Texas on the map. Me coming from the outside, not ever playing Rocket League, but taking the time to sit back and learn and absorb as much as I could, it wasn't hard for me to see all of the different aspects that transcend, just beyond, esports in general. It goes across every plane.
If you are not looking at new ways of engaging learners, you're becoming stagnant yourself as a teacher.
The reason this works in schools is because if you give kids what they love, they will do it in your school.
The gaming concept curriculum is that for video games. It's saying video games are here. They've been here for 30 years, but now it is broadly used. 97-98% of middle to high school students play video games of some sort, and how can we bring that structure to that world and use it to our advantage for engagement and innovation inside of schools?
Gaming Concepts gave me the opportunity to bring career exploration. It gave me an opportunity to provide college exploration in a way that none of the programs that I do now. These types of games will provide those students with an eagerness to be at school.
Tired of looking for tutorials on YouTube that are designed to keep you watching instead of actually learning and practicing? Well, look no more. Here at Valor, we prioritize only relevant information so you can apply it in-game instantly. Sign up free today at valoresports.com.
Hi, my name is Jaden Gorham. I'm from Hebron High School just outside Dallas, Texas. I teach chemistry, and I started the esports program at our school. I've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. And now it's evolved into this elective where we actually had over 170 kids sign up for it in this next coming year. And so, kids are, lining up to try to take this elective.
Gaming Concepts is an innovative curriculum that blends the excitement of competitive gaming with STEM and educational objectives to foster a strong sense of belonging among students. Schools using Gaming Concepts reported an increase in attendance of up to 10%, alongside an overall rise in self-esteem by 8.3%, and nearly 82% of students expressed they had never participated in any extracurricular activity before Gaming Concepts. Written by educators, for educators, Gaming Concepts features 5 unique courses distinctly tailored for middle school and high school students passionate about this growing industry. Bring the power of esports into the classroom, and you'll find just how impactful Gaming Concepts can be for your school.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because Casey Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HSEL Nationals' numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HSEL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th.
Hello, welcome back to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. We have gone through all and crowned undisputed national champion. We have also crowned a national champion in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, which means there are 2 sets of games trophies on the stage. So we have 2 champions left to crown. And we're going to start with broccoli. We are in the semifinals. Our first match is a rematch of the Fall Premier Grand Finals, where Prosper out of Texas face off against Putnam out of Connecticut. Will it be different this time? Last fall, Putnam took the title. Prosper seems a little hungry though, so let's see what happens on land on the national stage. Please welcome Prosper and Putnam. Let's go.
Good morning, fans of HSEL Rocket League. Welcome to Championship Sunday of HSEL Nationals 2024. 4 Rocket League teams remain trying to lift that trident at the end of the day. I'm Mr. Bepic, joined in the booth by my good friend Danger Taco. Taco, how you doing, my man?
I'm doing excellently. We've been seeing spectacular gameplay the past couple days, and we've kind of whittled it down slowly through the group stages, and then ultimately the quarterfinals taking place yesterday. So, of course, Championship Sunday, we get to be on the stage, we get to be on the main channel, and be able to actually broadcast all these spectacular games. And I was talking yesterday with my co-commentators, and even before that with my other co-commentator on Friday. It's incredible to witness the development of the scholastic side of esports and witness earlier high school competitions where we had the decent talent coming around. These players are top notch. I'm consistently blown away by how many clips we're seeing, how many close calls it's kind of scraping by. And even when we have former champions kind of struggling in groups, and then these upstart programs coming out of nowhere and making a name for themselves. And this is where you really cement your legacy here on Championship Sunday.
Right, everyone talks about Championship Sunday. That is where players want to play, especially in a LAN setting, which these 4 teams today get the opportunity to do. First up, though, Putnam versus Prosper. This is our first semifinal, a best of 7 to see who gets the first berth in the grand finals and a chance at lifting the trophy, getting a whole bunch of cash and some Oakley glasses as well. But Danger Talker, we're just jumping straight into this thing with Putnam and Prosper getting kicked off.
And the one thing that I think everyone should be looking out for is just how high-flying the stars of these teams have. Swaz have been kind of where all of the activity has been flowing through for Putnam. And on the other side, Snaplicious, he is the MVP candidate for the side of Prosper. However, Mercy has been having a hot start. Every single game I've casted, they have scored a hat trick or minimum in game number 1. I don't know if that pattern's going to hold in the highest of prestige moments, but we'll have to see.
I mean, yesterday against Franklin in the last quarterfinal of the day, Prosper, first of all, the only 4-1 yesterday, as all quarters except for theirs went to at least game 6. But Mercy in the first 2 games came out and was an absolute demon on the ball, created so much space for Prosper's offense to work with, didn't score a goal, but had 4 or 5 assists, setting up their teammates very, very well. But at the moment, it is Putnam with the first bout of offense in this first minute. About 80% of the first 60 seconds spent in their offensive zone. But Northwood going to find a clear for Prosper and push back on that Putnam offense.
And yet all this offense has not really been able to perturb them too much. However, some leading bumps might. Swaz is just going to be able to squeeze that one by, and then Kazu able to sneak it in on the near post using the 4th defender against their opponents.
Oh, this is such a microcosm of how Putnam likes to play. Oxy's off-ball movement, running ahead right there, looking for demos, just causing chaos on the Prosper goal line. They're so good at setting up plays with their off-ball movement. Snaz on the ball, finishing it off. Or sorry, Snaz on the ball, setting it up, and Kazu finishing it off. Wonderful beginning for Putnam, finally capitalizing on all that pressure.
And so difficult to be able to even generate the pressure at this level because the boost steals are in. There's so many demos. A lot of these teams love to play physical, and for a good reason. It's part of the meta to stay, I'm sorry to say, for everyone who gets really annoyed at that style as Mercy gets an off-ball demo. And that it will be really down to resource management, and a lot of it is just being able to respawn, communicate with your teammates, and then also mitigate how often that you're going for these double commits. I know these teams, because they're so high-flying, they love to be able to do stuff like this, throw it high, and hope that you don't bumble it. Swaz almost giving one away right to Northward.
I don't blame Northwood for not being prepared for that. You wouldn't expect that kind of touch out of Swaz, just almost giving a freebie up to Prosper's offense, who have now flipped the field. They were playing a lot of defense in the first minute, but now off of a long stint in the Putnam half, will be equalizing the game 1-1.
Of course, we have to pay attention to Mercy's finish, but look at Northwood completely abandoning rotation and just going right for the goalie. Kazu was forced into that far side, which means he is simply too far away and with not enough in the tank to be able to get that save. Really nice off-ball play. And again, it's not coming down to individual brilliance all the time in these goals. Oftentimes, it's about the rotation and positioning and ultimately decision-making from all these young talents to be able to carve out these goals.
That's what you'd expect in a LAN semifinal stage, but Snapalicious getting a goal all on their lonesome. Just took the ball after Mercy cleared a lane with a demo and finished perfectly over Swaz's head.
I was really thinking that Oxy could get back to that, but then looking back at the replay, it's no surprise that they were able to. They were all the way on the far side thinking that everything should be covered, and then suddenly they have to come down and get the last pixel of the ball out from crossing that threshold. So difficult to do, and how quickly things can change. Really, everyone on Prosper getting forced into their half, really just cyberbullied into the back of their goal, and now they're the ones in the lead, but not if they're not careful. Swaz, always a danger. Same with Oxy. They're lucky. That angle was just a bit too sharp.
I love that composure, though, from Snapalicious on the goal line, realizing the time that they had to field that ball. A lot of players are just going to immediately jump up and try and field a ball that's just kind of hovering above their net. But Snap, cool, calm, and collected on the LAN stage with, I'm sure, a lot of pressure on players' shoulders right now. That's a monstrous flick, but Snap again getting back in the nick of time. Wonderful save to stop the first opportunity. Putnam looking for extra.
Snap in space. I think potentially wanted to find Mercy, but realized no harm, no foul if that goes over the head. Now here is yet another Prosper possession. Thing is, the positioning from the other side seems to have improved. We do have Swaz taking it down yet again, and now trying to combine with Oxy, or rather getting taken out as Oxy looking back, wondering why the ball is not going on target. You can see the off-ball demos even helping on defensive side, just being able to curtail all of these offensive kind of gambits that Putnam is pulling out. This is a 2023 Nationals runner-up, so you know it's got to be frustrating to come so far and then it's got to have your momentum somewhat taken away. Looking for revenge this year. They might be able to get revenge, at least in this game, but Oxy is denied. Nice save underneath by Northward, and then Mercy, again, cutting out the next pass.
My word, these are quality looks that Putnam is getting right now, but they can't break through the goal line of Prosper. Unbelievable stops on their defensive side. Oxy popping the ball up, but Mercy quick to intervene, out of rotation, cutting and just pickpocketing the Putnam offense. It leads to a clear and a shot from Snapalicious that goes far side and in. Wonderful placement. Snap puts Prosper up 2.
We have that sixth sense knowing that Kazu most likely could have that, but if they go over the top, it's going to go back into the middle. That's most likely going to be a dangerous play, so just let's wait it out, and then the next player come in, let them drive right by, not able to get that bump, open net, and the finish. Of course, you'd expect that from one of the HSEL MVP candidates, being able to make the difference when it matters. The second goal to the good, third for Prosper. Now they got a hefty cushion that could potentially be built even further if that one goes in. Mercy asking for a bit too much perhaps on that angle, but hey, it's more so just about clock management, but hey, another goal doesn't hurt.
Absolutely not. That was set up by Mercy, commanding a lot of respect out of the defense. It spaced apart the Putnam back line, and Kazu hopping up for that low on boost. You're not going to beat Snap to that kind of ball in the air. Great placement on the final touch. Prosper jumping out to a hot start in game 1 of the semi.
I don't think we can be too surprised by a lot of these. Of course, some of these teams are some wild card winners getting in here, just trying to make sure that they are able to squeak by, getting clutch goals, be able to go through those last chance qualifier type brackets. But Prosper, they've been here. They've been around for a while. They are the fall premier Atlantic runner up, but also this is someone that has finished top 2 in both fall and spring seasons. They have been at the top for a while. They know they deserve it. And right now, Oxy, they're just chilling in the corner. They know this game has been done. We're going to have to go to Forbidden Temple on this best of 7 to see if we can have Putnam come back in this series, because right now this one was all Prosper down the stretch.
And I think their game 1 victory really does come down to them being here before and showing composure. I saw it so often in the car language of the Prosper players, not rushing things, realizing they had time when they had time, knowing when to jump up for a ball and beat the defense. Prosper looked the part right now, the LAN team. But Putnam they have yet to lose a series on land this weekend. They absolutely can respond in game 2. I'm thinking that first game was just a warm-up game for them, and on Forbidden Temple, they recover, and we'll see this series really get going.
I think that's the one thing that people need to realize about these high school teams is that even when you do have historical powerhouses, we've had a team that has won a national championship before and then finished bottom of their group. It's really just everything gets topsy-turvy year by year. The competition is actually so even. We see this at all levels. We see this in high school play. We see this in collegiate play. We see this now in pro play, where over time, as the game keeps going, as everyone keeps getting into it, being able to combine with people in their region, in their high school, in just overall geographic area, they're able to then form better chemistry. And even though you might have star players stand out with a lot of individual skill, it's the teams collectively that are able to make such successful runs in these tournaments. So it really is a toss-up, but these players make it back to these tournaments again and again because they have that grit that you mentioned. So certainly anyone on the Putnam side, you should definitely not be sweating bullets quite yet.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, you don't make it to a national championship last season and then all of a sudden forget how to play on land and keep your composure the next season you are on the stage. So I'm excited for a very back and forth battle here. There's a reason we play best of sevens on a stage like this. We want to see the adjustments that both sides make and how they take those deeper and deeper into a best of 7. And speaking of adjustments, we've just got word that Haz is coming in for Kazu on the side of Putnam, and they're no strangers to making swaps in their third man position. So I'm interested to see what that change does for the complexion of the Putnam rotations.
And we'll be able to somewhat switch things around and be able to get new players into the lobbies when they want to. And I think that's like a valuable thing to have in the depth of a roster, being able to put in a player. And it isn't a step down. You're not putting in a substitute who's there for a reason. No, if you have 4 good players, then yeah, involve 4 good players together. So I think that's something that'll change things up for Putnam, which I think sometimes is nice. Sometimes you get into a pattern with how you want to play and being able to change that on a dime, particularly when you're playing against a team like Prosper, who in that second half was able to get elongated pressure in that offensive third. It means something in rotation isn't quite working out, or at least something in your decision-making comms isn't working. So maybe a change could be nice just to switch things up. Also gives Kazu a little bit of time just to decompress a little bit, just a little bit off stage, being able to process what's going on there. So definitely we'll be seeing how that impacts things, because certainly it is not a step down for Putnam historically. Kaz still just as good of a player to be able to sub in a crucial moment.
And it is worth noting yesterday in the quarterfinals, Haz was in for the first 3 games that Putnam played. They won those 3, went up 3-0 in the series, obviously, and then dropped the next 2 after subbing Kazu in. And I'm not going to say, having watched that series, that them losing those 2 games was Kazu's fault. I think the pressure of closing out a single elimination series kind of got to them those 2 games, but they did put Haz back in for game 6 and ended up taking it 4-2. So I'm wondering if that is a pattern they've recognized and they're trying to keep going, especially after how good that Prosper looked in that last game. Maybe it's a comfort thing. They just feel a little bit more comfortable with one iteration of the roster. I'm not sure. We'll let the results on Forbidden Temple speak for itself, but that is a little bit of historical precedent here.
Yes, and as we slowly load into this one, we had to, do a little roster shuffle again, just because of some connection concerns from these players. I mean, after all, that is not something we should have to be worrying about too much if the game isn't running smoothly. The admin's doing a good job making these lobbies quickly and getting these players back in. So when we do look at this in game 2, it's also kind of nice because this is kind of the accidental timeout. We don't really have a lot of opportunity to be able to include those, but being able to have the ability just to slowly get in and say, okay, what's the lobby info, blah, blah, blah. Okay, in the meantime, let's talk it through. Let's take some deep breaths and be able to kind of find that sweet spot of anxiety, of stress. You don't want to be completely calm. You also don't want to be completely jacked up with energy. You want to be able to find that happy medium and be able to go forward and succeed. Prosper trying to get it done for a second game in a row. Putnam trying to fight on back.
Well, Oxy's got some control early on off kickoff. And in the corner, Oxy can be dangerous, but Swaz crept a little bit too far forward to field that ball. So Prosper find their first stop defensively of the game, and now Mercy has a bit of access to the ball in the corner, but too strong a touch will stop that first possession for Prosper, and we'll just go back and forth right now, fighting for possession, actually getting an early opportunity for Putnam that Swaz will sign off on. 1-0, Putnam find an early lead.
The poor physics-based game here for Mercy. Oxy, nice shot. Mercy tries to flick, but because the momentum of the ball is going straight down and he doesn't have forward momentum, it gets kind of nailed into the ground. He throws for the in-and-out save, but he does not have the speed or the boost to be able to get back into it. Still requires a quick follow-up. Who else but Swaz to be able to provide that?
Oxy slamming that ball off the back wall. Has trying to make an impact early. The substitute coming in for game 2, nearly setting up a second goal for Putnam, but the defensive Prosper will survive. And I mean survive. Right now they are under the gun.
And being able to get those close saves are something that you can use just to stabilize everything. Say, all right, well, at least we're not giving 2 back-to-back right off the kickoff. At least now we can actually somewhat move into the midfield. Of course, I say that figuratively. They have been really struggling to get past that midfield line. Might as well just be a wall. But the way this rotation is clicking in, Swaz with a backfield pass, and Oxy was looking for it, but more so just probing. Not much boost, but that's fine because on the counter, it could be going in. I think that might have been saved by the teammate.
Yeah, that was absolutely going in. I don't think Has realized that there were no defenders left, and so tried to put a little extra oomph on that ball, but it's all good for Putnam fans because Swaz and Oxy say, hey, it's all right. We'll recover for the next opportunity. That is wonderful corner play out of Swaz.
Entirely problematic at times when you do see that situation come through, and it does fly on by and be able to get that touch in. And hey, you can kind of laugh it off, say, oops, sorry, just got to stole your stat there. Can't have you be scoring a goal. Just have to put it on a slight delay and then put it into the top corner right on the goal line. Prosper got to be kind of rocked back in their chairs here, trying to figure out what they can do to get back into things. That's a little bit of a lead by Snapalicious, but Mercy not fast enough to beat out those defenders.
I love that play so much because it shows you still that Prosper is feeling composed. Despite being down by 2 goals early on in game 2, despite the timeout, they can get the nerves back up and going maybe after you settled in after a game of Rocket League. Now, they're still going for set plays. They're still calm defensively. That's a double commit on the goal line, so perhaps my point is a little moot, but that's 3-0 for Putnam, so a reason for a little bit of concern on the Prosper side.
It can be difficult to be able to manage all those offensive plays, but the thing is that you got to put it in dangerous positions in the first place. Putnam doing a really good job of that, being able to tap that one down, Has right into the danger area, and defense is one of the hardest reads possible when you actually have the ball dropping directly down on top of you, and then suddenly you have to realize, oh, this ball cam is directly in the sky. I can't see where the next rotation is. You kind of just have to jump and pray, and right now, I think Prosper would love to do some praying and having some prayers answer because 3-0 out of nowhere. This is a completely different Putnam side.
I mean, 65% field domination so far. Putnam just controlling things on Forbidden Temple. That little technical timeout working wonders for him. That's a miss, setting up Swaz's shot, and Oxy up in front again, finding a bump on the last man. Putnam on a tear in game 2.
And just notice how much just being around the ball, forcing the other team to read you can affect. You can see Prosper going for blocks. They're going for those touches in front of defenders. And sometimes you're just not able to catch up to it. And sometimes you have to kind of play off their read, which is not a fun time when you're playing reactively. So being able to move into the rest of this game, I think this is the biggest change that I'm starting to see from Putnam. They're still playing with confidence. That loss clearly not getting them down.
Absolutely not. Again, it's that championship pedigree that you expect from a team that has been here before. But Snapalicious, an opportunity off the back, won't the greatest of first touches, but there's a teammate behind to shoot northward as their shot blocked by Swaz. Prosper, hopefully, with that type of play, going to settle in and work their offense, but they are pushed back to their defensive end once more. Putnam controlling things once again, but Prosper a quick clear the other way. We'll see what they can build off of it.
Yeah, we're going to get a really nice clear again and a demo. I mean, if not, there hasn't been already enough. Starting to get the physical play, and that might just put Putnam over the top here in game number 2. Honestly, I just hope Prosper is taking notes here, because right now they have been really struggling to be able to catch up to this pace. It's another shot that, if not for the accuracy, probably could have found its way in. The final 90 seconds, it seems like Putnam is doing this more for morale. Seems like they have the win potentially tied on up here, but they're just trying to get as many goals as possible, showing that game 1, that's just a fluke. That is not a national runner-up performance. Now we're really showing it to you.
Northward, okay, gets through one, picks up 100 boost. We'll flick on targets, and the dunk that they got on the last player back is off target, unfortunately for Prosper, but they are generating more offense now in the last couple of minutes than we saw at the beginning of game 2, so it's something perhaps to take into our third game of this best of 7, but so far, no goals. Putnam, for all the pressure they've been putting on offensively, have been getting back in defense superbly. Almost always 2 defenders on the goal line to stop whatever Prosper throws their way.
Prosper almost seems in between where they want to be on offense. A couple times I've seen Snappalicious in the goal line, but he's not really in a position to bump, and he's not able to really get that. Ball deflects middle, and there's someone there, but it's more so they're traveling east to west, not able to actually get that touch off. Speaking of, somehow, this is not a 50 yet. It's on the goal line still, and then Northward with the 900 IQ save, bumping the opponent into it.
Oh, that was insane. I'm so glad that happened in a 4-0 game and not like a super tense tied up situation where Haz is the player kind of clearing the goal line for Prosper. That was a mess, but Putnam get right back to shooting on target and Prosper get right back to scoring. All that Putnam put towards their goal. 5 seconds left. This game was over a long time ago. Putnam, a crazy shutout after how one-sided game one felt with Prosper taking that one, but what a response from Putnam.
And so when we do see really how this all is shaken out, then we do see that, of course, there is a strike back. As predicted, yes. There really hasn't been too many series where one team has just figured out the other team. In fact, I've very rarely, if at all, seen really sweeps happening in the group stage. So why, when we whittle down to the very best of the best here in the semifinals, happen this way? Putnam not only getting a nice game in, but I think statistically just popping off, nearly hitting without an overtime 20 shots. That is a plus 15 differential coming in from the squad. That's incredible.
You never see that. At this kind of level, you never see that kind of shot differential without an overtime. Mind you, you're right. I'm still looking at those numbers astounded. And to Prosper's credit, despite almost giving up 20 shots, only 4 went in. They did do some good work on the goal line, which if they can find better follow-ups to their clears, I feel bodes well for them going forward. But their offense, my word, was stunted. Only 4 shots on the Prosper side, and an offense that was kind of popping off. In game one, Putnam just took stuffed in a box and forgot about on Forbidden Temple. So we'll see how Prosper adjusts going forward.
And it looks like Haz is going to be staying in for Putnam. I can't imagine why, based on the changes from game 1 to 2. But I feel like maybe just right now they figured out something. We'll have to see whether or not Prosper answers on back as we load into DFH to be able to see really how they handle that play. Sometimes those games I feel like are just cold splashes of water on the players, kind of like, okay, I am fully awake into this grand final. This is something we're really going to have to stay 100% locked in on. Northward, lacking maybe just a little boost being able to get on top of this one.
Putnam dodging a bullet early on. Snappalicious turning around. Oh, sorry, it's Mercy fielding the ball. Snap was waiting for Mercy's control, waiting in the wings to see if there's a rebound opportunity. But that defensive stop off the Putnam goal line puts the ball too far for Snap to immediately get on the rock. It's Northward that salvages possession, though, for Prosper. Continuing, perhaps a hot start at the beginning of game 3. This is what you like to see after a team gets kind of crushed in the previous game in a series, is they get right back to play an offense unfazed by the scoreline we saw in Forbidden Temple.
Oh, he's unfazed, and yet coming down the field, it is still Swaz getting that goal. And I will say a nice continuation. It's one thing to get the 50, but then be able to stay with it and then be able to angle that one. They had a near post over there on Prosper, and yet the pass is just too good, too fast on the pinch.
Putnam's corner play has been phenomenal so far in this semifinal. So many goals have come from just one player on the ball in the corner, getting past 1-2 players on the near side. And there is so much trust between the Putnam players that there's always someone there to shoot the ball once the corner has been won. So credit to them. Despite the early pressure from Prosper, Putnam will be scoring first. We'll see how long their lead lasts, as Prosper have some wind behind their sails, but still need to get some more shots on target.
Sometimes being able to actually get those reads off and being able to get those shots on target is so difficult, because it sounds so easy, just throw it at goal, but it's really about forcing the defense into uncomfortable states. Just kind of tapping it on goal is not going to do much. You need to be able to make them fully jump, waste a lot of boost, then you can really kickstart your rotation. I feel like right now with Prosper, they're just trying to get back into the swing of things. So we've seen a lot of touches kind of like that, kind of a smaller touch they can slowly follow up on, but it doesn't really amount to much unless they can really trick Putnam around. Even with a demo, they're still getting those touches to the side and then back into the corner.
And big opportunity for Prosper again as Northward takes a shot, but Haz will deny and look to follow it down the field, actually running ahead, trying to grab boost. I love that. Smart play from Putnam, to try and deny boost access on Prosper's side of the field. Maybe stunt this next attack, because Putnam didn't immediately gain possession, but it turned into a battle for possession that they're on top of for now. A clear into the Prosper end will result in an opportunity, as through the corner, they have to wait for Mercy's touch, and actually no one ends up going for Putnam, so they back off, play some extra defense.
And some more touches to the sidewall, getting halftime here in game number 3, and we're still saying, yeah, Putnam might be in control, but you can see the glimpses of Prosper's comeback, being able to get some interesting touches off, kind of like with a lead block, but not able to make some connections. Back middle, going to be an awkward save. That's why the back post is there, poaching a shot, but it's going to be off of the post instead. So incredibly close.
Snappalicious. You didn't see much of that in game 1. Them missing an open opportunity like that, Putnam dodging a bullet. On the other end, having to make a save. Oxy now in the corner with a little bit of room to work with, but no boost in hand. So, with the has to keep possession going, Oxy plays it off the ceiling, following their teammates' touch. Putnam, again, back to controlling things. If they do find clears, their follow-ups have been solid. That's a miss in defense for Prosper. They're a little awkward right now. Oxy will take a shot off the back of it, but Snappalicious, a wonderful initial save, but no one gets back to the secondary opportunity for Putnam, and Prosper concede their second of the game.
It's really solidly done by the side of Putnam, because it's not really that pretty going through. It just redirects on target, just kind of lofted balls. But of course, it forces Prosper to be in position and get solid clears. It's one thing to be able to get a save, but being able to put it in a way that it's not immediately followed up to, that's really, I would feel like, the art of playing defense. Right now, Prosper under just a bit too much confusion, too much kind of commotion in front of the nets to be able to handle this one. Again, Putnam really starting to put their imprint on the series. That is now their 6th unanswered goal here coming on through, and Prosper needs to put an end to that streak soon.
They just need to slap a bandage on the wound, anything to stop the bleeding, but the bleeding will continue. A keen double demo in the midfield opens up a shooting lane for Swaz, and that is easy for a player of Swaz's caliber.
I did not actually see that last part where the demo came in, and then as he's recovering out of it, the ball just gets deflected enough that the last defender just goes phew, like right by it. That is, I would say, highly unfortunate and basically unpredictable through the smoke screen for Prosper. But the rest of this game has been something that they've been staring directly at. No misdirection, just pure Putnam dominance throughout this offensive rotation. I don't know what they were talking about between games 1 and 2 and 3, but give that coach, give these players an award.
Absolutely. The extra time to chat has turned into wonders for Putnam. Haven't let in a goal since game 1, which is impressive in and of itself, knowing how good Prosper is. And on the other side, Oxy nearly hitting what would have been another highlight reel play, as Oxy's been building up their highlight reel throughout this weekend, as have the rest of Putnam. Still have yet to drop more than 5 games this entire weekend, which is so impressive considering they're about halfway through their 5th series.
And it's all about adjustments as well, because you see the team, it's not like they're just blowing everyone away and the skill differential is just ridiculously wide. You can still see that they can really lose a game and feel like a little bit lost, like in game 1, because all teams are human. But I would argue most championship caliber teams aren't the ones that dominate a bunch of their games. It's the ones that get hit and then immediately be able to adapt, figure out a game plan, and then implement it. It's really difficult to do when Rocket League is a 5-minute game with not too many timeouts in game, and then only having 1 minute to be able to go beyond that. Prosper has to hope that their minute is going to go well, because right now things seem to be slipping away.
Love how that ball stayed up on 0 seconds. Nicely placed clear, and Prosper can't do anything with it, but get that little extra opportunity. Either way, again, it's a game that was over a long time ago. Putnam in full control on DFH Stadium. They have stepped up big time the last several games, and going forward, I mean, we're talking about adjustments on Putnam's end. Prosper has to do something similar. They're only down a game, but man, getting shut out across 2 games, letting in 7 goals, that has to hurt.
And this is where I feel like part of the mental aspect of Rocket League comes in, is obviously there's tilt within game, the intra-game aspects of getting demoed a lot and giving up some goals. But then now that you have 2 different games where you're starting to be like, man, game number 1, it felt like offense was just kind of rolling. It was like pushing the ball downhill. We could really be able to generate a lot of this. But now I don't know what's going on here, but like, I really can't figure this out. I can't figure out how we're actually going to be adjusting to these individual touches. And now it seems like defense is even a struggle. Just getting these clears, there seem to be everywhere. This is where you really need someone, I feel like, to step up, gather everyone's calmness again and say, it's a fine. there's a reason why this is not best of 5. We have plenty of space to negotiate, and being able to go into this next game with a clear head, kind of that goldfish memory, kind of forget the past, just focus on the next 5 minutes, I think is really, really important for a team, especially now that they feel the momentum somewhat shifting.
And that's another aspect of a championship contending roster, is to be able to forget your struggles in a series. Because you hit the nail on the head talking about how fast-paced Rocket League is. There's not a lot of time for mid-series, mid-game adjustments. But good teams can make those changes when necessary, and Prosper absolutely need to make those changes. They had plenty of opportunities, 8 shots in Game 3, but 6 of those being saved, that's tough to see. Putnam just saving nearly everything that you're putting towards their net. And Putnam, they absolutely have adjusted to the pace of play on the land stage. They have upped their speed. Their defensive rotations are quick. They're making blocks that we didn't see out of them in Game 1. They have just stepped up on both sides of the field. And Prosper have to do something similar. This is where you look to your players that have experience competing this deep into a tournament. In Mercy, in your HSEL MVP finalist, and Snapalicious, to take charge, make adjustments, and say, all right, this is what we have to do to find a goal. This is what we have to do to stop an electric Putnam offense. And if you can execute on that, you are right back in this series.
And particularly for some of these players, it calls into a lot of long-term memory, because when you look at the league records for a lot of these teams, they've kind of just been rolling over teams. They've been able to really understand what they need to do. Their game plan by default is just a little bit faster, more mechanical, more methodical, being able to break down teams. And now when you get to this stage, it really isn't just about saying, hey, let's just lock in, let's just focus on solo play, let's just focus on basic 1-2 passes. It's really about every single person playing their role flawlessly. And when you notice one player is struggling with these reads, being able to not get these demos off in the way that they would like to, then you really do see there's like this strange kind of delay in the decision making, where they're like, wait, things aren't really buffering properly. And that's why I keep bringing back that mental aspect, because it's so important to be able to say, all right, well, this isn't working. Let's just try something else. Notice we're losing a lot of plays in the midfield. Maybe let's try a little less risk. Let's have a bit more solid foundation and build from there. Whatever it is, I mean, that's really where I feel like coaches earn their bread, or I suppose their salary from the school they're employed at in this case. But yeah, I feel like this is really where things really do come into the fray for Prosper. Such a historically great high school program within Rocket League.
And you got to watch out for Haz as well. The off-ball movement, really anybody on the Putnam side if you're Prosper, because that is what has worked so well, is the off-ball movement for Putnam throughout the series. Even in Game 1 when they were losing, it was their off-ball movement that netted them the only goal they saw there. And since then, it's been a lot. Again, they're a dynamic offense, but those demos have been massive. You talk about playing around each other, and Putnam has done that very, very well, realizing when to put some extra resources in a transition into offense, or going for a goal line sweep. They have hit the timings perfectly and played around each other, finished opportunities very, very well. So Prosper, if they can interrupt that, maybe they slow down the offense of Putnam a little bit more, and that leads to other chances on the opposite end. But that is a lot easier said than done.
Yeah, and right now we're just trying to make sure all the players are comfortable. They have called for a brief pause, just make sure everything is tip-top shape. So in the meantime, yeah, it is really just focusing in on kind of the path a lot of these teams have gotten to. I mean, Putnam coming into here, being able to be a runner-up nationally in the past, being able to also get back into this tournament, and obviously doing well in their group, securing a really high seed, being able to get into those quarterfinal brackets, and being able to play against Prosper, who I think also is a team that came in expecting to really be able to dominate their group, and then not necessarily stumbling, but definitely coming up with a lot more adversity, as every year between all levels of scholastic competition, seems like every school levels up, finds new players, that cracked freshman that just enters into your school and out of nowhere, suddenly there's someone that can really level up your squad, whatever it may be. But I definitely feel like we're witnessing the upping of play with every single match. And I feel like we're yet to reach the peaks of this series yet. I feel like there's so much more left in store, which is why the best of 7 is such a beautiful storytelling and a format, because you can really see that development, those changes game to game. And it's so drastic. It's like you're watching a completely different series at times.
And we are getting a wonderful story developing. I thought coming, this is a big opportunity for Prosper to get some revenge on the team that beat them in the fall championship. But Yeah, they come out firing in game one, and since then, Putnam have looked the part of a team that is undefeated throughout the event. Number one team coming out of the red group, which I know everyone was calling the gold group the group of death. So Prosper going 2-1 in their respective group is an impressive feat. But Putnam this entire weekend have looked so good, and for me personally, having watched them all weekend, they are absolutely the team that I have winning this championship. If I was a betting man, I would expect Putnam to be lifting the trophy at the end of the day, and the adjustments they have made are showing exactly why. So in this longer break, Taco, I hope Prosper's doing something similar, having a nice chat or just taking deep breaths, settling in, whatever breathing exercises they need to get back in this series. But I would love to see a Prosper bounce back in game 4 to keep it close.
And I'd also love to be able to see this game go through. Before we get into that game, we're actually going to throw y'all to a brief break just to be able to see how this one gets put together as we make sure all the players are comfortable, all the controllers are fully plugged in, maybe a fresh USB cord switch or whatever, and be able to get into game number 4 against Putnam and Prosper in the first semifinal of the day for the HSEL Nationals 2024.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because Casey Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL Nationals' numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
I can't have the same skill as most of these kids do in 16 different games. You know, it's just not going to happen. So we find ways to be supportive as mentors, as tutors. Anything that the kids need is what we're doing to try to help them not just feel like we are there for them, but also we're promoting and we're building them up as human beings.
Hello, educators. Welcome back. Are you ready to take your scholastic gaming to the next level? Because we are. We know you've been loving the Gaming Concepts curriculum, but don't worry, that amazing content isn't going away, just moving. Starting this fall, we'll be transferring your Gaming Concepts learning experience to our brand new US-based platform, Blueprint. But what's Blueprint all about? Blueprint is a cut above the average learning software. It's packing some serious upgrades. The interface is user-friendly, so you won't have to spend ages figuring it out. The platform also has robust security measures to make sure that your important data stays safe. It's also the exclusive provider of the Gaming Concepts curriculum. Plus, we're making the migration process super smooth. Clear instructions and support will be right at your fingertips. But wait, there's more. Blueprint is a living platform. That means you'll get regular updates and fresh, new content to keep your esports curriculum at the cutting edge. We'll be making continuous improvements based on user feedback and emerging best practices to help educators stay ahead of the game. Blueprint will also house a library of free curriculum materials, which you can use to expand your own knowledge and share your passion for esports education with others. Blueprint is a game changer for educators, a platform focused on enhancing student engagement, motivation, and ultimately, academic success. This powerful platform is designed to make teaching easier, more collaborative, and way more exciting. So what are the next steps? Change can be scary, but don't worry, you're not flying solo. Generation Esports is going to be with you every step of the way to ensure a smooth transition. So keep an eye out for emails from the Generation Esports team, featuring upcoming training videos to get you familiar with the platform, and info on how to access Blueprint. Finally, be sure to share this video with your fellow gaming concepts educators, and get ready for an amazing fall semester, brought to you by Blueprint.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together. So my name is Lori Burney. I'm with Geyer High School and from Denton, Texas, so part of Denton ISD. There is a future in it. You can go to school and get a scholarship with it. You can go into so many different areas and aspects of esports, leads to game design, computer science fields, and I just think that it's pretty limitless, what they could do. And it's our job as the adults and the educators to kind of, help guide them through, these different avenues that they want to go through and explore. Now our district has passed a bond where they're actually going to put $500,000 towards building esport labs in all of our 5 zones. So we're really excited about that and how they're going to build it out. And that may never have happened had this group not have persisted and kept at it to continue to play and put Geyer, Texas or Denton, Texas on the map. Me coming from the outside, not ever playing Rocket League, but taking the time to sit back and learn and absorb as much as I could, it wasn't hard for me to see all of the different aspects that transcend, just beyond, esports in general. It goes across every plane.
If you are not looking at new ways of engaging learners, you're becoming stagnant yourself as a teacher.
The reason this works in schools is because if you give kids what they love, they will do it in your school.
The gaming concept curriculum is that for video games. It's saying video games are here. They've been here for 30 years, but now it is broadly used. 97-98% of middle and high school students play video games of some sort, and how can we bring that structure to that world and use it to our advantage for engagement and innovation inside of schools?
Gaming Concepts gave me the opportunity to bring career exploration. It gave me an opportunity to provide college exploration in a way that none of the programs that I do now. These types of games will provide those students with an eagerness to be at school.
Welcome back to the HSEL Nationals 2024. A slight update on the technical break that we're in right now. There was a large update on one of the other games going on right now in the arena, and so we're going to wait until everything gets sorted out for that to go back into the Rocket League portion of the HSEL Nationals. So sorry about that. It's going to be a longer wait, 20 plus minutes. So we apologize for the technical difficulties, but we'll be back as soon as we can sort all of that out. Thank you so much for the patience, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Tired of looking for tutorials on YouTube that are designed to keep you watching instead of actually learning and practicing? Well, look no more. Here at Valor, we prioritize only relevant information so you can apply it in-game instantly. Sign up free today at valoresports.com.
Hi, my name is Jaden Gorham. I'm from Hebron High School just outside Dallas, Texas. I teach chemistry, and I started the esports program at our school. I've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. And now it's evolved into this elective where we actually had over 170 kids sign up for it in this next coming year. And so, kids are, lining up to try to take this elective.
Gaming Concepts is an innovative curriculum that blends the excitement of competitive gaming with STEM and educational objectives to foster a strong sense of belonging among students. Schools using Gaming Concepts reported an increase in attendance of up to 10%, alongside an overall rise in self-esteem by 8.3%, and nearly 82% of students expressed they had never participated in any extracurricular activity before Gaming Concepts. Written by educators, for educators, Gaming Concepts features 5 unique courses distinctly tailored for middle school and high school students passionate about this growing industry. Bring the power of esports into the classroom, and you'll find just how impactful Gaming Concepts can be for your school.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because Casey Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
I learn a lot from the kids. I kind of let them run things. I let them set their own captains and set their own practice schedules, and I will check in periodically to see how they're doing to offer guidance and ideas. I'm Brandon Bishop. I'm an educator, first and foremost. I'm a teacher. I teach social studies, history. As a kid, I grew up with like the console wars, so like PlayStation 2, we got one for Christmas, and that's kind of how I got into gaming. So yeah, I think the biggest skill that gaming can teach, especially with this at this level, is communication and cooperation. Watching the kids play and communicate, I learn a lot more, and so I can kind of see what things are working for them, what things don't. These kids are playing games on their own all the time, and they spend a lot of time on it. So I want them to harness that and turn it to something that can be used for like school pride. Like, look at these cool jerseys you can get. You win a game and you get on the morning announcements, they say your name and say you guys are winning, and the school gets to learn about your accomplishments. I really appreciate what you guys are doing. Thank you so much for inviting us down. I think we had some kids that were on the fence about being in the esports club, but getting them here, getting them to wear the school uniform, getting them to see what the company is like, I think that's going to spread. When they go back to school, they're going to talk to their friends. So this is a great opportunity. So you should definitely continue to do stuff like this, invite schools down to see firsthand what the benefits can be.
It's game on. Introducing Rising Champions. This summer school course features 20 ready-to-go lessons from day one. Utilizing the Blueprint digital learning platform, you're able to fully customize your experience. You can either use our preloaded lessons or add your own. Encourage your students to have fun while learning technical skills like 2D and 3D animation, computer maintenance, social media design, esports career building, and much more. Summer is about having fun. So sign up for Rising Champions today. They say the right tools can get any job done. We agree. Introducing Blueprint, the platform for educators built by educators. Blueprint is user-friendly, featuring drag-and-drop scheduling tools and a robust gradebook. Designed for the scholastic world, Blueprint empowers educators to create powerful course content. Plus, Blueprint is the exclusive provider of the popular Gaming Concepts curriculum. Learn more about how to gain access to Blueprint today.
I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about because no one really, displays their passion for esports because, it's not really seen as cool in a sense.
My name is Trey Curtis.
My name is Jordan Langford.
My gamer tag is Tapu.
My gamer tag is Swizz.
But what got me into gaming is the Wii, I think probably. My parents got me a Wii when I was really young. Played like Wii Sports, Super Mario.
Definitely my older brother, watching him play, hearing about other kids in my school playing games. So yeah, that's really how I got into gaming.
I don't really do any like extracurricular things. I take like AP classes and honors classes, but besides that, I don't really do anything extracurricular. So having like esports, like something I like to do a lot, I think it's just really cool, especially like being able to do it with friends and things like that.
I love the guys, we practice a lot together. It takes a lot of chemistry to make a team work. We haven't lost a game in the regular season yet, and the 3 tournaments we've played in so far. And I think that's just because of our, dedication, hard work, teamwork, working together, working things out when they don't exactly go how we plan them to. And I think that's a really good piece to our success is our chemistry.
I guess I wasn't really too talkative in school and stuff. Meeting like 2, they were juniors at the time, is like kind of cool as well because they added me to their group on Discord, and so like I kind of talked with a few people there. So I guess kind of brought me out of my own friend group a bit and like just talk to other people.
I know a lot of people that, love the game at my school. I play with a lot of them, but I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about because no one really, displays their passion for esports because, it's not really seen as cool in a sense. And I really think that can be put away, that stereotype.
My name is Colt Berry. I am the video game design teacher and the head esports coach at Stafford High School in Stafford, Texas. I've been coaching for about 3 or so years as an esports collegiate athlete as well as a collegiate coach. I used to play for Rogers State University in Claremont, Oklahoma. So I was I basically created my own esports club there, and then I was part of the first 27 athletes in Oklahoma to be the first on varsity scholarship in the state of Oklahoma. I did a survey of the students real quick when we did our first initial esports program meeting, and that's when I had probably 80 or so students show up to this initial club meeting. My director, Dr. Barry Allen, was like, you can just wait till next year to get everything going, just fill it out, fill the school year out, don't overrush yourself. But then I had 20 or 30 seniors, and I was like, I'm not gonna let these kids go another year without this program. So we built the teams, and my Valorant team was the one team I built, and these kids were they're all diamond and ascendant players, and I was like, oh, okay, I have a good roster here. And so I was a little bit different. So a lot of people are brought as teachers, and then they're esports is thrown onto them. I was actually brought in as an esports coach and a teacher second. So I was brought in with hey, we know your background in esports, we want a program here, we want this being built out, but can you teach video game design? And luckily, before I went to college, I was in a business administration major. I actually took technology classes in high school for video game design. I had actually had certificates and had an associate's in video game design at the time, so I felt very comfortable. I'm looking forward most for my in the next school year is that we're now starting district wide. So basically, this year initiative was last year initiative was get high school off the ground and get them going. Our district is pretty small. We're a 4A division school, but luckily enough, we have a STEM school, a high school, and elementary school and a middle school. So we have all the different ways that students can be involved. So my next big goal next year is that this year we pieced into middle school. Basically, we had a couple middle school teams this year. So I'll be trying to bring in a couple more teachers under my coaching stipend and really fill out an esports director role is what I'm looking forward to, and creating a campus club at middle school, STEM, and high school, and creating teams as well as connecting those with pathways and video game design, as well as video game curriculum to connect these students in not just esports, but in the curriculum that will help them, design video games and be in career fields of in esports and in video games, and even using video games to teach modern day curriculum like math, science, and things of that nature is what we're really looking forward to do. Yeah, so it feels pretty good. It feels amazing. It feels rewarding. I would say is my best word to describe the feeling. To be among the the nationwide nominees for coaches of the year.
Hello there, gamers and mental health enthusiasts. Today, we're diving into a groundbreaking study that explores the intersection of scholarly gaming and mental health education, and how it can impact the self-esteem of adolescents. Picture this: a world where scholarly gaming isn't just about mastering technology-based career skills or dominating the world of video game business. No, it's a world where gaming becomes a gateway to improving mental health. 3 visionary educators and a school-based health intervention expert came together to create a curriculum that aligns with academic guidelines from the International Society for Technology Education. This curriculum spans 40 lessons, delivered over 14 weeks with a minimum of 120 minutes per week. But here's the twist: 83 schools were invited to participate, but they were divided into 2 groups, those with mental health moments and those without. The non-mental health moment group got the scholarly gaming curriculum alone, while the mental health moment group got an extra layer of education. Mental health moments were embedded into 27 lessons, integrating concepts from the PERMA framework and the collaborative academic, social, and emotional learning standards, otherwise known as CASEL. Now, let's meet our players. 471 participants from both groups, with almost 75% in high school, many experiencing scholarly gaming for the first time. A majority were male, and the racial diversity was broad. At the start, the average self-esteem score was 17.9, with 22.1% reporting low self-esteem. But hold on, the game's just beginning. As the study progressed, it revealed some fascinating results. While 57.7% of participants with low self-esteem at the beginning reported average self-esteem post-intervention, the mental health moments group stole the spotlight. Self-esteem scores improved by 8.3% in the mental health moments group, compared to no change in the non-mental health moments group. How's that for a power-up? Some students even shifted from abnormally low self-esteem scores to normal ranges. The message is loud and clear. Educators, healthcare providers, and adolescent advocates pay attention. Non-traditional educational instructions, like scholarly gaming, combined with mental health moments, can significantly improve students' well-being. And there you have it, a journey through the power of scholarly gaming and mental health moments. Remember, your self-esteem matters, and sometimes all it takes is a little extra support to level up. Thanks for joining us on this adventure. Until next time, keep gaming, keep learning, and most importantly, keep believing in yourself.
I love it. I know a lot of people from other schools that I talk to, they envy us in a sense because they wish they had an opportunity to be able to be with your friends and compete. Even talk to my parents, they're like, wow, I wish we had that when we were younger. So it's a cool opportunity for sure.
I would have probably never became friends with these people if I didn't join it. They're really cool. They're actually fun to hang out with.
We got the hang of it pretty quick, and yeah, Generation Esports is a pretty decent website, I will say. The queuing is easy, you can figure out what time you want to play, and it's all around just super fun talking with other people from other schools.
My name is Amy Doyle. I am a middle school teacher at Air Shirley Regional Middle School. I am the district coach for our esports program. Yeah, so our esports program started last school year when I started teaching here at Air Shirley Regional Middle School. I had approached the principal and said, hey, I'd be really interested in starting an esports program here at the school. I think there's enough interest with the kids. And he was like, you know what, that's an awesome idea. Let's see how they like it. So for the first year, our team was a local team. We competed with students within our school district, and we had little championships, but we had enough students that it was taking multiple days to get through our championships in district. We had about 37 students sign up in our first year of esports. And all we played was Super Smash Brothers and Rocket League. So obviously there was this really strong interest in esports here. And I was really excited about that because I'm a big gamer myself. A couple of things that I'm super proud of with our program, it makes it so accessible for our students who wouldn't traditionally be involved in something with our athletics department. And those students have not only hopped in and participated, they have risen to the occasion and have been able to hop into leadership roles such as team captains for some of our games, which has been just something I've been unbelievably proud of with our students. A specific moment this season that I was particularly proud of was our Splatoon team made it into the playoffs for the middle school fall major, or spring majors, I should say. And they were so excited just to be able to play on the nationals. In the quarterfinal match, we met with the other team and they said, hey, we're down a player because we're on spring break and they're not able to reach us. We know that according to rules, you guys could just claim the forfeit, but we're hoping that you'd still be willing to play with us. And my students were just so excited to play. They were like, yeah, absolutely. We still want to play. We want to have a good time. It was spectacular. It's the kind of joy and sportsmanship that I really love seeing with this program. I wouldn't be able to do this program without my assistant to the coach, Dr. Christopher Padicky. He wrangles in our chess kids because I cannot wrap my brain around that game, and he is phenomenal with them. I also very much want to thank Brian Ulrich, who is our school principal, who has supported this program from the very first moment of me saying, hey, I think this is something we should have here at the school. I am so excited this fall to officially launch our high school esports league. We have been rocking it here at the middle school. I know that the high schoolers are itching to get into the program as well. We'll be playing the same 5 games that we play at the middle school, which is Mario Kart, Rocket League, Splatoon 3, Super Smash Brothers Ultimate, and chess.com. And then at the high school level, we'll play all 5 of those. Plus, we are going to be adding Valorant into our repertoire at the high school level. I've been plugged in with the video game culture since before teaching. This past year, I had the privilege of being able to present at PAX East about my experience of bringing video games into the classroom and esports, which was just phenomenal. So it's something that I'm very obviously passionate about, and I love sharing that passion with my students.
People love Generation Esports. As the world of esports continues to grow, whether you're a teacher, student, or coach, Generation Esports is here to deliver solutions for any of your gaming-based interests. Our services work together, from competitive opportunities with scholarships to our innovative gaming concepts curriculum. We aim to give schools a premium experience inside and outside of the classroom. But don't take our word for it. Hear it from our community.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together.
A lot of our students are looking for different things to get involved in, and what better way to get involved in something like esports.
I've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. There's the competitive side of things, there's the content creation, there's the hardware, there's the business side of things that's on there. There's something for everyone.
Esports is definitely the period to look forward to every day.
Esports has really changed it where students are now able to, who might have just got home and not had something to do, now they can stay after school, they can be engaged in something that makes them motivated to come to school.
I've been teaching the gaming concepts class here at Lyons High School this semester. The kids have responded really well to the curriculum. HSEL has provided invaluable opportunities for our students. They can compete in national esports leagues and tournaments, learn about esports careers and opportunities, and it's helped our club expand and grow. Esports is sometimes the one thing that keeps students engaged in school that would otherwise skip school or not do homework. Esports is still a new frontier, but you don't have to venture out alone. The Generation Esports team is here to deliver the perfect blend of education and competition. Schedule a call today to find out how we can bring the power of gaming to your classroom.
You can use Valor's training platform to bring professional esports into the classroom, and I'm going to show you how in 30 seconds. First up, let's choose the training camp that's right for me. Our platform is inclusive of all experience levels, so there's a range of choices. Here you can see a structured training roadmap. Let's start our first session. Now I can scaffold my esports teams using learning, quizzes, and training. See, wasn't even 30 seconds. You focus on play, we'll do the rest. Sign up for free today at valoresports.com and take your program to the next level.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because Casey Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
My name is Christopher Cantrell, a computer science teacher as well as the esports coach at QI Roberts High School.
All right, welcome back to HSEL Nationals 2024. It's moments like these that make us appreciate our admin teams so much. Here's the verdict. Because of the ping issues, Putnam's Game 2 and Game 3 victories have been taken away, as about the 3:30 mark in Game 2 is when the ping issues began. So right now, Danger Taco, our semifinals between Prosper and Putnam is a 1-0 best-of-7 lead, but in Game 2, Putnam has a 1-0 goal lead.
Yeah, and we will be able to time travel here and see really who can actually come out on top. And apparently, after the restart, we will see whether or not some players can really just march on forward. And right now, it seems like it is Prosper with another attack coming on through. Snapalicious getting that 1-1 to truly make it even again.
Hey, already better for Prosper in Game 2. They got shut out in the null and void Game 2 we saw earlier, and 30 seconds into the restart, we already see a score from Snapalicious. So we were talking a lot about recovering. That timeout absolutely, I'm sure, helped Prosper get their heads on straight and get right back to their Game 1 form. 2-1 Prosper.
Yeah, and with everyone on even ping, it seems like Prosper doing a little bit better, but it also helps when you have a fantastic kickoff, going right down to Mercy. This player, always a danger off the backboard. I think yesterday I did not see them miss a single double tap. So really, it's a player that you do not want to allow to have those reads, because even though it's difficult for 99.9% of the player base, he's going to be able to drill those home. And right now, Putnam is coming back into this series. Not necessarily a little bit slower, but I think, honestly, Prosper just coming in a bit more decisive on a lot of these finishes. Putnam might get instant comeback there, but that long clear, unfortunately, does not have the accuracy.
Haz versus Mercy here, a race to the ball at the midfield line, and Mercy still on point to begin Game 2. Northward, contested by Haz there. Putnam starting to generate a little bit more offense after our start back. But Oxy through the corner, placing it center. No shot will develop. Haz couldn't react in time to place the ball on frame, but that'll be Swaz's job as they attempt to put a shot on target. It's just short of being on. Oxy's rebound is on target, but it's easy for Prosper to save. We'll stay 2-1.
We'll see if Haz can be able to generate something, but you can tell Prosper were so patient that two players were just biting at the chip to be able to actually get that touch. But either way, we will be able to see Prosper get another attack started, or at least so far as Swaz. Kind of coming back and forth. We've entered somewhat into the volleyball portion of the presentation, where it feels like most teams are kind of just chilling in the midfield, hitting it back and forth, getting some looks at goal, but that's really all they are, just kind of quick glances before someone steps in the way, up until maybe Putnam bites off a bit too much on that attack. Luckily for them, that is not going on target.
This one is Swaz, and it's into the box of Prosper, but Mercy is right there, getting back in transition quickly. Snapalicious again, a deflection there. The ball finds its way to Northward, passing out to Snapalicious, and that is a quick reaction by Oxy in defense, stopping that ball before it came too dangerous. And now again, on the backboard of Putnam, Oxy coming up big, pushing the ball into the corner. And Prosper, an open net again, but no one's there to shoot. We're starting to see gaps develop on the Putnam defensive side of the ball. Prosper have yet to find their third.
Whoa. He's able to see Mercy get a little bit in the way there. I did not expect that random bounce all the way to the back corner, which is why Putnam might be kind of reshifting a little bit. Swaz going to have the ball over his head, quick flick, and that's not going to be out. Northward might have had a shot opportunity, but instead opted for the corner instead. That's fine if Snapalicious can get on this one, and it's just going to glance underneath. Final couple seconds. Prosper got to feel confident that they're in the lead, but the lead is secure, particularly against this opponent. Almost getting on that demo, but the clear still rings through.
Touch from Northward, going to give the ball right to Swaz. And with a lot of boost in the tank, they will carry, but can't get over the first challenger of Snapalicious. So, honestly, next up in the offensive rotation, trying to dump the ball off to Swaz, Putnam just a little bit off with their passes in this Game 2 restart. And so, being down a goal, they need something to happen in the final 10 seconds. Swaz running ahead, trying to clear a lane for Haz, but Mercy does very well to stop ball. Oxy out to the side. Swaz banging that ball off the corner wall. Haz the tie! Haz nails the shot, and Putnam sends us to OT.
They are never out of the game. Swaz gets a spectacular pass, but still, there's so much work to do. Defender in the way and snipes it to the back post. Putnam, what a way to come back, but it's not complete. We still have to go through OT.
Oh, we are so back. It's so refreshing to have a long timeout answered by an electric play like that to get us level on 0 seconds. But you're right, Putnam still have to claw their way fully back in this second game. They do want to tie up our best of 7. Prosper possession here, but that bang into the corner is going to be fielded by Haz. A center ball finds its way towards Saz. Looking for a sidewall double, but Saz can't get it. So Mercy, corner with 17 boost. It's a demo along with Northward's demo. Putnam stunted for the moment, but that is a great contest off the sidewall by Oxy.
Snapalicious got to be careful. That bounce is going into the corner, and he had no more boost, but the demo off ball coming in from Prosper, being able to take away that first man from Putnam means everything gets somewhat reset. And speaking of demos, there's a lot raining through. You can barely even spectate the game because you're just looking at smoke the entire time. Oxy has to be able to peer through this unobstructed view and get a partial clear. This one, a bit more venom on it. Has not going to be able to get to that one. The midfield being watched really with quite eagle eyes coming in from Prosper.
Oh, good demo. Again, Snapalicious connecting with their second demo of the game. Taking out Oxy, who's been a demolitions expert. 6 so far in regulation plus OT. Although we did have a restart. Doesn't matter. That's an open net. Prosper will take overtime despite the 0-second goal to send us here, scored by Putnam. Great recovery, taking advantage of that missed touch from Oxy, and Prosper lead 2-0.
It's a tough one from Oxy. That ball's falling on top of them. And honestly, I think they might have wanted to pass that middle, or at the very least didn't want to risk a catch that goes away. So they're thinking maybe I can flick that high, but because they had no boost, because they just landed, it opts for just like a slight little touch. And it just happens to be at the time where both defenders are clattered out of the way. It's a wide open goal, and Prosper will be, after this rewind back in time, going up 2-0 in the series. But it took some doing. Still, even with Putnam down, they were able to remain that close to being able to come back in that game.
And I'm wondering, moving into Game 3 now, what Putnam is thinking at the moment, because they had a 2-1 series lead. And obviously, yes, they agreed to go back to 3:30 in Game 2, which they won earlier, but now they're down 0-2 in a best of 7 after a long break, after just weird LAN shenanigans. If you've never played on LAN before or attended a LAN, this stuff happens. You have to be ready for it if you're a player. I always say playing on LAN is a whole different set of skills compared to playing online. And Putnam now have to flex some of those skills, being put in a weird situation where they now have to recover going into Game 3. So I'm very curious to see what they look like early on DFH Stadium. But right now, if you're Prosper, you are feeling good, up 2-0 in this best of 7.
In my opinion, we might as well just consider this as a de facto kind of like series restart, because the exact same thing happened when we started originally all those minutes ago. We had a game one. Prosper looked pretty good throughout it. They got the game one dub. And in a way, I kind of just treat it like this. Act like that's game one. We'll have to see if Putnam has that immediate comeback. We're going into the technical game 3 here for Putnam. And after a long break, they will be able to start off 2 seconds in with a goal.
Well, I thank you very much, Putnam, for the quick answer to my questions posed of you. They're doing all right. Great kickoff by Oxy, doing it all themselves. And hopefully that will settle things down, and we're just going to get into game 3. Finally, a normal game of Rocket League after a weird start to the day.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, things are somewhat remedying themselves. Mercy would have loved to be able to remedy this 1-0 deficit, but unfortunately the Post had other options. All the demos taken out. Frustrations is Prosper, but it seems like they are not able to actually get forward on the rotation quick enough to be able to get these reads out. Putnam is, but just a long clear to kind of reset everything.
Oh, Snapalicious, a good carry out to the side. Northwood was in the area, called into the play. It's a pan out. Good defense by Putnam, stopping a creative look from Prosper, getting back to working their offense. That's a pass center. Northwood to snap, but Has is all over that play. Great read on what Prosper was trying to do, and a nice pass as well, setting up Swaz for a shot. Northwood heroics on the goal line for Prosper.
And that's half of defensive positioning. It's not always being perfectly in position. It's just being able to predict things effectively, pre-jump, and get yourself around where you need to be. Because the read doesn't have to be flawless, just have to be in the way, and you saw that from Prosper stepping into the path, and right there, that's what Putnam really needs when they are on offense, being able to get on balls quickly. So Prosper doing better on the predictive side definitely bodes well for them. Granted, they would love to be able to not have this ball linger so much on their half. This long clear should be sent away by Swaz again, but he will not actually opt for the longer clear, going for the possession, maybe to break them down one by one. Got past the first one, Oxy, not so fortunate.
Ooh, 2 went there for Prosper. The second player got a touch on the ball. But they are a little awkward at the moment. Low-ish on boost. One player with full, 2 with 0. But Mercy on low boost. Levy's a shot on target that Oxy has to race back forward. Nearly an open net given up, but Putnam don't blink. They find a clear, get right back to working their offense, trying to find a much-needed insurance goal here early on in game 3. That's a nice ball for Mercy. Again, hard shot, stomached by a Putnam player.
As not able to get that touch. Shouldn't harm him too much, but of course, as I say that, Mercy can always create something out of nothing. That's a deflection all the way to the backboard, Northward. Not able to get to the sky fast enough, and yet things are still on. Prosper from the far side, near post bounce, and now an immediate counter into Has, but yeah, just a little bit more boost, maybe. Gonna set that one up, otherwise it is into the Prosper side wall.
Well, Swaz guarding that midfield line with their life, collecting possession again for the Mustangs. The shot just a little bit off target. Prosper getting a little fortunate right there with the inaccuracy from Swaz. And they will follow up that sequence with a clear. But I'm doing a very good job getting back in defense right now. Always a player prepared to field these clears from Prosper and turn it right back into offense. The center ball that Has won't commit on, but Northwood is missed, and Snapalicious low on boost has to come up with a big flick, which they do. Nicely done. Weird spot, but that's some improvisational Rocket League right there out of Snapalicious.
I'm really liking the boost management coming in from Prosper on more of these plays. They're realizing they don't have to boost 100 boosts through every single aerial. There's a couple times they'll just tap the ball, and even if it's a giveaway, they're just kind of throwing it away. They're just saying, it's fine. We'll just regather and get use of the rest of our 30 boosts, which I think will be of the utmost value down the stretch, so long as the communications doesn't fall apart. Really, no one in the zip code for Putnam on offense, and yet Prosper getting in their own heads there.
Yeah, Northwood made a meal of it, but they did well enough to at least get that ball off the goal line. Scary situation, though. Prosper still limited in offense, only 5 shots this game. They will try again here with Mercy off the ceiling, and typically that bodes well for the Prosper offense. But Putnam playing well on their back line, though that is a center ball. In for the shot is Northward, but finds the back wall and Has sitting on that back wall. They can't clear the zone. They give it right back to Prosper, and Prosper makes them pay on the rebound.
This is exactly why I actually like touches like that from Northward. Sometimes when you hit a ball lightly directly at a defender, it's not really a giveaway, because what are you supposed to do off the back wall? You have no pace to be able to generate a long clear. Most of the time, you really just have to pop it or catch it in front of the net. The latter seems so terrifying. You opt for the former, and then that kind of is the domino that starts falling down, starting that chain reaction. Good job on Prosper for not only recognizing that on the setup, but having the close rotations to actually take advantage of it. Speaking of, another one might be coming through, but no more dominoes will be falling. Putnam able to recover final minute. They got to clutch up. They got to defend this goal line, and indeed they will.
Swaz, what a stop. Another great one by the Putnam back line, but they'll need another goal. They want to escape from Game 3 with the win. Oxy challenging Mercy right out in front of that Prosper net, but Mercy wins the 2 challenges necessary to clear the zone. Those Swaz with a little bit of space closed down upon there by Northward, who's now battling in the corner, trying to take the ball from Oxy. Bump has whatever chaos they can cause on the offensive side of the ball. Double commit caused by snapshot on frame. But low on boost, can't do anything but watch as Putnam clears the zone. But Mercy intercepting that clear, and that's an open net, but save! Wow. The ball lingering on the goal line. Swaz gets back. Another incredible performance on the Putnam goal line.
He's an MVP candidate on the side of Putnam, or at least I believe he should be at least defensive player of the year, the way they're playing right now. That's a couple incredible saves. That's the best of the weekend that I have seen, and it will secure Putnam for an overtime. Oh my goodness.
Putnam close to 0 seconds in our 2 games post-restart have been phenomenal. One game offensively, the other defensively. They still need to win this game lest they stare down the barrel of a reverse sweep in a best-of-7. Putnam need the next goal. 1-1 in OT, but it's Prosper with the first opportunity. It's Mercy carrying the play, setting up Snapalicious, but Oxy on the goal line saves the ball, and Haz will try to spring the trap, actually dumping the ball off to Swaz, letting them play it, looking for the win, but Northward back in time to come up with a big stop for Prosper.
And honestly, one of the most terrifying things, in my opinion, as defender is dealing with an air dribble right down the middle when you have to jump a little bit late. Speaking of late, that's a really delayed challenge coming in from the defense. Oxy, 0 boost, gets a chunk of this one. Or Northward to try to preserve the attack, but there's only so much boost Prosper has. They're rocking it left and right across this field, and yet they cannot find the way through. So Swaz, they have their effort, setting up an air dribble bump potentially as they fell on it. Oxy left alone and does well with it, getting it back to the sideline for another shot.
Putnam, all throughout this weekend, have looked very good when in transition play, and they still continue to look lethal right now, but Prosper feels like they're stopping everything. That's awkward in defense. Ball off the back wall, Northward. Last back goes up with Mercy, so Snapalicious next up. And they don't really buy enough time. It's the back third man of Putnam that buys the time for the Prosper defense to reset. And that is enough, despite a low boost situation for a long period of time. Prosper surviving for now, but for how long can they? At least a little bit longer as that ball hangs on the goal line, but eventually it falls in. Haz credited with the Game 3 winner.
Oh, wow. I was saying it's a double commit. How did neither player get it? No, the player was bumped out of the way. Poor Snapalicious knew he had to get around that ball, and that is a tough task to do when you know someone's right next to you. Accidentally taps that one in, and it's going to be Putnam coming through with the dub. Their backs were against the wall several times. Hats off to Swaz. Incredible saves just to keep them in it, and that is the value of a good defense, keeping you alive just so you can later be able to go forward and secure that win.
You want to talk about backs against the wall? Prosper had 16 shots that game. Mercy and Snap collecting 9 and 7 respectively, but 12 saves collected by the side of Putnam, 5 each for Swaz and Oxy. They are massive influences on the offensive side of the ball, but a little unsung at times is their backline performance. But not in that game. They are making incredible stops to put an end to the run that Prosper could have been on. Going up 3-0 in a best-of-7 typically nets you the series win, but Putnam, they came up clutch in that overtime, and they get back in the semifinal.
And on top of that, being able to get back into it is huge because of, yes, since the reset, and then we have Prosper get the win, and then if they have another one that you're staring down the barrel at, wow, we have to engineer a way to reverse sweep in this type of matchup. I mean, that is the worst case scenario. That is something that is so hard to lock into because as much as you can say, well, it's just 5 minutes at a time, you can't really take that out of the back of your head just saying, well, this is a really good team and we're already struggling with it. So yes, being able to get back into it is one thing, but just being able to kind of avoid getting pushed off the cliff and say, no, we're still on level ground. We're going to be able to come back into this. Utopia is whether or not we're seeing a pattern emerge for Putnam, getting 2 straight wins as we saw earlier. And again, we're seeing some kickoff magic.
It's Oxy again as well. And just a delayed kickoff that gets them pretty much a mimic of their opening goal in Game 3. That's kind of unbelievable. But hey, if Oxy is on kickoff initially and can pull goals out of nowhere in the first couple of seconds, you will take that buffer if you're a Putnam fan.
That's another organized kickoff. Swaz purposely losing it to the back corner. That's a nice setup from Oxy. They have the high hand, and yet it's going to be saved away. Swaz will take their effort, delayed flip reset, and again, well defended by Prosper. That is, I think, the key in these championships is understanding that if there is a read you feel like you need to get up to, you need to get there quickly, because the mechanics on display from any of the teams remaining in this top 4 will certainly punish you if left unguarded. Speaking of, someone's got to get back to the goal. Has absolutely slapping that one.
Oh, speaking of which, on the other side of the field, someone's got to get back, but no one can for Putnam. Too many eggs in one basket, and Prosper find themselves an open net.
A little bit of jump scare there from Swaz, just being able to jump up and try to catch that ball. It's one of those moments where you're wondering, is it better to get a weaker touch on the sidewall, or can I potentially catch it when I'm coming back? I think that's what Swaz's attempt was. I don't think he really calculated that that was going to become a completely awkward play for both teams on a breakaway, but those are the types of mistakes you only make once, because now they have tasted that bitter sting of letting in a goal, but it's alleviated by the sweet relief of getting an open net across the other side.
Open net, no problem for Putnam. That is a wonderful response by Swaz. These shots from the midfield line that Putnam have been putting on so far in the first minute of Game 4 have been wicked. They are generating so much power off of these aerial opportunities, and they are a team that can solo play the ball if they want to, but they have just been sending missile after missile from the midfield line at the Prosper net. And that one finds its way through. Putnam back out in front.
Oxy will actually forego the boost, go for the craziest of angles. I can't really blame him for having that confidence, albeit it was a minimal chance that was going to go in, and yet Prosper can unclasp their hands. Their prayer worked. It's not going to be in quite yet, so the lead stays at 1. Maybe make that 0 if that went in, but a light shot in the near post is not going to trip up that next defender. Swaz should be having this control, and he will take it along with the boost.
Oh, good job by Mercy to at least touch that ball. It was kind of sent right at their face. And they got bumped off the play, but Prosper still find an opportunity on net. Northward has their shot saved by Oxy. Mercy on the goal, having to field a clear from Putnam. And Snapalicious moving up together. This ball hanging in the air. And Northward beaten by Swaz, who finds Oxy down the field, places it center for Haz. I love the field vision from Putnam to try and go for those types of plays, finding each other down the field and putting it back center, but that's on target. That, I think, got a blue trail, and Northward's going to finish the play off.
Yeah, right now you see Haz coming back, and I almost guarantee what they were trying to do was glance it across their car so it goes more central. The problem is the timing was off, which means the bounce instead goes backwards, hence why all of Putnam was moving up. Very rarely those plays a mistouch without a plan, but it's still going to hurt all the same. Prosper, they're right back into it, and we continue in this kind of neck-and-neck play style within this grand finals. We've had kind of wild swings back and forth in terms of momentum, but now it really feels like every single game is a coin toss.
Both teams playing with a level of confidence that the touches on the field, I don't know if are reflecting at the moment, with the missed open nets and the incidental almost own goals. I think they have to slow down just a little bit. They're going to go for some of the crazier opportunities that they're trying to force. But we're still tied 2-2. Half game of Rocket League left. Both teams in even standing despite the mistakes. But at the moment, Prosper, next opportunity on target. Snap popping this up for Mercy. A light touch still. Would have hit the crossbar, but Swash is there either way. They clear the zone for Putnam and find Oxy with plenty of boost going back wall. There's an opening for Oxy, but they let Swaz shoot it. Well, they shoot their shot right at Mercy, who finds the initial save, but not the second. Swaz putting in a go-ahead goal for Putnam.
It's a pinball in front of the Prosper net. Haz hitting it off target for a pass attempt, and yet it nearly gets through everyone anyway. Swaz able to secure. My word, what a play, and how fortunate it has been. Some strange goals going in, Bepic, but at the end of the day, they all count the same.
Yeah, they all count for one. Putnam, that little extra one at the moment, but with the way the game is going at the moment, I don't feel like a 1-goal lead is anywhere close to safe. A 2-goal lead might not be safe with the insanity that we're witnessing on Utopia at the moment. Prosper very easily could find an equalizer. Has prepared for that. They are all the way back in defense. Oxy, shot on target. Creative with 0 boost there off the sidewall. So Putnam again for a little bit of offense. Has trying to keep the ball in play offensively for Putnam, but Mercy takes it. It's a flip reset, shot on target. And Swaz will push off to the side.
Should be simple enough to guide that one to the sidewall. It's definitely not enough power that Prosper can really genuinely throw that one into a hazardous position. I think that's something I've seen from Putnam a bit more. They're trying to mitigate risk. You know, they've been handing away a couple goals, which is typically a death sentence in a lot of these types of semifinals, grand finals atmospheres, and yet they've been able to stay resilient, but you have to wonder how much longer can they endure some of these attacks, as Prosper is known as well to also really try to flex his mechanics, maybe play it slow on these 50s, some misdirection, some pops up and over, and yet Oxy watched it the whole way through, gets the clear.
Putnam's reactions on their goal line have been phenomenal throughout this series. I mean, they just triple committed on their own back wall and still got back to save away what Prosper was trying to put on target. Here's another chance that Swaz is in the area for, so out to the side goes Mercy. That is a nice second touch, though, on target, and it's easily saved by Swaz, but it's just pressure that Prosper is putting on the Putnam defense to perform at the moment, though the Mustangs on their back line have been phenomenal. And that sequence will lead to a clear for Putnam. They won't be able to build offense off of it just yet thanks to a demo at the midfield line, but Swaz returned to sender, a bomb down the field to clear the zone.
We had so many demos, there's moments where it becomes 2v2 for a brief second, and that's really something to say because you really have to play down and secure these plays, and yet Putnam are able to hop in front of it, get the dub secured, and Prosper not able to match Putnam's clutch factor in those 0-second moments.
My word, Prosper, I'm looking at their shot tallies again, and Mercy has another game where he's getting 8, 9 shots on target, and that's the player you want to shoot if you're a Prosper fan. But in that chaotic game, Putnam found ways to score, whether it was exploiting openings on the Prosper end or creating offense of their own with creative passes or extra touches off the sidewall. They did well enough to win games. And in their quarterfinal yesterday, that was what got them here. They just found ways to win close games. I think 5 of the 6 games they played were 1-goal affairs in their QF. But they're here, and they're showing us exactly why now, stringing together 2 games in a row to tie up this series.
And as you can tell, when we look at the series, you have some teams really starting to dominate, really start to come into their own. And when we say Mercy, you had 8 shots and 1 goal, that's a poor percentage. In a way, sure, but also let's keep in mind there was 10 saves on the side of Putnam on that in that last game. They were under pressure, but they handled it beautifully, being able to only come away with 2 goals and basically handing one over. Other than that, if you cut that mistake out, it's more or less a peerless defensive performance. So going into Aquadome for this next match, we'll have to see whether or not that can continue for the squad.
And it was not just like hard shots or lobs, easy saves that Putnam were putting up on the board. These were off-speed plays that Prosper were trying to use to score on a great Putnam defense. I mean, it was creative out of the Eagles. They were putting good looks towards that blue net, but Putnam continued to find the saves they needed to get this series tied and maybe score the opening goal on Aquadome. They found first blood the last 2 games post-reset, and well, they're still looking for their first one here, but a good look early on.
We'll be seeing a kind of lazy touch here from Saz, but instead he gets it for a nice little tiny flick, which I do kind of like, just being able to keep that close. And I think that's one of the biggest things that I'm noticing from the defense is how careful they're starting to get with their touches. It's not just hard hit to the sideline, forget about it. It's deliberately saying, if I hit this ball, is it going to be easily touched by my teammate, or is it just going to be another giveaway? Same with the offensive setups, I suppose. Almost a crazy double on the downfield cherry pick.
Oh, see. Placed that ball into the corner. I thought Putnam was going to be able to build offense off of their contest on that ball in the Prosper corner, but snapped it extremely well on low boost to get the ball away. And Prosper back in another opportunity offensively, though tries to clear the zone. They're very good at finding those openings at the midfield line in Prosper's structure. Just putting the ball where they ain't, honestly. They set up Putnam in the offensive zone, which Oxy will take advantage of now with a flip reset play, saved by Snapalicious. Good stop there on the Prosper goal line.
As reading something else there, not able to get that bounce down, so everyone on Putnam gonna have to get back and defend, especially tough when you have those occasional misses, these awkward bounces. You're not reading this back wall securely as they might like, but they will get a little bit of advantage. The fact that Snapalicious somehow create with 0 boost does well enough to hold things up, which means the rotation will start to catch up as well. That's going to be a cut across into the corner. Maybe a setup. Who's looking on the back post? The demo attempt to try to come in. The pop down. They're not on the same page. That's not going to work. And the follow-up shot won't either.
Still creative offense from Prosper, not panning out for them. And on the other side, Swaz found himself a ground pinch. Is deflected hard the other way. Mercy with 15 boost in the tank is enough to get the ball to Snap. A light shot on target is enough. Snap finds the first goal for Prosper in Game 5.
I really feel like these teams have to settle for enough, Bepek. It really just comes down to pass that, and you don't need a lot of power. Just put it on target. There's no goalie actively on the line, and poor Oxy, maybe if they had more boost, they could have pulled off a Swaz-level save, but sometimes you're asking for quite a lot on those angles. Prosper able to slowly chip away at the defense and finally get their lead.
Swaz carrying all the way to the back wall of Prosper there, showing off some air dribble mechanics. It's a Putnam in offense. Oxy, a cut over one, and actually that's just in. Oxy and only needed to beat one Prosper defender there after taking control, and Putnam has tied the game.
Well, there's a reason you call it a cut. That is razor sharp. The defender had no idea that angle was possible, and so did the rest of neither did the rest of the defense. You can see them all not necessarily moving up, but encroaching a little bit at the top of the box, grabbing pads, and then suddenly they're taking the ball out of the back of their net, or what left of it after the goal explosion. Halftime, back to 1-1 for how much longer, though? That's a nice dunk, a miss on the clear. Unfortunately, that third man for Prosper is too far away.
Still, Putnam putting the pressure on right now. Have had the bulk of the field domination. That's a nice opportunity found by Swaz, just a little bit off target, but scary, I'm sure, seeing Swaz confident enough to attempt something like that. Prosper, though, able to stop it. Maybe find a clear as well, but there is very little boost on the side of the Eagles at the moment. You can see that as Putnam continue to keep this offensive going. It leads to another missile on target, but Prosper, another save on their goal line, will stay tied 1-1, but it's not for Putnam's lack of trying.
And right now, it's impressive that Prosper's able to get all these saves with the minimal boost that they have had. Northward just going to forgo that ball, get that corner boost, as Snapalicious will get the other one, but now they have to waste all of it just to get all the way back. Oxy denied on the goal line, and now another clear attempt going to be turned aside. Mercy zero boost, just has to hold it up, and now it feels like they're really much in the boost gulag, trying to get a bump here as Oxy love the aggression.
Oh, I don't know how Prosper has survived all of this. They've had to get so creative in low boost situations on their goal line, using one another to get more power on a ball that with zero boost with just one player, you're not going to get much speed on, but they've done enough to hold off Putnam, maybe find themselves some offense, as Snapalicious had some space, was taken out by Swaz, but that's why you got teammates Northward behind the play, able to get it out of the orange end for now. Though Oxy finding a clear and a center ball, it's intercepted by Snap, and it's alone in defense there for Putnam. That could have been a chance for Prosper had Has not been prepared, but they weren't. So still tied 1-1 despite so much pressure from Putnam, and still a couple of good opportunities the Prosper way.
Tap down. I like the pass idea, but right now you can almost see the hesitation coming in from some of these teams. They don't want to push up as aggressively. They're kind of waiting for more middle passes instead of kind of those risky ones at the top of the box. And to be honest, I don't really mind that. The last thing you want to do is dive on in on a play and risk it all just for something that's not going to go in. You want to wait for something more high percentage, like an open shot there, but the precision needs to be a little bit better off the post and out. And now Prosper right back into defense.
Mercy forced a bad touch out of a backward Swaz. But Putnam at the midfield line still trying to keep possession in their name, get the last chance of regulation. Should we go to overtime, Mercy is going to clear down the sideline. Swaz backing off, letting Oxy play the ball, but that's put them in a weird spot on the near side. Fortunately, a soft touch out of Prosper gives Swaz free rein to ground the ball, and we get overtime in Game 5.
Well, it's only natural that this series continues to go into OT, into 0 seconds, into the absolute last-ditch effort, because that's really how these tournaments are decided. Even here in a semifinal, could be potentially a dribble started, but not able to get the sauce on that one. Putnam able to survive, but job's not done. Shot across. I think about diving in there from the side of Mercy, but he's going to side against it again, just opting for the more optimal, high-efficiency plays.
Oh, Putnam's hanging back so far right now. Like you talked about, no one wants to make the risky play that leads to a mistake in a game loss in a massive Game 5 here. Giving whoever wins it match point and one game to beat before they get to the grand finals. Swaz in the middle of Prosper's play right there, continuing it. Big break down the throat of the Prosper defense, but they close down upon Swaz, and it's another clear for the Eagles.
Now another clear, and not only that, Oxy is up with it, absolutely no boost, which means Mercy is uncontested. That's a flip reset, potentially turns it into just a dunk attempt, and yet again, Putnam goal line defense is stalwart. They're gonna get a clear as well. The Prosper can only just volley right back. Putnam's defense really showed up with that defensive caliber, that championship caliber. Maybe once more, an attempt.
Oh!
It's off the crossbar twice.
So close for Prosper in overtime. They'll try again though. Mercy carrying towards net. That backboard is open, but there's no one there to shoot. Northward goes flying past the ball, and so Prosper, another opportunity necessary to win game 5. But they keep possession in their favor. Snapalicious, a good flick low on boost, but has there on the backboard. It's a good read. Can they do it again? It's Oxy rather on the backboard that gets the ball out to the side. Nearly 2 minutes of overtime, and yet we have no idea who's taking this 5th game. That's another exposed backboard. Has looking for the win. Has there to put Putnam on match point. 1 game away from a grand finals appearance.
Shout out to Oxy with the boop. So hard to read for Snapalicious. 0 boost. He's just got to dive at it, and now he's wishing he never went at all. The low shot secured it for Putnam. That is decision making. That is playmaking in the clutch again and again. It's repeatedly so impressive from the Nationals runner-up from last year, being able to just consistently get pushed so far to the brink and yet still find a way to counterattack, get these goals, and be able, again, as you mentioned, to get onto that match point. To think that we had to reset everything, take away wins, and now they're still getting them chained together is nothing short of impressive.
Swaz, those save numbers throughout the series are so impressive to me. Another game with more than 3 blocks on the Putnam goal line. Prosper, I had the best chances to win that overtime. Several good looks on net, but Swaz and the rest of his team, obviously Oxy and Has doing work in defense as well, made every single touch on the ball that they had to just to survive and keep their heads above water after Prosper had what felt like 30, 45 seconds straight in the offensive zone. They got out, they counterattacked well, and Has obviously with the finish to put Putnam up 3-2. Prosper not a 2-0 series lead, but Putnam again have strung together 3 games in a row and find themselves on match point.
And again, we have to remember the Has getting that crucial goal, but this is also kind of a super sub situation. Gazu was actually playing in game 1, a little swap out, and then since then has been incrementally becoming more and more involved. Typically, you see these plays, especially how Putnam has been playing. You're saying, well, Oxy and Swaz, they've been kind of a striking partner. They've been actually getting a lot of the offense, but obviously you need 3 players to play at the highest level of Rocket League, even down here in high school level with these players' careers just starting out. And you are seeing that from Has. He's being there when he needs to be. He's not making many mistakes. The one missed touch might have led to a goal in a previous game, but they're still coming out with those wins. They're nothing that is actually damaging the rotation. He's actually a benefit to it. And I think if he can continue that excellence, it's going to be really hard to stop this Putnam train chugging along to the grand finals, so they can hope as we load up into the next arena.
I mean, some impressive resolve has been shown by Putnam as they were down 0-2 in the series, were able to come back amid some long tech breaks and recover well to find themselves championship, or not championship point, grand finals point. But we'll see if they can close it out, as that has proven difficulty for a lot of teams this weekend. Finding that 4th win is a big monkey on your back that you have to escape.
Well, we're actually getting word coming in from all the players that apparently that we are talking with the admins. We might have to confirm this a little bit in just a second, but according to us, we were told on broadcast that potentially that was 0-1 on the restart, because it was game 3, or it was game 2 about a minute and a half in where the ping issue started. So both teams agreed to replay it. So we were told we would start over from an 0-1 series, but potentially it was actually a restart from game 3, and it was 1-1, which would imply that Putnam is actually getting the W there. So again, considering this is a grand final slot, we will wait for full confirmation. But if so, that's a rough way to go down, the overtime winner for Prosper sending them home.
Wow, I mean, you're right. Massive implications here. We will wait on that. But okay, so Putnam have more than likely advanced the grand finals. We got to sort this out. Again, this is a reason why I'm so happy I'm in the booth, Taco, and not an admin making decisions like this. But we will sit up here and talk until we get that sorted out. Putnam, I mean, 3 games in a row have looked like a grand finals-esque team, as has Prosper, but being able to win multiple games consecutively, keep momentum on your side, even with all the pressure on your shoulders, that is an aspect of a championship level team.
Yeah, and I think that's the one thing that they will certainly feel confident. I mean, they did it before. They'll try to do it again, but this time actually summit the mountaintop and be able to get that full-on W. So being able to see Putnam play this well, especially down the stretch with even the weirdest of things, because we had to take a 20-minute break because we had, I believe, Activision launched a massive update. A bunch of computers had to install it. Of course, that takes a lot of bandwidth, so we had to wait for that. And honestly, as a former player in the competitive scene, one of the biggest frustrations you have is having to wait and have to cool down, and you have to slowly get out of that game style mentality where you're ready to play, but after a certain point your brain is like, nah, all right, your breakfast fade now, got the glucose in the brain or whatever. So it can be tough to be iced like that. So definitely very impressive for them to come back into it and be able to get these dubs again, just waiting for that confirmation. But I definitely think that no matter what, this is by no means a team got in that might not deserve it. I think Putnam are more than deserving, as long as Prosper. It's incredible how even the skill quality is of all these teams that are remaining.
And from what we can tell, the players did know that we were restarting at a tied-up series 1-1. So I believe that was just a miscommunication to the broadcast team. So it's not like the players have been just had this thrown on them where they thought they were playing another game, but they actually aren't. But that is the end of the series. We apologize for the miscommunication. Putnam are going to claim the first grand finals spot on the HSEL national stage.
And we will be able to move on forward with our rest of their matches, Westwood and Tekka, coming up a little bit later. But of course, we want to be able to, again, just say sorry about that. There's been a lot of things going on in this arena, but ultimately we do have everything decided. It will be Putnam being a grand finalist. So shout out to them. And also we want to make sure that we give a shout out to all the wonderful partners that we do have for a tournament like this. This is Midwest Fest. This is the HCL Nationals 2024. And part of that lovely sponsorship is being brought to you by Oakley. So again, we're presented by Oakley. Elevate your gaming experience with Holbrook Latch and Helix gaming eyewear collection. They're designed with precision and style. Oakley's gaming glasses are engineered to provide the ultimate comfort and superior protection against eye strain and fatigue. You can experience sharper visuals, reduced glare thanks to Oakley's advanced lens technology. More and more companies getting into that gaming glasses type of mentality, or just outdoor wear, so you can level up your gaming performance and protect your eyes. Again, with Oakley's Holbrook Latch and Helix gaming eyewear. Explore the collection today, oakley.com, and see the difference for yourself. Thanks to all your partners, but of course, thanks out to Oakley for bringing us a banger semifinal like that. I can only hope the second one is just as classy.
We'll see. It's going to take a short break. In the meantime, though, Tekka and Westwood coming up in a bit. Stay tuned for more HSEL Nationals action.
My name is Christopher Cantrell. I'm a computer science teacher as well as the esports coach at QI Roberts High School. It's definitely a big honor to be selected as one of the 5 finalists for Coach of the Year. When I had this idea for this program a couple years back, it was really to get a group of students together to do something great and be a part of something great and help these kids build relationships as well as build other skills. And there were conversations about bringing esports to our high school, but we didn't really know where to start. It started out as just a small gaming club where we would come once a week after school, and it would be like a couple kids and we'd play video games for an hour. And it took us until we went to I think it was the FTCE convention, and we met up with the Generation Esports and HSEL table, and they gave us a ton of information as far as how to run an esports program for high school esports, where we can actually compete against other high schools in an organized fashion. So that first season that we had, it was fairly successful. We only competed in Halo Infinite that season, and we made the playoffs, and I think we even might have won a playoff game. So we did pretty well, and that gave us like some momentum going into the next year, because we had a bunch of like sophomores and freshmen who were really into it. Yeah, I definitely want to give shout out to my principal, Joe Theobald, because he was with me from the very beginning in terms of just having those conversations about what we could do with a high school esports program. And he's always supportive of everything we do. And then I also want to give a big shout out to Lennon Harvey. Lennon Harvey is the IT director here in Putnam County, and he has been a great help in terms of helping us get PCs, like you see behind me. Next year, I'm really looking forward to see what sort of
And we're back in the post-game interview. I'm here with Mr. Cohen from the PSA Mustangs out of Connecticut. After an incredible game, how do you feel right now?
I mean, adrenaline's just pumping. My throat's killing me from just screaming, but like, just such an intense and fun series. I think we had 3 or 4 overtimes in 6 games. It was just incredible to play.
Now, your coach tells me you also played this team in the fall championship. Is that correct?
Yeah, we did. We played them 2 or 3 times before. We've never lost them yet, which is like, it kept us confident going into it, but they still exceeded our expectations, still played fantastic.
Absolutely. Now, in terms of going into the championship, what's the mindset going in? How are you feeling about that?
We're just gonna keep playing confident. We know we're better than almost every team here, so we're confident. That's just got to keep us pushing forward.
Well, we love to hear it. And nice work in this match. We're excited to see what you got in store for us in the next game. I appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
Of students come in terms of like the freshmen and sophomores. I'm always excited to see, new talent come up, new students, and how they gel with our upperclassmen. And I'm always, excited to see students when they first compete and just see that excitement and their growth. One thing we're going to try next year, this is a new thing. I've been working with Lennon Harvey and the IT department to create a mini esports arena in our county so we can have district competitions, and it will be done by this summer. So we're hoping to start streaming with a full commentator's desk and have students commentate our matches, and we're hoping to create some sort of Twitch channel. We haven't done it yet, but next year we'll definitely try and do some streaming and district competitions. If you search QI Roberts on Instagram or Facebook, they're always supportive and shouting us out whenever we do something cool.
I can't have the same skill as most of these kids do in 16 different games. It's just not going to happen. So we find ways to be supportive as mentors, as tutors. Anything that the kids need is what we're doing to try to help them not just feel like we are there for them, but also we're promoting and we're building them up as human beings.
Hello, educators. Welcome back. Are you ready to take your scholastic gaming to the next level? Because we are. We know you've been loving the Gaming Concepts curriculum, but don't worry, that amazing content isn't going away, just moving. Starting this fall, we'll be transferring your Gaming Concepts learning experience to our brand new US-based platform, Blueprint. But what's Blueprint all about? Blueprint is a cut above the average learning software. It's packing some serious upgrades. The interface is user-friendly, so you won't have to spend ages figuring it out. The platform also has robust security measures to make sure that your important data stays safe. It's also the exclusive provider of the Gaming Concepts curriculum. Plus, we're making the migration process super smooth. Clear instructions and support will be right at your fingertips. But wait, there's more. Blueprint is a living platform. That means you'll get regular updates and fresh, new content to keep your esports curriculum at the cutting edge. We'll be making continuous improvements based on user feedback and emerging best practices to help educators stay ahead of the game. Blueprint will also house a library of free curriculum materials, which you can use to expand your own knowledge and share your passion for esports education with others. Blueprint is a game changer for educators, a platform focused on enhancing student engagement, motivation, and ultimately, academic success. This powerful platform is designed to make teaching easier, more collaborative, and way more exciting. So what are the next steps? Change can be scary, but don't worry, you're not flying solo. Generation Esports is going to be with you every step of the way to ensure a smooth transition. So keep an eye out for emails from the Generation Esports team featuring upcoming training videos to get you familiar with the platform and info on how to access Blueprint. Finally, be sure to share this video with your fellow gaming concepts educators and get ready for an amazing fall semester brought to you by Blueprint.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together. So my name is Lori Burney. I'm with Geyer High School and from Denton, Texas, so part of Denton ISD. There is a future in it. You can go to school and get a scholarship with it. You can go into so many different areas and aspects of esports, leads to game design, computer science fields, and I just think that it's pretty limitless, what they could do. And it's our job as the adults and the educators to kind of, help guide them through, these different avenues that they want to go through and explore. Now our district has passed a bond where they're actually going to put $500,000 towards building esport labs in all of our 5 zones. So we're really excited about that and how they're going to build it out. And that may never have happened had this group not have persisted and kept at it to continue to play and put Geyer, Texas or Denton, Texas on the map. Me coming from the outside, not ever playing Rocket League, but taking the time to sit back and learn and absorb as much as I could, it wasn't hard for me to see all of the different aspects that transcend, just beyond, esports in general. It goes across every plane.
My name is Jaden Gorham. I teach and coach at Hebron High School. I'm primarily a chemistry teacher teaching honors chemistry, and then on a whim started the esports program during the very tumultuous virtual COVID year back in 2019, 2020, and the rest is history. I know with how early esports is on the national stage and how everyone is viewing it, that everyone and every teacher and coach is trying to start this thing and work with their kids. Everyone is hitting their own unique barriers. I've certainly hit barriers, and to be named one of the 5 finalists is a very validating feeling. Name of the game is just try to get our kids represented and try to get them involved in as many ways as possible. And so everything I've done has tried to get as many kids involved and feel like they can be included in the school's culture. And for a lot of these kids, this is the first extracurricular they've ever been a part of. So it's their first opportunity to get to wear Hebron on their chest. And I've always tried to paint the picture to my kids that, listen, you're one of the first iterations of kids that gets to do this. And so everything that you guys are accomplishing, it's bigger than what Hebron is doing. It's for high school esports as a whole and esports as a whole. And so it's just trying to push past our own school's borders and our district's borders and even our state's borders just to try to get as many kids involved and represented as possible. So during the COVID year, I was a full-time virtual teacher. And man, you don't get into teaching to lecture to a computer screen, I'll tell you that. And so we had really, really large class sizes where I would have 50 to 60 kids in each class. And our district didn't have a webcam requirement or anything like that. And so really the kids would sign on, and almost assuredly, 90+% of those kids are turning on the lecture and then flipping over to the other side of their bed or other monitor, looking at Netflix or whatever they were viewing at the time. So I'm sure they were tuning me out. And so just trying to connect with those kids, man, it was such a weird time. And of course, everyone's going through their own issues. And so I remember in the very first week, I was telling them, yeah, my favorite pastime is I love gaming. I played League of Legends in order to bond with my randomly assigned roommates at college. And so I'm telling my kids about that. And one of them messages me, private message, and he goes, hey, you said you played league, and I've got buddies over at this school, a couple districts over, that they play for their school's team. Could we do something like that? I said, wow, that sounds awesome. I had no idea that would even be a thing. Like, I'd always followed pro esports, so I looked into it, and then that made it to where all these kids that were stuck at home and they're just looking at screens all day anyway, might as well play for your school. And so from fall to spring, we went from like 9 kids involved in the fall to upwards of like 40 kids involved in the spring, something like that. And then it was that summer, Valorant came out. And then we found you guys, HSEL, in the fall semester. And those kids rocked and rolled. Our program coming back to in-person schooling fell in numbers once again. And so I had 1 league roster, 2 Rocket League rosters, and then my 1 Valorant roster. And Valorant is what, of course, just put us into the forefront of things, because that group of 5 kids won the major. And then, of course, they won Grand Nationals that year as well, which just resulted in just this explosion of kids being interested. And Valorant was just huge. Won Nationals, and it was like 60 kids that applied to be on our teams, try out. And I said, well, listen, let's just make as many rosters as we possibly can. Whether you want to be competitive, you want to be casual, let's just get every kid involved that we can. And that's just been the name of the game since. We are now one of the largest organizations on campus. We have upwards of 130 members. We had over 80 kids actively competing this year in HSEL, and the kids are proud to talk about it. And that's one of the coolest things that we've become ingrained in Hebron's culture. But one of the hardest things about esports, and I know this is a struggle that so many coaches and directors are going through, is there's still that little bit of a stigma where kids don't want to come out and say, yeah, I compete on my League of Legends team or I compete on my Valorant team. But no, when you're working hard, you're putting in hours each week to be the best at something. Why would you not be proud to say that? But now I've seen nothing but support from the kids around us in our entire school community. And I think Hebron's culture is very unique in that they're very positively uplifting of one another and support of one another. But yeah, we're just like any other organization, and it's been really cool to see that transition. I'm hoping to just really boom our media presence this next year, because name of the game is just, make it normal. And that's not just normal for our school, but make it normal statewide, nationwide. And so if our program can help other programs get kicked off or push down any barriers that they have, that's always what I've been trying to communicate to these kids.
If you are not looking at new ways of engaging learners, you're becoming stagnant yourself as a teacher.
The reason this works in schools is because if you give kids what they love, they will do it in your school.
The gaming concept curriculum is that for video games. It's saying video games are here. They've been here for 30 years, but now it is broadly used. 97-98% of middle to high school students play video games of some sort, and how can we bring that structure to that world and use it to our advantage for engagement and innovation inside of schools?
Gaming Concepts gave me the opportunity to bring career exploration. It gave me an opportunity to provide college exploration in a way that none of the programs that I do now. These types of games will provide those students with an eagerness to be at school.
Tired of looking for tutorials on YouTube that are designed to keep you watching instead of actually learning and practicing? Well, look no more. Here at Valor, we prioritize only relevant information so you can apply it in-game instantly. Sign up free today at valoresports.com.
Hi, my name is Jaden Gorham. I'm from Hebron High School just outside Dallas, Texas. I teach chemistry, and I started the esports program at our school. I've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. And now it's evolved into this elective where we actually had over 170 kids sign up for it in this next coming year. And so, kids are, lining up to try to take this elective.
Gaming Concepts is an innovative curriculum that blends the excitement of competitive gaming with STEM and educational objectives to foster a strong sense of belonging among students. Schools using Gaming Concepts reported an increase in attendance of up to 10%, alongside an overall rise in self-esteem by 8.3%, and nearly 82% of students expressed they had never participated in any extracurricular activity before Gaming Concepts. Written by educators, for educators, Gaming Concepts features 5 unique courses distinctly tailored for middle school and high school students passionate about this growing industry. Bring the power of esports into the classroom, and you'll find just how impactful Gaming Concepts can be for your school.
I am Tori Van Proyen, and I coach for Michigan Connections Academy. We are the Micah Monsters. This is my 3rd year coaching, so this has been quite the adventure so far. Being one of 5 finalists out of hundreds, apparently, was pretty surprising and very humbling. I feel very honored that my students took the time to, think about how the program has been working for them. And it's humbling to know that I have been a part of that. I had been talking with my admin for years about starting up a program like this for an online school. So this would be the perfect opportunity to do some extracurricular that didn't involve an in-person setting. When the larger Connections Academy conglomerate kind of got together, they were able to finalize a bunch of things. And my principal went right to me and was like, "Hey, we're ready for you to coach." And I'm like, "This is going to be fantastic." We are going pretty strong. We have a good following of teachers on our Twitch now, and all sorts of families coming in to root for the students, and it has been such a good program for our school. Watching the students grow is always the most proud moment for me, honestly. I know that's kind of a generic thing to say, but these students probably wouldn't have been participating in much else outside of something like this, because I was that person. Like, I just want to do my schoolwork and go home and game. This is how I kind of advertise it to kids. I'm like, it's just a bunch of nerds hanging out in Discord together and trying to make school happen. Some students are great. Some students are struggle buses, and that's okay. It doesn't matter as long as we're progressing. Because like in video games, it's all about progression. So, communicating and being as a team together, honestly, it has been phenomenal having my little monster team together, and I get to call them monsters, which makes me happy. Next year, I'm looking forward to trying out different esports leagues for the students. We've been working with HSEL, which has been lovely. So our freshmen who came into our program are going to be seniors next year, and I am not looking forward to that, by the way, because this is just it's a pivotal group of freshmen who came in at the start, and it is very exciting and will be mildly emotional. But I'm really hoping that they will help us out by stepping up and trying to get more students in and showing them what we've built as a community, and try to keep that going throughout the years.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who.
Hello, welcome back. Oakley. All right. I know. We had one match in Rocket League. I feel like I was here 3 days ago introducing that match. But it's all good. We got it worked out. We have our next semifinals match. I won't talk too long. These players are ready to play. Let's bring out the Packet Tigers and the Westwood Cardinals. Semifinals match 2. Good luck, guys.
Welcome back to HSEL Nationals 2024. It has been a crazy day so far, but our first spot in the grand finals for Rocket League has been claimed by the Putnam Mustangs after making it out of a crazy best-of-7 semifinal. But Taco, we have two more teams vying for that last grand final spot in Westwood and Tekka. This next best-of-7, I'm hoping, keeps up the craziness.
Yeah, and I honestly have been really crazy. So hats off to Putnam and to Prosper for being able to put up with all of that changes and delays and being able to get through. And both teams really delivering an excellent semifinal. So we have to focus on now the other semifinal, Westwood and Tekka, both two teams that have been really impressing me, particularly because these two teams are kind of emerging out of the rubble of a lot of these other commotions going on in the group stage. Really solid squads with a lot of mechanical skill. I think this is definitely almost like a pop-off team versus a pop-off team. So I'm expecting even more high-flying action coming into this one.
And I'm wondering who gets the fast start, because typically throughout the single elimination bracket, whoever does win that first game has won the series. And while that did change after Prosper was able to jump out to a quick lead in the last series, it's still important to set the tone early on. It's a big reason why that first semifinal was so close. But between Tekka and Westwood, I mean, the two teams that topped got in the top two of their groups, rather. Tekka finished in second. Westwood did go undefeated in the group stage. But regardless, this is going to be a very close set between two teams that really haven't dropped a ton of games this weekend.
Yeah, and being able to also not drop that many games is especially impressive because of how competitive these groups have been. We've mentioned how we've actually had a former champion, a defending champion, finish the bottom of the group and really struggle to be able to chain wins together because everyone else has leveled up. But then being able to say that, then you have a team coming in 3-1-ing, 3-0-ing some of these teams and being able to really take it to them. I think that's nothing short of impressive, especially coming into now a semifinal where they have to prove it yet again. And you might have thought, well, maybe it's the lack of pressure in the group stage, knowing that everyone gets in the quarterfinals. Well, we're very much into the single elim. We're into the final. Westwood, game one. Let's get into it.
All right, here we go. Game one underway, and Westwood with the first shot on target. Louis will stop that dent attempt on net, and Nuclear will clear the zone for Tekka. Carlos following it up, now looking for bumps on the goal line, but Nick is taking control of the rock, and that is a scary prospect for the Tekka defense. Nick has been so dangerous this weekend, but it's Carlos with another good look towards the goal. It goes a little bit wide, though, and Tekka find a way out and nearly to the back of the net, but Jaduko back in the nick of time.
Bluey, definitely a player you want to watch out for. Definitely a lot of pop-off potential. Someone who really likes to be able to take those solo plays and be able to drill the ball into these awkward situations for the defense. And so certainly him getting the first shot is only right for the side of Tekka, but Westwood seemingly resilient enough to be able to rebound all of those touches. Now Nick DeVick, I would say the star probably for the Westwood squad, trying to make their imprint on the game. That is way too much of an angle on the pinch down. Not going to find a follow.
And the clear from Nuclear is fielded by a dent first. And we'll find across the field a teammate. Jaduko goes from ceiling to ground in a hurry and scores the first of our second semifinal.
And Jaduko, really solid play here. It's one thing to be able to set up the double tap. It's another one to be able to follow it. Even with the defenders trying to scramble back to it, they have to act quickly, and sometimes Westwood just a little bit faster.
And that is setting the tone quickly. Westwood, a little bit more possession to start off. Rather, Tekka with more possession to start off. But Westwood counterattacking well at the moment. We'll see if Tekka can use their field domination numbers to get their offense going. 3 shots so far, no goals on just yet. That could change with Carlos on the ball, centering it for Nuclear. But the near side defense of Westwood holds strong, and a dent looks to clear, though Bully will stop it.
We'll be saying another roller down across. Now into the sky, Nick DeVick looking for a double. That's really going to get away from them. So the catch and then carry will be to Bluey. Now into Carlos, right back into Bluey, cherry picking up field. Maybe a 10-15 more boost would have served them well, but it's fine. That's why you have a third. It's Nuclear, able to come on in and secure an equalizer.
Great follow by Nuclear here, beating the two near side defenders. Tekka taking advantage of that slight miscommunication by Westwood in the corner. That's a tough shot to stop, but it developed after Westwood got a little bit tangled up with each other. And so the answer is found. Tekka trying things level with Westwood.
Now, it seems like we have had both teams open up the score line, so we have broken the seal, very much so in this series for both squads, and Now it's really about those developments. I mean, again, it's something we go back to so much within this tournament bracket, and really all of Rocket League at the highest level, when you do see those moments where you have those 2 goals go in and then say, all right, well, we have to be really careful on the aerial play, so let's back up and maybe make some adjustments, like maybe have some deeper rotations, kind of like this one from Bluey in the space. Might serve them well. I think they're going for the 50 into Carlos, but unfortunately, they did not anticipate Westwood being able to wrangle their way out of that.
It was a great sideline appearance from Jaduko, getting a clear down that line and getting Westwood out of defense, where they have spent a good chunk of this first game, but doing well to keep the scoreline level, prevent Tekka from finding more than just the 1 that Tekka has put on the board so far. Carlos with control now. Bluey on the sideline. I think it's tangled up a little bit with his teammate, so Westwood allowed 1 shot on target. The Nuclear is there for the save, though the Tyrants have still yet to find a clear.
We'll be able to see another clear from Tekka, be able to throw it all the way forward. It's not a clear, it's actually a pass. That one's somehow being saved off the bar from Westwood. Now they need to really show that resilience. The follow-ups starting to come on through. They will be able to get a touch back over the first player, but not past Bluey, because the job is not done. Tekka keeps aggressing on these shots. Westwood showing a good amount of flexibility to bend but not break.
Now they got some room off the sidewall. It's a hard first touch from a Dent, though. Finds a teammate across the field. Westwood, very good field vision so far. It's up a shot and a score from a Dent. Westwood take their lead back.
Always a huge fan of teams that can stay involved in the play, not just immediately flipping out. You can see a Dent very easily with that 10-20 boost. It could probably just turn around and vacate the space, but knows the save. Probably going to go around somewhere in his zone, but it's a whole other thing to be able to actually catch that one strong enough to beat out both those defenders who were landing. Well done, and now they have a lead to protect yet again.
Good bump, but good reaction by Nuclear to help his teammate out, who've been sent off the play, and yet Westwood still gets some time to shoot the ball, but as quickly turned away by Bluey, soloing it straight down the field, right down the middle, and Westwood giving up 1 as Bluey looked brilliant right there.
And Bluey can do it all right there, and then a solid save, and then it's even another thing to be able to get the flick as well. So that's an art within itself, taking a 50 kind of a type of a save on that instant contact and then recovering to be able to play it past that next defender. Yes, it is a team game, but solo plays can always make the difference.
And you called it out. Bluey is the solo player to watch out for, but Tekka, a team play, nearly set up another go-ahead goal, but is stopped by Nick. Good flick here, gets over 2, into the corner. Tekka will try and set up their offense, West will try and set up their offense, but Tekka find a clear down. We'll see if they can escape this corner.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Bluey. Well, escaping the corner is one thing, but when it is locked down tight, then it is so difficult. That is not even a poor clear. That just happens to roll right into the path of Bluey, but it's another thing to be able to get on that touch, but being able to direct that directly on target is really impressive here from Tekka. At times, they have been kind of beaten up by Westwood, but they've been always knocking on the door, so only right that eventually those shots start to fall.
They have had the majority of possession in this game. Tekka has, fielding the ball a lot early on in this game. It's a nice clear by Nuclear to add to those possession numbers and waste a little bit of clock. Tekka trying to hold on to their 1-goal lead. Westwood going to clear the zone, though, but only as far as Carlos at the midfield line, following up his own clear. A nice touch across the field. Nuclear, no touch there, but Bluey on the ball, playing it up and trying to keep the ball out of Westwood hands. So nice time milking done by Tekka at the moment. 10 seconds left. We got to see something out of Westwood.
And these longer clears are certainly not helping. Westwood can only hit it so far before they have to kind of just buckle in for the next defense. So trying to keep it close, maybe with Nick DeVick, one of the top 1v1 players in NA on the top 100 leaderboards. But now he's got to rely on everyone else to set it up from the sidewall. Carlos chasing down the one player to be able to make an assist. Tekka able to close out game number 1.
That's a phenomenal demo. It's easy to get sucked into the thought of just defend on 0 seconds. Just defend your goal and all will be well. It's usually not the case. You got to move well off the ball as well when that ball hangs in the air at the end of regulation. Good heads-up play. And from Tekka, good comeback. It started out in favor of Westwood. They jumped out early to a couple 1-goal leads, but Tekka answered, had a good burst of offense in the middle of that game and rode that lead to victory. So they'll be the ones setting the tone early on in this best of 7.
The one thing that I've noted about Tekka as I've watched them throughout this weekend from the start of group stage all the way now here to the semifinals is that they're a team that excels in the rotation. They are a solid positional team. They will always be in position to be able to take advantage of any loose touches. We saw it from Bluey on the sidewall, but also being able to have that defensive core where it's really hard to get those shots past. 6 shots in total from Westwood, but collectively with Tekka able to double that one up to 12, being able to really just push every clear back into their face, continuously forcing Westwood to get those touches to the side, which are great for being able to suspend the attack, but not good for being able to sustain your boost, being able to get everyone on the same page. And I think Tekka slowly eroding away the Westwood defense, certainly something that I'm sure Westwood is going to be paying acute attention to heading into Forbidden Temple.
Absolutely. And they're going to need to find follow-ups on their goal line touches a little bit more, as that was what Tekka excelled at so much in that first game. Leveling shots on net, yes, but following up those shots and the touches that the defense found off of those shots with extra opportunities, keeping possession in their favor. So moving into Forbidden Temple, we'll see how Westwood counters now that they are down, but that's another great heads-up demo at the midfield line. Nuclear taking out a Westwood player. Bluey looking for more. Found one demo, but it's Nuclear that takes out the last man. Tekka hunting heads early on now.
And being able to get that demo play in. Sometimes you can, psychoanalyze and say, oh, that's them getting the aggression out. Honestly, I think it's just them reinforcing their advantage. If you're already able to get in the way and take someone off the field, it's always something that is nice to be able to, he said, especially when it does make your job a lot easier to set up wide open stuff like this, potentially to Carlos. Nick, able to man mark that one. Clearing it back into mid, but not for long. Bluey yet again rising up from Jaduko. The only reason that's not on target.
Oh, miss from Nick right there. Carlos wasn't quick enough to react. Did side flip, so tried to keep possession, but Nick recovers well. Finds a dent down the field. Fake it. And Nick will take control back. Jaduko next up in rotation through the corner is taken out. Another demo found by Tekka, doing their best to interfere with the Westwood rotations early on here in game 2.
Now we'll be seeing another air dribble across. Nick to Vic trying to set up his teammates. Problem is there's only so much he can do with that boost. He does well, but I think Westwood right now, not necessarily having the conviction on some of these challenges. Tekka doing a good job again to kind of zone out a lot of these plays, making a lot of these setups a little bit half-hearted from Westwood right now. We know how good they can be. This team really just took advantage of their group to just really be able to run roughshod through a majority of their squads, and this is a team that certainly they should be familiar with by now. They've certainly watched them play over the past couple days, but being able to see Tekka play this well in the clutch, certainly reinforcing to their hopes. I think Westwood right now needs to get those solo plays back into order, maybe throw Tekka a little bit off balance.
And these teams did meet in the regular season. Tekka's only loss during the regular season was to Westwood. So trying to get some revenge, and so far so good, but on Forbidden Temple, we will stay tied as Westwood get another opportunity to pass center, interfered with by Bluey. And Nuclear will turn to clear the zone. Good heads up Rocket League defensively for Tekka there. But Westwood will try their hand again. This time they can't get past the midfield line. Instead, they have to make a tough touch on their own goal line to try and get the ball away.
Nuclear like that little touch, not even really a heavy flick, but being able to get that 50, keeping the attack going. Westwood showing some fantastic adjustments, slowly getting onto these reads faster and faster. But as you notice, these open touches coming from the fact that they're just scrambling for boost. Another solid save, and Nick will be able to take that one down the line. Pass one, potentially a 1v1 here, trying to catch up with it, and Jaduko will be able to. Westwood getting another lead.
Jaduko, phenomenal finish. Nick barely beat Nuclear right there and set up Jaduko for success on that final touch. Carlos was racing back, but not quick enough to match that shot. Westwood, with all the counter-attacking they've had to do in Game 2, have been giving themselves good opportunities to set up shots, but surprisingly, that's only their first of the game, nearly 3 minutes into this one. That is their first opportunity to take a frame.
Another long clear. Actually, if they're not careful, Nuclear could be dealing with some awkward moments. Does so well. Nice catch, and as well, able to turn it into the best possible outcome. A pass nearly finding its way all the way through. Jaduko from the ceiling has enough to potentially catch up to it, but the defense was anticipating that touch. If not for Bluey, very well could have been 2-0.
There's midfield presence by a dent, sending this back to the corner of Tekka. Jaduko, a beat through one in the corner and a second, getting the ball center for Nick. Gonna look to double it. Nick can hit those, but that one just a little bit off and quickly ushered to the side by the Tekka defense, though. Jaduko trying again. Carlos quick to pounce on that ball. Westwood is trying to find themselves an insurance goal off the back of an extended stay in the blue end, but nothing's found its way through just yet, and Tekka will clear.
Another deflection coming through all the way to the back corner for Jaduko to deal with. Nick DeVick, certainly the player when I mentioned solo play is kind of the one I had in mind. And he can do so much, but again, I think Tekka really focusing on their individual contacts. The 50s are looking spectacular from this squad right now. There's another one where they might not lose, but certainly not losing possession. Nuclear setting up the pass across. Technically a double commit, still gonna work out. An on-target shot will come through.
Some smoke and mirrors right there, trying to throw off the defense. No one knowing maybe who's going to hit the ball, but Westwood did well, and they quickly turned defense into offense. Nick given some space to shoot, and that is a missile on target. 2-0 Westwood.
And as we mentioned, Nick DeVick earlier is one of the top 100 players in 1v1, typically every single season. Very good solo mechanics, and particularly one thing you can trust a 1v1 player to be able to do is hit the open nets with pace, knowing the defense can recover at any moment. Jaduko trying to extend that advantage even further. I like this little air dribble. He kind of bails on the ball and just immediately goes for dunk, which keeps the attack alive for Adent, able to get another one, but defense able to hold firm.
Little room off the sidewall. It turns into a pass as Nick is downfield to field it. Just throwing off the Tekka defense. Players in unexpected positions, demos as well. Part of the strategy for both teams, honestly. 7 for Tekka, but 5 on the side of Westwood. Westwood have really flipped the field here, and Nick forcing a tough save out of Bluey, doing all they can to stall out the rest of game 2 and get this series level.
And this one looks like it'll be escorted in, so what do you know? It's a 1-goal game with 8 seconds to go, despite Westwood throwing everything they can at offense. All it takes is just one awkward touch, and then Nuclear and Bluey able to combine. Technically, that shot is off target, but of course, leave it to Tekka to find the passing play amidst all the chaos.
And all 3 Tekka players there probably had maximum 20 boost in hand. Most of them were lower than that. And yet they still found a great transition away to give themselves a chance on 0 seconds now as Nick tries to clear the zone. And that ball actually going to stay up on 000s. Bluey get underneath it again, popping it out to the opposite corner. But Tekka is going to have to go the length of the field should they tie, which they won't. Westwood gets the ball to dirt, and they tie us up.
And it's a solid response as well. Tekka not necessarily dominating game number 1, but you can see them slowly whittling away the Westwood defense. And I was saying I would like to see more solo play. I think Jaduko took that personally, and they're saying, okay, absolutely, I'll try to air dribble it, create some chaos. And even though those dribbles weren't necessarily immediately leading to things, you could see the clears from Tekka becoming less apparent as they approach it. Typically on defense, you want to think instinctively, okay, I'm just going to hit this one hard down the sideline. I'm going to try to catch this one. But when you have a player just immediately dive bombing on you like a predator missile from the sky, it really does change up your thought process. A little less organized on defense from Tekka. So clearly we're truly into the thick of it in the grand final when both teams really able to get some in-body blows and change up the dynamic of how the game is played mid-game.
And Westwood, that game, did a phenomenal job of when they found a lead, not backing off and playing more defense, but actually finding a way to play more offense. Because around the halfway point of that game, Tekka had field domination 65-35, but Westwood came back, and at the end of it, it was 50-50. And that was after they found their first and then second goal in game 2. So great job not letting their feet off the gas pedal on Forbidden Temple. So as we move into game 3, we'll see if that continues or if Tekka can stop the run that Westwood is currently on. The Tyrants needing a recovery game here on DFH.
It's in Jaduko actually being able to slowly watch everyone snake through the ball on that kickoff. So no real advantage immediately off the restart, but being able to get into this game, I feel like Tekka just needs to get back into the foundational aspects of what they're doing with their passing earlier. One thing I've complimented them for in other games across the weekend is being able to find a lot of purpose with their touches. Clears go to defenders, outlet passes go upwards into another player that's already lurking. And I think it's hard to always go for that. Eventually, you kind of just have to play the ball 1-for-1 instead of having a kind of elaborate plan forward. But that's what the comms are for. That's what that rotational schema is really supposed to be able to produce. So if Westwood is finding a way to disrupt that, then Tekka certainly going to find a different way to use all that skill that they possess to be able to get back into this.
Bluey on the ball, trying to use their skill to give Tekka some more offensive time, but they're shut down by Westwood. Now getting a shot on target. It's easily saved by Bluey on the back wall. Carlos zigging and zagging through the field. Nuclear bumping Westwood players down on the orange end of the pitch, and yet Tekka still can't penetrate the orange box. In fact, it's Jaduko unconventionally doubling that, getting a shot on, but it's soft enough where Tekka can find the save and try to find a clear, but Nick fakes one, and the last player back vacated the net. Westwood lead 1-0.
Oh, that is brutal by Nick DeVick. Nuclear trying to get that 50, but he's playing Nick's touch, and Nick knows that. He has Adam at the advantage. He's got the ball in a string, and it's almost like a matador just pulling the curtain away right at the last second, being able to watch him fly by. Poor defense had to trust in that rotation. They're out to the corner, and Nick, again, will never be missing those open nets.
Now Tekka could really use a goal to get back and stop the run that the Cardinals have been on now across about a game and some change. Nuclear, the man for the job, through the corner, no extra touch, but makes the defense play that ball a little awkwardly as Nick and Jaduko both went for it. Gives Bluey some space to pass down to Carlos, but the finish, no good. Nick, a wonderful save on the goal line. I thought absolutely that'd be a goal for Tekka, but they have to try again.
We're going to have another roller across. That is not the best touch, but of course the defense couldn't expect it. That's another putback. How about the crossbar? Getting dense in it, even a bump on the goal line. Still cannot find Tekka getting that goal. Westwood getting away with a little bit of off-target shots there from Tekka, but you can tell that the offense starting to heat up again as the confidence is returning to the blue side.
Bluey will keep offense going for Tekka. Westwood on the near side have been solid. Carlos, some room off the ceiling is dangerous from this kind of spot. Elects to leave it for Nuclear, and that's a brilliant decision if you ask me. Tekka getting things level with a creative pass.
Top notch. Love this from Carlos. And that's one of those things that we've actually seen a lot develop into the more, I would say, high level meta, is going for a ball in the air dribble, and then halfway through, if you don't know if you have a powerful touch, if you can't get that reset or a 50, just say, hey, someone take this off me. Defense has to be frozen because they have to respect the first one. And therefore, Tekka, again, using that nice communication. Now they need it on the goal line. Nice save to stop the first one. The putback into the middle. Bluey able to extend it out to the midfield. Maybe a breakaway for Nuclear if they can wrap that one in the middle, but that is quite the tall task.
Especially with no boost, but Tekka low on boost, but high in defensive ability. Stopping Westwood right there. Bluey will find a clear to follow up. Defense being played by Tekka turned immediately into offense. That shot from Carlos is blocked by Jaduko. Westwood try to clear the zone, but Nuclear next up in rotation, forcing a miss off the back wall of Westwood. The follow-up is good by a den of the midfield line. Now placing the ball off the back wall. The finish, though, blocked by Bluey. Phenomenal stop on the goal line out of Tekka.
Able to see another clear to the side wall. Able to deflect high as Carlos will be able to rotate around and wait for the next clear to come in. It's going to be Bluey able to send that one somewhat forward, but Nick DeVick loves to play that solo. I think Tekka's somewhat picking up on that one, on that catch immediately. Countered from Tekka. Speed picking up, so are the shots. The stats slowly rising in the shot column for Tekka, which is something Westwood can be somewhat anxious about, but not too much. Still 1-1, everything to play for.
Nick, a little bit of room. It's been very calculated with their touches throughout this series so far, not just game 3. That one gets away from Carlos, but does find Nuclear mid, and the defense of Westwood wasn't expecting it. No one's back in time. Nuclear just found the tiniest of openings in the Westwood rotation and puts Tekka up front.
And that's a tough one, the long clear, and that's why it's always important to take a glance up whenever you're about to touch the ball. So much of eye tracking within this game constitutes just looking at the ball, glancing at other players real quick, and then back to the ball. But sometimes when you are approaching it, you have to be able to see downfield and see, are someone creeping up a bit too much? So long clear, we're able to do that. So therefore, Nick DeVick, he's trying to look forward, see if the defenders have that back post marked. They do not. That putback, though, is completely untouched. Jaduko able to tie it up yet again.
Great placement out of Jaduko. I thought he'd missed. It was so far off to the side, but that's where he kind of had to place it as everyone's congested on the near side of the goalpost for Tekka. But no save right there. Westwood spreading apart the defense and punishing them adequately. We're tied up again in the last minute of game 3. This is a big win for either team. Not the most massive game win they'll get today, but absolutely big for whoever does end up taking this third game.
In the final seconds, it really could come down to one moment of brilliance. Carlos taking it from the side wall. Flawless from start to finish.
That is wonderful. A player stepping up big time on a big stage and putting their team up late. Carlos flexing that aerial ability with 36 seconds left on the clock. Tekka is going to win the next kickoff. Might be able to add to their lead as Carlos sends a ripper of a shot at Jaduko, but the Westwood representative makes a big save.
being able to get those peak plays. I mean, obviously we talk about team plays, but solo plays are always going to be one of the foundational aspects of Rocket League, because you have those moments where you don't really have a pass, but you got 100 in the tank and a dream. Carlos able to be living out those dreams. Nuclear trying to join him in that. That's a nice dunk to be able to put back in the middle. And at this point, that pick, it's all just about clock management, maybe getting another one for security. The post says no. Final seconds, Tekka trying to spike it, and they will succeed. They're back up in the series.
What a closeout by Tekka. They nabbed that late lead courtesy of Carlos, but those final 36 seconds, I think the majority of them were spent in the Westwood end. Tekka kept applying pressure, and I credited Westwood for doing something similar in game 2, but Tekka employed the time-killing strategy of just playing more offense very nicely to secure their second game of the series and take a 2-1 lead.
One of my favorite aspects of watching games like this or series like this is watching one team have a peak and say, all right, counter that. And they're like, all right, fine, I'll go for my own. And then hits another one. And it's almost just like they're trading blows back and forth, really being able to just hard counter each other. It's really nice to see the teams slowly go from Tekka being able to say, well, this is a team that really capitalizes on team play. And then they're busting out these solo plays, all these incredible mechanics. Westwood, a team that has a lot of solo mechanics, and yet it's all combinations, all like assisted style goals. So really everybody coming into their maximal efficiency, because even though we've seen the group stage, we've seen Westwood be dominant in their group, it is still semifinals. Anything can happen. And right now, Tekka really showing that it is not a fluke they got this far.
Absolutely not. I have to credit, before we move in to game 4 of this series, Bluey's defensive performance in that last game. Racked up 7 saves on 14 shots out of Westwood. So saving half of what Westwood put towards that blue goal. So Tekka absolutely doing it on both ends of the pitch and taking a series lead. We'll see how Westwood responds, though, on Utopia Coliseum, if they can level this series and guarantee us at least a trip to Neo Tokyo. We'll see.
We'll be seeing indeed a trip to Neo Tokyo. Could be nice. It's definitely one to guarantee longer series, as they're always more action-packed. I'm sure for all the fans and all the players, they would prefer not to go there. They probably just want to take care of business pretty quickly. Nick probably being one of those types of players. The back pass all the way down to a dent. He's forced to take a 50 and takes it fairly well, but Bluey is still going to be the one. Comes out in the end of this one as Carlos trying to give chase, but not able to get that boost.
That's a good demo, though. Didn't grab boost, but took out next best thing in a Westwood player. Well, the defense does still find a way out, courtesy of Nick. But now Carlos on the ball will get through one. Look to get through the second, but good timing on the backwards challenge out of Westwood. And they will keep playing in the offensive zone, find an exposed backboard. No one makes contact there. And so Westwood given a bit of a freebie early on in game 4.
It could be a tough one. Bluey is caught kind of in that no man's land where you have to make a play there. And then on the follow through, if you are that back post defender, it's one of the hardest reads in the game. When you're rushing back, you know you absolutely have to pre-jump this more or less off the bounce. And sometimes you're just a little too late, or maybe the boost isn't there. Good job by Westwood. Find those pockets of space to take advantage of.
Side, Bluey intercepting a touch from a Westwood player, dunking the next one. Dunk is off target, but the follow-up on frame. The follow-up to the follow-up also on, but Westwood stopping everything in that sequence. A dent trying to clear, has the boost to do it actually. We'll get past one, but Nuclear, good time with the midfield line. Still, Nick pickpockets Tekka and puts Westwood up a pair.
Again, the 1v1 experience right here. Understanding the momentum is carrying all the way to the sidewall, so just a brief cut inside. Might be a little risky if you get dunked, but he's confident he can make that one work. Tekka, not necessarily disheveled. It's more so Westwood just seeing those tiny moments where they're a little unstable and just giving them a push to fall over.
Now, both teams look very comfortable. They've looked very comfortable throughout this series, in all honesty. There haven't been many moments of panic or bad plays on either end. Very few double commits. It's just a solid semifinal, exactly what you would expect from two teams in the top 4 of the HSEL national competition. Jaduko showing why he's on a team in the top 4 with a great carry towards net that sets up a dent for a wonderful finish. 3-0 Westwood.
If anyone's learned how to play Rocket League on a team basis, this is exactly how you'd creep up just close enough to support your teammates, but you have to have those immediate follow-throughs. That follow-up and shot, or the initial shot and then the follow-up, is not necessarily anything to write home about, but it's so hard to stop from Tekka because the ball cam is going crazy in front of the goal. It's so hard to be able to prevent that, so a dent being right on top of that deflection is everything for Westwood. Maybe not for the ultimate ending of this game, because they have been fairly close up until now, but leave it to Tekka to open things back up for them. Bluey, what was this?
No way. 2 players jump at the ball, but Bluey gets all of it. All of the 2% angle that he just placed that ball on target with. That's unbelievable. Tekka cutting the lead to 2 in spectacular fashion.
Bluey, I mean, that goal is ridiculous, but they're going to have to be able to hang their hat on future ones as well, because that will do little to assuage the concerns here, especially with touches like that. A Dent getting a 50, really patient play. He might be able to finish it all by himself. Westwood back to a 3-goal lead.
All right, Westwood, they see a spectacular shot and raise you a simple dunk in your defensive end. That's a wonderful challenge by a Dent. Nuclear was not expecting that kind of win in that 50-50. Was off getting boost, and Westwood, it's just more midfield third brilliance out of them. The cuts, the 50s, they've been phenomenal in this 4th game. They look poised still, despite the Bluey opening goal for Tekka, to tie this series up.
According to chat, apparently a Dent won a state championship in football. So really just trying to add to this trophy case here for this Westwood squad. Really impressive to see. Just dominance across multiple different sports. Nick DeVick with a double.
My word, Westwood. They are unimpressed by Tekka's presence on the ball. So often they'll get hands in the face. Tekka will. But Westwood doesn't care. They find clean beats in their challenge game. Nick, a clean finish off the crossbar. And man, this game 4 is out of hand at the moment. Westwood up 4, nearly, okay, no, up 5. That's a great shot from Nick that the defense couldn't read.
And yeah, we are at halftime right now. Westwood 6 goals to the good, really just trying to build all that morale up and be able to boost everyone, getting hype on stage, because, you know, these are big time players. They make big time plays on the biggest stages. But the thing is that Tekka has been playing fairly well. It's just that Westwood is on another level with their efficiency this game. Sometimes series do kind of pop off like this. Doesn't mean Tekka can as well, but they got a lot of room to go. Carlos, that's a solid redirect.
This lobby right now has such a high ceiling when it comes to hitting shots and creating space with mechanics. I am astounded at what I'm seeing from all players on the pitch. Their ability to slot tough angles, tough shots, and create room for each other to work with phenomenal ground play. That's great field vision right there. Nick realizing they had a teammate at the midfield line, and then on the other side, Tekka realizing that passing lane was there as well and getting in Westwood's way. That's a beautiful shot from Nick, saved by Carlos. I'm just enjoying myself right now, Taco. I need a bowl of popcorn right now.
Yeah, it's really only going to get better throughout the series, because it's going to have to come down to these spectacular finishes to be able to get the goals. So some goals are really just getting those solid 50s through, like we saw with the Dent earlier on Westwood's 4th. But other times, it's really just one player seeing a gap and being able to just completely tear apart the defense. It's by no mistake really of the defense, just so hard to pin down a player for so long, especially when they are given enough room to be able to create out of.
Tight quarters challenge from Jaduko. Sets up Nick. Some boost and space in the corner. He gets it center for a Westwood shot on, but Carlos comes streaking across the goal line to save that ball away. Tekka, they have not let up whatsoever. Still keen on finding a 4-goal comeback. Whether you think it's possible or not, Tekka sure playing like they do. 60 seconds left for any kind of comeback to happen. Westwood put themselves in a great position to close out game 4.
Another 50 back across. Jaduko able to get a singular redirect, but not going to do much else. But at this point, Westwood kind of just strolling onto this game victory. 4 goals, 40 seconds is a lot to ask for out of any team. And I think at this point, Tekka just need to take this as kind of a de facto timeout. Just be able to say, all right, game's over. Let's play this game out, but ultimately just talk about really where this went wrong, what we're doing right, and be able to capitalize on that. Minimizing those deficiencies from this game are probably a paramount concern, because even though the series going on to 2v2, you do not want Westwood running away with momentum, a terrifying team when they do so.
Now, Westwood has played with so much confidence in this game, and that level of confidence is only going to grow the better that their scoreline looks in this series. Honestly, the biggest issue for Tekka was the midfield third. They got beat so many times by ground play out of Westwood players. And right there is so much room for Jaduko to shoot right there, because again, Tekka, this is more on their defensive third, but they still get beat by better play out of Westwood players.
It's all about those awkward setups. It's one thing that I like about solo play is that you're able to create a lot of confusion, but then as long as your teammates are playing off of you, it turns solo play into a full team endeavor. And Westwood doing that really, really well. No surprise, they're able to get this a victory to be able to tie us up, but in such an interesting fashion, the first game that really got away from either team.
Right, and even then, it really only got away on the scoreboard. Tekka still possessed the ball 50-50 with Westwood. They still had about the same amount of shots throughout that game. It just came down to individual plays, and the playmaking ability of Westwood in that last game was astounding. It looked like the level of a team that could be competing for a championship in about 30 or so minutes time. That's about how long we got left in this series, as it's cut down to just 3 games at the maximum. This one is shaping up to be an all-timer in the lower semifinals.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it's going to be really hard to lose a game when your team like Westwood shooting 58% in that previous game. So clearly something that's going to be really difficult to counter, but that is exactly why Rocket League is a beautiful game. Everything resets. We're moving on from the last map. We're going into Aquadome to see who can be able to actually break the series again. The winner of this next game on to match point. And, you know, Tekka has that capacity. This reset really going to be a breath of fresh air for them, despite us being so far underwater.
Yeah, moving on to Aquadome for Game 5. And I did say that this was the lower semifinal, meaning side of the bracket. Not necessarily you got 1 or 2 lives. It's all single elim, which puts even more pressure on teams to perform in a game like this. Because with one of these sides moving to match point, it means the other side moves down to their last game life. Their entire season will be on the line on Neo Tokyo. But Aquadome right now, both sides getting opportunities, both sides making stops in the first 30 seconds. This is a chance, as Nick nearly let that ball go, but really couldn't get to the rock in time, and so Westwood find themselves an out, only temporarily.
The longer hit, Bluey able to somewhat congregate in the backfield looking for a bump on Westwood, and that's something we actually haven't seen too much of. And I find that in faster paced series, that's often something that goes out the window. You're so focused on rotations that you're not really paying attention, just swinging back through the back line, getting a bump, getting a demo. When you're on defense, taking out the next player up in the rotation. And I think something that will probably return as teams get a little bit more comfortable. Bluey hitting the gym, nearly just muscling through the entire back line.
Had Carlos's help. It looked like Carlos was kind of panicking right there, got caught in the middle of the play, and yet turned it into a good opportunity on net, trying to confuse the Westwood defense. But Westwood defense, not one easily confused, especially in this game so far. Playing a lot on their back line, but finding clears and opportunities as well. Double commit there from Tekka will space them out, and Jaduko takes full advantage. The Cardinals up early.
So incredibly close. Nuclear comes across, but the problem is that when there's some terrifying situations where you need to get a clear, it is so hard to be able to have just one person call it off. Clear not coming in. Westwood, of course, they will never see that chance and turn it away. Hops right on top of that loose touch, and now they have yet another lead. Tekka, got to be careful. We know how last game went. You don't want to let this team be able to build up ahead of steam.
Westwood doing their best not to. Nick taking the ball away from 2 prospective Tekka offensive players. Commands so much respect that Bluey just hangs out on the floor waiting to see what Nick does with the ball. But his teammates come back, Bluey's that is, help defend against this Westwood attack. And they will get the ball out of their defensive zone all the way that orange backboard where Nick takes control, tries to pinch it out, but it's a soft one. So teammates necessary to get the ball over the midfield line. Kind of sums up how both teams have had to play defense as a collective, not as individuals, although that is a great save out of Carlos.
And being able to muster up those saves is going to be something that both teams are really going to have to say. I think we're gone with the conclusions that saying, well, if you get a lot of saves, not a good thing for your team. Well, I think it's kind of necessary at this point. Both offenses clicking. It's really hard to completely shut down a squad. It's more about cutting it out in the midfield, if anything. Kind of like this one from Nuclear, able to get that first touch. The redirect attempt from Bluey is there, and now they got to get all the way back and rolling up onto the goal line, and the recovery will be able to spare us from a 2-0.
Oh, Nick. Looking for a ground double or a setup for Jaduko. Whichever works. Jaduko going off the back wall. Westwood Mechie at the moment, but Tekka too solid to let any of that fall through. They will get another clear. We'll see what they can build off of it. I've had the bulk of the possession in this game, but still have yet to score on any of their 5 shots. There's an attempt at another, but off the back wall. Jaduko does well. Finds Nick down the field. Good flick, but doesn't get through Bluey. That is a nice read by the Tekka defender.
Another couple bumps here Nuclear going to be wrapping around Bluey. Gets done. That actually might be in on its own, but Nick DeVick able to secure instead. Some commotion in the corner. Look at the bump and all these weird angles. Juco goes back for more and sends it across.
My word, I think that would have been in, but Nick did have to secure it as Nuclear was trying desperately to get back to prevent Westwood from finding a 2-goal buffer now over Tekka. Tyrants need something soon with 100 seconds left. This could be it. Carlos center ball, but Nuclear jumped at the initial touch, not waiting to see if Carlos had anything extra. Slight miscommunications like that could come back to bite Tekka.
I'll be able to see a deflection back across Bluey. Thinking about it, we'll act on this one. Juco going for a 50, not quite going to work out, but also not really a problem. Zos would continue to send these balls deep. I think they're honestly not as concerned with possession because right now Tekka trying to just formulate these movements forward, but they have not been able to find these passes. I think that touch potentially trying to get put on the backboard. That shot going to be off target. Another Westwood clear downfield, this time with someone diving forward. Nick, no contact, followed 50 going back into the middle, and a dent will be beat over the top.
Nuclear running out of boost, but has 2 teammates center to put a shot on. Only needs the one. Bluey was the closest option. That's what Nuclear elects for, and Bluey hits his mark. Tekka find an answer.
I really do like the way that they angled that one to coming into the middle, and they kind of flick it, but not really. It's more so just a pop-up, kind of a handoff, if anything. Bluey able to strike that one back across the defender. Very hard to be able to get that angle correct when you're traveling at 1,000,000 miles an hour, so now the lead cut again. It's just on Tekka. Try to clutch up final 45 seconds, especially dealing with these soft touches from Nick DeVick. Somehow it's not going to go in. Here's Nuclear on the counter. 0 boost. He's just got a full send into the corner. Westwood able to get the read, but only so far as Bluey. Carlos with the reach into the ceiling, dropping down, and Bluey only able to tap that in front of the goal. Nuclear, no contact. Westwood seemingly has survived.
I don't know how. I don't know how other teams have survived the last couple of minutes of defense. Tekka still down by 1, but their defense keeping this game in a manageable state. The comeback is still very much alive. That's an awkward backboard for Westwood, but a dent cleans it up. Nick to clear. That net's exposed. Carlos is back to prevent the 3rd goal from Westwood, but Tekka need a 0-second play that they will not be allowed. Westwood find themselves match point and semifinal number 2.
Yeah, we've actually been saying for a while, Westwood fans, I've been watching back through some of the former casts just to be able to tape review a little bit. Westwood fans are some of us rowdy, and right now they actually called out earlier in the series, Westwood in 5 after losing game number 1. And right now they're certainly on a tear to try to make up for that one, but they are slowly bringing it all together. Really solid performance from them. I will say Tekka starting to figure out things slowly, but they don't have too much time remaining to be able to truly bring the series back.
I don't know. This series is so close. Like, the shot opportunities, so close. The mechanical skill level of both teams, there aren't many advantages for either side. For me, it comes down to who can step up on a land stage, who can hit the high-ish percentage shot opportunities, because there aren't a ton of those. And right now, Westwood has an advantage, but this very easily could go 7. Tekka has to perform, though, on Neo Tokyo. They have to hit their shots. They have to limit Westwood's opportunities, and I'm just going to sit back and enjoy this one. Danger Taco, I mentioned how I need a bowl of popcorn right now. Obviously, I got to talk, so I can't have one, but I'm just going to sit back and enjoy it.
Also, you can't get any kernels in those teeth. It's a nightmare for casting. But either way, I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to eat popcorn in between rewatching highlights of this for all the fans. But also, I know some of these fans, they're on their edge of their seat going into this next one. Trying to see in game 6, can we bring it to 7? Tekka, do they have that capacity, or is Westwood just too fast, just too good?
Tekka through the corner, can't beat Jaduko, and a dent and Nick off the ball, demoing 2 Tyrants, though Bluey keeps the ball in that orange half on the first attempt. Second, Nuclear and Carlos combining for a quick clear and shot the other way. It's creative from Tekka, and these are the opportunities you have to create for yourselves. Neither team is going to give opportunities to the other side. You have to earn them, which Nick does there with a phenomenal shot. It goes off the ceiling, off the crossbar, off Nuclear, and in.
And sometimes this game does turn into pinball. Poor Nuclear. Actually had a pretty good jump at that one, but you can look at the boost total in that nameplate. 0 on the replay. So hard to be able to actually get underneath that one to dig it out to the sidewall. So looks a little clunky, but all from just the most random of pinches. Another leave potentially from Bluey, but Tekka not quite able to hop on top of it.
Ball left for no one, as no one on Tekka had boost to field it way up in the air, so they wait for it to come to ground. Westwood, fortunately for the Tyrants, respected the fact that a Tekka player could easily get up and win the challenge on that ball. Thanks to that respect, Westwood has to work from their goal line. Tekka through the corner, won't find a center ball as Nick DeVitt gets in the way, and that will be a clear found by a dent. Jaduko following it up, trying to chase Carlos off the ball, but Carlos, with 100 boost in hand, does well enough to stall out Westwood and limit their chances through the corner.
And Tekka doing well to be able to keep these rotations close. Bluey, a solid cut into. That could be something that Carlos can build up for, but Bluey's actually going to call them off instead, which means this deflection will be called in for the third player. Nuclear getting dunked out of the way. Bluey tapped to the side where Carlos should be able to grab, but again, just throwing it right to the side wall where Westwood seemingly reading the minds of Tekka on all these clears.
Just banging the ball at the moment. Tekka not finding decent follows, but the speed of Westwood will do that to you. Force you to think there's an orange car right in your face as soon as you get a moment with the ball. There's a lobbing clear that gets to the midfield line, though. Westwood forced back. That's a dangerous ball. Tekka nearly convert on, but there is no rebound allowed by the Cardinals. Jaduko, musty pop to the opposite side of the field. We head back into the same Tekka corner where we have spent so much of this game.
I'm blown away by the effective range of this Westwood defense. The amount of times that I've seen Tekka get the ball in space and then try to knock it into a weird position for the defense that they can't read, and then suddenly it's just right back into the middle for them to save. Of course, I'm talking about Tekka right now. Westwood is the one trying to hog the spotlight. Nearly a nice little follow through on the backboard, but now it's Tekka potentially with a chance on offense. I was going to say Bluey's looking for the back pass, but maybe just didn't trust the low boost play. High lob, that's over one, but not with a follow.
There was that back pass. It was nearly a goal, if a little bit lower, but nearlies don't count in Rocket League. You gotta find the back of the net. Jaduko does right there, and Westwood find themselves a 2-goal lead.
Fantastic pass from Nick DeVitt, being able to find that pocket of space just beyond that first player and then just behind the other, and being able to find Jaduko again. He's been kind of a striker, sniffing out a lot of these spaces. Fantastic comms from Westwood. It's up to Tekka now to really clutch up with 2 minutes. You don't have to rush it all the way, but certainly they're going to be gripping this controller a little bit tighter, especially on a counter as brutal as this.
That one hurts. Tekka, they tried their best to get one back immediately, but they sent two at a ball that was not theirs. Great dunk by Jaduko. Took it away in defense and gave a dent an easy finish on the other side of the ball. Tekka now has it all to do in Game 6 if they want to keep their season going to Champions Field.
It's definitely one of those plays from Tekka that you understand, and it's really too late to figure it out up until really the last second where everyone's moving forward, and then suddenly you look back and say, ooh, actually, what happens if this gets deflected? And that's exactly what happened. So now it's a doubly difficult for Tekka because they have a massive lead to make up for. Make it even larger. Insane accuracy.
How does Nick see the top left corner and then say, all right, I'm going to hit it there? That's unbelievable. Precision on that shot, and the speed with which he did it as well. Came off the ceiling, shot it, bang. It's a goal for Westwood. They have come into Neo Tokyo and planted a flag. There's 100 seconds left, but this comeback from Tekka is looking near impossible.
At this point, they need everything to go right, especially with these 50s. Bluey just trying to be a disruptive force, and the problem is they need that Tekka rotation to come back. You can see how wide it is starting to display. You had mentioned Westwood's speed and what it can do to you. This is really the end result. Tekka, phenomenal positional team, but you can tell they're rotating so deep and so awkwardly because they're forced to be able to try and get any of the boosts remaining on the field, and sometimes that just doesn't allow for these quick follow-ups that are required.
They have to force now, though, in the offensive end, and they will need boost to do that. But Nick's got plenty and gains space for a dent. Pops that deep into Tekka territory, and Bluey on the back wall makes the save. Two players go for that ball, but Carlos is going to challenge the midfield line, so Westwood forced to their backboard. Tekka on their follows, though. They're just diving in, hoping they can catch a Westwood defender in the process of making a mistake, but nothing given. by the Cardinals. They find another clear. They find another shot on target. It is saved by Nuclear. The rebound, though, will not find its way in, but Jaduko's follow does give Westwood their 5th. Taco, I think they're going to Grands.
Yeah, right now some might be thinking, Westwood, calm down. You already have the job done. They're saying, nope, just going to continue to stat pad, and no one has had better stats in this series than Jaduko. Everybody trying to get involved on the scoreboard, but that has been a name popping up over and over for this Westwood squad. They got to hope going into Grands that this is the consistency that he can continue to bring on out. GG's to Tekka. Phenomenal run, getting top 4 in a national championship, but better luck next semester, next school year. It's going to be Westwood looking to close this one out.
Congratulations, Westwood, getting further than last year already today with their top 4. They placed top 6 in the previous season, and they just keep on marching, setting up a great result in the grand finals. And the players have yet to ground the ball. I don't think either team wants to leave the land stage, but Nick comes in and grounds it. Westwood officially confirmed to be moving on.
It will be Westwood and Putnam in that Grands, 2 teams that, honestly, I don't think we really would have predicted. Putnam on one end was a favorite coming into this tournament. They got into the finalist position last year. But Westwood, this is, as you mentioned, a top 6 team. They were the spring premier champions this season, but it's not necessarily a team that many people would say this is absolutely the run. But the way that they're playing, they're certainly saying, hey, this is why you should have preferred us as favorites. Tekka, albeit, was definitely one of those teams that I believed in. I love their play style, but sometimes Westwood is just the counter to your play style at times. Down the stretch, it got a little bit more tenuous on their control of the game, and Tekka certainly a team to watch out for in future competitions. Great job to them to get as far as they did.
Well, the grand finals between Putnam and Westwood will be coming up in just a little bit. A reminder, though, before we take a quick break, that the HSEL is brought to you by Intel. Thanks to Intel's support, HSEL is able to offer high school students across the nation an unparalleled esports experience. From cutting-edge technology to thrilling competitions, Intel is fueling the future of high school esports. Discover how Intel sparks innovation and pushes the boundaries of possibility at intel.com. The grand finals coming up in a little bit, I'm sure, after an interview. So stay tuned for more HSEL Nationals action in just a little bit.
Becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because KC Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
I learn a lot from the kids. I kind of let them run things. I let them set their own captains and set their own practice schedules, and I will check in periodically to see how they're doing to offer guidance and ideas. I'm Brandon Bishop. I'm an educator, first and foremost. I'm a teacher. I teach social studies, history. As a kid, I grew up with like the console wars, so like PlayStation 2, we got one for Christmas, and that's kind of how I got into gaming. So yeah, I think the biggest skill that gaming can teach, especially with this at this level, is communication and cooperation. Watching the kids play and communicate, I learn a lot more, and so I can kind of see what things are working for them, what things don't. These kids are playing games on their own all the time, and they spend a lot of time on it. So I want them to harness that and turn it to something that can be used for like school pride. Like, look at these cool jerseys you can get. You win a game and you get on the morning announcements, they say your name and say you guys are winning, and the school gets to learn about your accomplishments. I really appreciate what you guys are doing. Thank you.
And welcome back to the Winner's Circle. Here yet again with another post-game interview with Coach Rudy from Westwood, New Jersey. How are you doing?
We're good. Just come off of a win. It was a little bit nerve-wracking. All these teams in the semifinals play like a really hyper-offensive rotation, and so the guys were getting a little bit tripped up during those 2 games that we lost, but eventually we found the opportunities that we needed, and we're able to clinch it out.
Now, Westwood seemingly has nerves of steel making it this far in the tournament. How are you feeling about your guys' performance this year compared to last year? Because I know you also made an appearance last year at Nationals. What's been the biggest change from then to now to help you get here?
Bringing on our third Dante into this year. He's been actually playing with Nick and Owen a lot, but we couldn't get him last year because he wanted to play lacrosse. Thank God he doesn't want to play lacrosse now. And you know, these guys have synergy and nerves of steel or adaptability, whatever you want to call it. These guys don't get shaken. They figure out the problem and they're able to reset their mental for the next game.
And they sure play a mean game of car soccer. Well, we're very impressed with what you've done so far, and we can't wait to see what you do next time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for inviting us down. I think we had some kids that were on the fence about being in the esports club, but getting them here, getting them to wear the school uniform, getting them to see what the company is like, I think that's going to spread. When they go back to school, they're going to talk to their friends. So this is a great opportunity. So you should definitely continue to do stuff like this. Invite schools down to see firsthand what the benefits can be.
It's game on. Introducing Rising Champions. This summer school course features 20 ready-to-go lessons from day one. Utilizing the Blueprint digital learning platform, you're able to fully customize your experience. You can either use our preloaded lessons or add your own. Encourage your students to have fun while learning technical skills like 2D and 3D animation, computer maintenance, social media design, esports career building, and much more. Summer is about having fun. So sign up for Rising Champions today. They say the right tools can get any job done. We agree. Introducing Blueprint, a platform for educators built by educators. Blueprint is user-friendly, featuring drag-and-drop scheduling tools and a robust gradebook. Designed for the scholastic world, Blueprint empowers educators to create powerful course content. Plus, Blueprint is the exclusive provider of the popular Gaming Concepts curriculum. Learn more about how to gain access to Blueprint today.
I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about because no one really, displays their passion for esports because, it's not really seen as cool in a sense.
My name is Trey Curtis.
My name is Jordan Langford.
My gamer tag is Tapu.
My gamer tag is Swizz.
But what got me into gaming is the Wii, I think probably. My parents got me a Wii when I was really young. Played like Wii Sports, Super Mario.
Definitely my older brother, watching him play, hearing about other kids in my school playing games. So yeah, that's really how I got into gaming.
I don't really do any like extracurricular things. I take like AP classes and honors classes, but besides that, I don't really do anything extracurricular. So having like esports, like something I like to do a lot, I think is it's just really cool, especially like being able to do it with friends and things like that.
I love the guys. You know, we practice a lot together. You know, it takes a lot of chemistry to make a team work. You know, we haven't lost a game in the regular season yet, and the 3 tournaments we've played in so far. And I think that's just because of our, you know, dedication, hard work, teamwork, you know, working together, you know, working things out when they don't exactly go how we plan them to. And I think that's a really good piece to our success is our chemistry.
I guess I wasn't really too talkative in school and stuff. Meeting like 2 that were juniors at the time is like kind of cool as well because they added me to their group on Discord, and so like I kind of talked with a few people there. So I guess kind of brought me out of my own friend group a bit and like just talk to other people.
Well, I know a lot of people that, you know, love the game at my school. I mean, I play with a lot of them, but I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about because no one really, you know, displays their passion for esports because, you know, it's not really seen as cool in a sense. And I really think that that can be put away, that stereotype.
My name is Colt Berry. I am the video game design teacher and the head esports coach at Stafford High School in Stafford, Texas. I've been coaching for about 3 or so years as an esports collegiate athlete as well as a collegiate coach. I used to play for Rogers State University in Claremont, Oklahoma. So I was a part of, I basically created my own esports club there. And then I was part of the first 27 athletes in Oklahoma to be the first on varsity scholarship in the state of Oklahoma. I did a survey of the students real quick when we did our first initial esports program meeting. And that's when I had probably 80 or so students show up to this initial club meeting. My director, Dr. Barry Allen, was like, you can just wait till next year to get everything going, you know, just fill it out, fill the school year out, don't overrush yourself. But then I had 20 or 30 seniors, and I was like, I'm not gonna let these kids go another year without this program. So we built the teams, and my Valorant team was the one team I built, and these kids were they're all diamond and ascendant players, and I was like, oh, okay, I have a good roster here. And so I was a little bit different. So a lot of people are brought as teachers, and then they're, esports is thrown onto them. I was actually brought in as an esports coach and a teacher second. So I was brought in with hey, we know your background in esports, we want a program here, we want this being built out, but can you teach video game design? And luckily, before I went to college, I was a business administration major. I actually took technology classes in high school for video game design. I had actually had certificates and had an associate's in video game design at the time, so I felt very comfortable. I'm looking forward most for my next school year is that we're now starting district wide. So basically, this year initiative was last year initiative was get high school off the ground and get them going. Our district is pretty small. We're a 4A division school, but luckily enough, we have a STEM school, a high school, an elementary school, and a middle school. So we have all the different ways that students can be involved. So my next big goal next year is that this year we pieced into middle school. Basically, we had a couple of middle school teams this year. So I'll be trying to bring in a couple more teachers under my coaching stipend and really fill out an esports director role is what I'm looking forward to, and creating a campus club at middle school, STEM, and high school, and creating teams as well as connecting those with pathways in video game design as well as video game curriculum to connect these students in not just esports, but in the curriculum that will help them, design video games and be in career fields of in esports and in video games, and even using video games to teach modern day curriculum like math, science, and things of that nature is what we're really looking forward to do. Yeah, so it feels pretty good. It feels amazing. It feels rewarding. I would say is my best word to describe the feeling. To be among the the nationwide nominees for coaches of the year.
Hello there, gamers and mental health enthusiasts. Today, we're diving into a groundbreaking study that explores the intersection of scholarly gaming and mental health education, and how it can impact the self-esteem of adolescents. Picture this: a world where scholarly gaming isn't just about mastering technology-based career skills or dominating the world of video game business. No, it's a world where gaming becomes a gateway to improving mental health. 3 visionary educators and a school-based health intervention expert came together to create a curriculum that aligns with academic guidelines from the International Society for Technology Education. This curriculum spans 40 lessons, delivered over 14 weeks with a minimum of 120 minutes per week. But here's the twist: 83 schools were invited to participate, but they were divided into 2 groups, those with mental health moments and those without. The non-mental health moment group got the scholarly gaming curriculum alone, while the mental health moment group got an extra layer of education. Mental health moments were embedded into 27 lessons, integrating concepts from the PERMA framework and the collaborative academic, social, and emotional learning standards, otherwise known as CASEL. Now, let's meet our players. 471 participants from both groups, with almost 75% in high school, many experiencing scholarly gaming for the first time. A majority were male, and the racial diversity was broad. At the start, the average self-esteem score was 17.9, with 22.1% reporting low self-esteem. But hold on, the game's just beginning. As the study progressed, it revealed some fascinating results. While 57.7% of participants with low self-esteem at the beginning reported average self-esteem post-intervention, the Mental Health Moments group stole the spotlight. Self-esteem scores improved by 8.3% in the Mental Health Moments group, compared to no change in the non-Mental Health Moments group. How's that for a power-up? Some students even shifted from abnormally low self-esteem scores to normal ranges. The message is loud and clear. Educators, healthcare providers, and adolescent advocates pay attention. Non-traditional educational instructions, like scholarly gaming, combined with mental health moments, can significantly improve students' well-being. And there you have it, a journey through the power of scholarly gaming and mental health moments. Remember, your self-esteem matters, and sometimes all it takes is a little extra support to level up. Thanks for joining us on this adventure. Until next time, keep gaming, keep learning, and most importantly, keep believing in yourself.
I love it. Like, I know a lot of people from other schools that I talk to, they envy us in a sense because they wish they had an opportunity to be able to be with your friends and compete. Even talk to my parents, they're like, wow, I wish we had that when we were younger. So it's a cool opportunity for sure.
I would have probably never became friends with these people if I didn't join it. They're really cool. They're actually fun to hang out with.
We got the hang of it pretty quick, and yeah, Generation Esports is a pretty decent website, I will say. The queuing is easy, you can figure out what time you want to play, and it's all around just super fun talking with other people from other schools.
My name is Amy Doyle. I am a middle school teacher at Air Shirley Regional Middle School. I am the district coach for our esports program. Yeah, so our esports program started last school year when I started teaching here at Air Shirley Regional Middle School. I had approached the principal and said, hey, I would be really interested in starting an esports program here at the school. I think there's enough interest with the kids. And he was like, you know what, that's an awesome idea. Let's see how they like it. So for the first year, our team was a local team. We competed with students within our school district, and we had little championships, but we had enough students that it was taking multiple days to get through our championships in district. We had about 37 students sign up in our first year of esports, and all we played was Super Smash Brothers and Rocket League. So obviously there was this really strong interest in esports here, and I was really excited about that because I'm a big gamer myself. A couple of things that I'm super proud of with our program: it makes it so accessible for our students who wouldn't traditionally be involved in something with our athletics department, and those students have not only hopped in and participated, they have risen to the occasion and have been able to hop into leadership roles such as team captains for some of our games, which has been just something I've been unbelievably proud of with our students. A specific moment this season that I was particularly proud of was our Splatoon team made it into the playoffs for the middle school fall major, or spring majors, I should say. And they were so excited just to be able to play on the nationals. In the quarterfinal match, we met with the other team, and they said, hey, we're down a player because we're on spring break and they're not able to reach us. We know that according to rules, you guys could just claim the forfeit, but we're hoping that you'd still be willing to play with us. And my students were just so excited to play. They were like, yeah, absolutely. We still want to play. We want to have a good time. It was spectacular. It's the kind of joy and sportsmanship that I really love seeing with this program. I wouldn't be
to HSEL Nationals 2024 presented by Oakley, as we have one more Rocket League match, and it is the grand finals. It is between the number 1 seed and the number 2 seed in the bracket. Both know once he's coming out of their groups. Now, These two teams, they haven't really met this next team in HSEL that much, but they met not too long ago at a Connecticut land where Westwood won in a bracket reset grand final. So, there is history. We know these two teams can duke it out, and what better stage to do it here in front of the Trident at Kansas City. Without further ado, please welcome Public Science Academy and Westwood Regional High School.
What an introduction for our final series of the HSEL 2024 Rocket League season. So many teams have battled it out to try to get to this point, but only two succeeded. Westwood and Putnam. Danger Taco and Bepic on the call. And Taco, I really have high hopes for this grand finals. I think we can go the distance, like that introduction just suggested.
I mean, I would like to be able to go to a Game 7, particularly because that is where we can really play out the entirety of what a grand final really should be, because all these teams going into this bracket, there have been some changes up in scoreboards, but for these two grand finalists, 4-2s all the way through in the quarterfinals, in the semis, and now into our grands. Hopefully, we can see it go beyond that, but to be honest, I have no idea what to really expect from those two entirely different squads and how they played here to get here, the different expectations kind of weighing on either, so whatever happens, I know everybody in the crowd, even if they have their individual sides they're rooting for, they're in for a treat.
Absolutely. Not just 4-2s all the way through for both these teams, only W's all throughout this weekend. They both went undefeated in their respective groups. They both obviously won their quarterfinals and their semifinals, but only one team can continue that undefeated streak and hoist the trident at the end of the grand finals. I'm very eager to get into this series between the Putnam Mustangs and the Westwood Cardinals. Let's get this thing started.
Always an interesting prospect, particularly because it really comes down to adjustments. I think that's been really the word of the weekend for myself, as it feels like a lot of these teams, it's never really just like, all right, we have figured it out, and then they just go. It's always like, okay, I think we have, no, never mind, they've actually been able to change things up on us. So knowing how fast Westwood is, how organized Putnam is, I think it's really just going to come down to sheer execution, as the zero RNG esport really should be.
And that fact reflects itself in the score lines for every single series in the single elim bracket. There hasn't been a single sweep. It was at the bare minimum 4-1s and majority 4-2s, but we haven't seen Game 7 just yet. I was going to say championship. We're starting there because it's the championship. But Game 7, we'll see if these guys can get us there. Either way, it's Westwood scoring first. It took them a minute, but they're on the board.
A dent, lovely to see, but on the bounce shot, so difficult to be able to react to. You have a pretty decent save from Kazu, but being able to actually dig that out of your goal off the crossbar and get it clear is sometimes too tall of an obstacle to be able to leap over top of Westwood, being able to get their lead, and now potentially getting another one. That's a nice setup to Nick, but unfortunately the first touch getting a little bit away.
Nice clear opportunity for Swaz carrying it, but stopped by a dent. Nick beaten here by Oxy, but nabs that corner boost. Wonderful boost control. The micro game is going to be so important between these two teams, but that demo seriously important as it sets up Westwood in the offensive end, though Nick can't commit for that ball as the defense was up, so he backs off, finds a dent out to the side, and Westwood retool.
Swaz able to get slapped to the ceiling, unfortunately, not able to truly control that one. Kazu also not dealing with too much boost, but being able to now refuel and then potentially start up an air dribble, getting bumped out of the way, but he's still able to persist that pinch in the middle. That's a crazy bounce into the shot, and yet still Westwood able to get away with it. Counterattack not nearly fast enough. The recovery on both sides doing very well.
Oxy out to the side where Swaz does appear, taking to the skies from the ground to put that ball on the Westwood back wall. And again, peppering that backboard. Westwood at the moment, Putnam can't really set up offense off the back of it. Westwood is staying together. That demo, though, will interfere with the defensive rotations, though Nick does so well to force a clear off of a Putnam car and send them all the way back.
Being able to get those awkward touches is really about how a lot of these games are going to have to go. You're going to have to throw everybody off kilter, whether that's through demos, through producing a lot of solid 50s. It seemed like Westwood was busting all of that out in their semifinal. Putnam, meanwhile, they had to endure through quite a lot of delays, but it seems like they're clicking now. Oxy, that's a solid read off the back wall.
And they finally capitalize on all that offensive pressure. Nick is just a little bit too slow to that ball, and Oxy makes him pay with a phenomenal shot. And I mentioned earlier how both of these teams are undefeated on the weekend, and they also have the same exact game differential. Both went 17-6 across the now 3 days of gameplay on land, which shows you just how close Putnam and Westwood are. And you can see that reflected in the 1-1 we've got 3 minutes into game one.
Ooh, wow, the dunk on down. That shot going across. It was trying to be the best possible placement, and yet it's not going to work out. Somehow, though, it will be dug out by Westwood, and now sent all the way down by Oxy, and then sent right on back. Westwood not actually able to get that read. Swaz don't want him being able to control this one, trying to time it down. The spike, it passed all 3 defenders, threading the needle is Oxy.
That's a beautiful finish again out of Oxy. A pass down hits the front of their bumper. That was a dime. Even with 2 Westwood defenders on the goal line in the face of Putnam, Oxy still somehow gets it over both of them. Now Westwood needs to find a response as Putnam have strung 2 together.
And of course, it's this player, Nick, who always loves to be able to take those solo plays. Even if they only have 30 boosts in the tank, they can make the most of it. And you can see how Putnam is responding to that one, kind of stacking up that goal line, making sure they get the early challenges, those early follow-throughs as well. And that's really where both teams are doing well, being able to make sure it's not just one-to-one plays. It's always knowing that if the first man goes and misses, no big deal. We got plenty of people behind to provide reinforcements. Doesn't help when you're bumped, though, but it does help when the 4th defender comes to your rescue. Ringing off the bar was Westwood.
Putnam escaped right there as Westwood had a great opportunity to tie things up, but now on the other side of the ball, Putnam has an opportunity to go up by 2, though they also have the crossbar bug at the moment, sending that shot too high. This one a lob towards the Westwood net, but they will get back in time to defend. I love that demo from Jaduko. Sets up Nick for a clear, but the follow-up, there's no time for it. Kazu in the area, finds the ball over the midfield line for the clear.
Another roller down, a little bit of a demo on the Westwood defender trying to get back, but looks like Jaduko should have that as they're falling on it, not really getting contact they're looking for. Follow-up putback from the corner is met by Oxy, going for the physical play, always just trying to keep the defense on their toes, circulating all the way around the back half of this field. Putnam, it feels like they don't even want to leave this half without a goal. They might have to just deal with the fact that sometimes the goal is just closed for business, but can't tell him that. Another foul. That should be a wide open shot being put underneath the first defender, but not past Jaduko.
Great team vision, though, by Jaduko. Had to go for that ball along with a low boost teammate. Instead, realizing his teammate probably wasn't getting the ball, and so he fields it on the defensive side and turns that right around into wonderfully executed offense. That tap, that turn, that shot, pristine from Jaduko.
And I was wondering whether or not they would have the hot hand going into the next series. They were the leading scorer for Westwood in their semifinal, and that's a great measure of confidence, being able to cut that one down, delay it past the first defender, and then be able to slot it past the last remaining obstacle. 5 seconds, maybe. Some heroism coming in from Nick DeVick, able to air dribble but not get a bump. Putnam able to survive the first foray. How about the second? There will just opt for the spike down, and to be honest, Pepek, I do not blame him. Overtime in game 1.
They don't want any more forays of Westwood into the orange end, but they will get one by way of Nick off the ceiling, putting a shot on, but it's easily saved by Swaz. Jaduko placing it right back and getting 2 to jump off the Putnam back wall. Shouldn't account to much, that double commit, as Putnam is still structured in defense. They get through a dent, they put a shot over Jadoku's head, and that's just in. Putnam stealing overtime.
And being able to get this goal is a solid one, but you can see the just pure tragedy that was Adent trying to get this one, and then the follow-through aerial. Sometimes it's just a little bit more behind you than you realize. The aerial not going through, and they don't all have to be pretty because it all counts for the dub for Putnam. Well done, and if every game is as close and contentious as this, like we said, this is going to be quite the grand finals.
14 shots out of Putnam, though. 8 of them saved. Jaduko with 5 of those 8 saves. I mean, Putnam made Westwood work defensively, and Westwood, they worked. They got themselves in a position to maybe take that game despite the pressure from Putnam. But I mean, one transition can change all of that. And like you said, unfortunate ball over Jaduko's head, and Putnam take game 1. They find that early tone setter, but man, was that a close start to a grand finals that you would expect to be close.
Yeah, and this is where, again, we're going to start to come into the different styles of play, because right there, that was really counter-heavy from Westwood. Typically, it's a play style that they really like to bump out into solo plays, be able to then move into and get the follow-throughs, but we didn't see too much of that. It was mostly just opportunistic plays, being able to hop on top of it, take some weird 50s, set up these plays for the slot, and that is something that definitely will work for every team, but I don't know if that's going to be as consistent, especially as we will see Westwood continue to bring up a different play style, kind of get back to their roots, or maybe just throw something at a curveball that Putnam not able to react to. Putnam, probably one of their biggest strengths is that they do seem like they are fairly good at bending and just barely getting away with it. We saw Swaz get a crazy number of saves in the goal line in that semifinal, and if you're a Westwood fan, you're going to hope that he does not pull out a similar performance.
And getting into game 2 now, but that's the bottom of the field. All right. We got some people on the field that should not be there. Hopefully security will get on that, but still having to wait a second. Putnam, I'm sure, used to technical difficulties, as I think we will reset the lobby and get into game 2 in just a little bit. But Westwood is a team that can certainly adjust and find out ways through a Putnam defense that stopped them just enough times in that previous game. And I talk about it so often. I think game 2 is probably one of my favorite games in a Rocket League set, maybe outside of like game 5 or game 7, just because I love the adjustments after a team starts fast in game 1, what the losing team does to maybe get back in a series.
Yeah, like it or not, this is peak performance, what we're witnessing right now. The AI of Rocket League playing around is yeah, we'll come back to us to be able to talk about this a little bit more. But yeah, we'll be resetting everything. Unfortunately, that is not the true game. Even though 4v4, some people want that as a competitive thing. I don't think testing it out in a grand finals is really it. Especially
with that gameplay. I would much rather watch Westwood and Putnam players on the ball than Casper and Bandit and the bots that decided to take over game 2. So we'll get that remedied real fast. But it has been a phenomenal grand finals so far. You start off in game 1, you go to overtime, and you put the utmost pressure possible on these players coming into the final series of their season that they want to emerge from victorious. And you go to overtime as well. You can't blame those slight mistakes, Jaduko just having that ball barely poked over their head from happening, as the nerves have to be hitting those players. I don't care how seasoned you are. Playing on a land stage in a grand finals has to bring you a little bit of shaky hands.
Context is huge for all these different situations that players get put into, because I've talked to plenty of players that are winning, going in, qualifying potentially into like really high stakes tournaments, winning cash weeklies, and they're saying, I mean, I'm all fine. And I've talked to players in the collegiate sense, casted a lot of Scholastic Rocket League, and when we see these teams play in CRL for the league play on broadcast, I talked to them later, like, hey, how'd you feel? And they're like, I've never been more shaky. My hands are getting kind of like wobbly, like my voice is kind of like trembling a little bit. And it's not really just because they don't have the capacity. It's just because it's such a different atmosphere than sitting in your room or sitting in the computer lab situated in some of these high schools. So I think being able to compensate for that, also knowing that you have so many people cheering for you, you've gotten all the way to the grand finals, you're so close, but not quite there. I think all of that weighs on them. So really hats off to these students being so young and being able to handle that effectively.
No kidding. And for Putnam as well, they have to be thinking about last year where they got to this stage and they came up just short. And hopefully they don't think about that for very long, only for motivation, I'm sure. But that has to weigh on you a little bit as well. You want to redeem last year's team by emerging victorious in this grand finals. And they still have a long ways to go to do that. But Westwood, last year getting top 6, making a run to grands. You've seen how far you can go. To come up empty-handed would sting so much. And I don't know, there's a lot of things we could talk about when it comes to putting pressure on these young kids' shoulders, because you're right, these are just 18-year-olds and younger up on the stage facing this kind of pressure admirably. So kudos to them as we get set for game 2.
Oh my goodness, Putnam almost right off the bat, and in fact they will make it happen. The rebound from Oxy, just excruciatingly slow rolling on in.
Oh, what a touch from Swaz, and what an odd touch from Oxy. I don't know how they made that work, but Putnam using unconventional touches on the ball to get through Westwood's defense and open up Game 2 strong.
We'll be able to see another deflection out of the defense, and I'll say it's not necessarily a kickoff goal, but it is for Putnam. We've been able to see Oxy dominate before. In fact, that was the player for Putnam who's getting all the kickoff goals, so I suppose only right that someone else gets involved. It's Swaz getting a downfield dribble, the demo downfield clearing the path.
Swaz feeling no pressure at all, looking confident when on the ball. That is a nice second goal found for Putnam, building themselves a buffer very early on in Game 2. After we talked about how close Game 1 was going to OT, with the margin so slim, Putnam jump out to an early lead, but you had to expect an answer from Westwood eventually. I don't know about this soon, but they find it this soon.
Yeah, Pepek, I'm excited to actually get into the actual
Yeah,
gameplay. I feel like we've just been doing kickoff simulator right now every single time. It feels like we're on our way to be able to get into the thick of things. It's just one counterattack into another, then into the deflection, into the goal again. So this one might be a chance to be able to reset everything, or we just continue on. That air dribble will be stopped. And hey, look, we actually made it.
All right, I'm so glad to see that clear. Just stopping that kickoff simulator that we've been playing at the beginning of Game 2. Putnam, though, out of the simulator, into the real thing, still looking just as good. Nice shot by Swaz, but better save out of Nick. Oxy trying again, but shut down by Jaduko, who's a menace right now in the midfield, forcing Swaz to play this ball awkwardly off the back wall. But they do have space. Will lose car privileges, however, as Nick takes them out, though Putnam do find a clear.
Back into the ceiling and back down out of the glare of the sun for these players. Nick Vic going to try to wrap around the back end and allow Adet and Jaduko to move on forward. Putnam, they have other options. That one could be dove on in, but instead it's Nick Vic trying to set up another flick, and that is not going to be fast enough to beat that final defender. The follow through, not any better. Putnam back into the mid.
It's a skim and a half, putting the ball center. No one was really prepared for it, though, and so Westwood in defense have a little bit of space to work with. Nick clears the zone, though, and goes coast to coast. He made that look easy.
Yeah, well, it certainly is easy for a player of this caliber. 100 boost, and all of the control is no small feat, especially when there's only one defender back. You can see actually on the backside for Putnam, they're trying to rotate, but they were tempted by that corner boost. They could not get the straight line going, and I suppose that is the penalty, but not necessarily something you can predict too easily.
Individual brilliance so far in Game 2. Oxy, though, running ahead, very good off the ball. We've talked about that a lot today. But Nick jumps on the play and finds it clear quickly for Westwood. Can't build much off of it just yet. Still fighting to keep possession in that Putnam side, but they will win that challenge, which could put them in the offensive end more permanently-ish, as far as you can talk about permanence in a game of Rocket League. As we continue to go back and forth, Westwood still have yet to put a shot off.
Being able to throw the ball deep enough to be able to continue it is probably the biggest issue that both these teams are facing. A lot of these counters are kind of just solo plays into air dribbles, or it's a demo and just kind of wide open walking down. But in the absence of those elements, it's mostly just kind of a touch and then both teams kind of staring at the ball and saying, we'll try again later, and then moving away from it. It's not necessarily the combination plays we are used to. Even there, Aden opting for a shot instead of potentially a layoff, but don't really blame them for not wanting to take any risks on these giveaways.
There, risks not wanting to be taken. No trust that Oxy would get that ball center. So Putnam empty-handed on that initial opportunity. We'll keep offense on the board for now. It's a nice extra touch there by Kazu in the midfield. And we'll give a little bit of space to Swaz if they hadn't been demoed by a dent. Good heads-up play. They'll also do a shot for Putnam, but the defense of Westwood too good at the moment.
And they're going to have to continue to be excellent because these touches are keep coming in. That's another double attempt from Oxy that will be just parried to the side for now. Jaduko hoping for 50s. There's only so much they can do. Luckily, Putnam not able to get a real dig underneath these shots. They're kind of just slow rollers across the middle, and yet still producing a double commit. Now into Nick with 100 boost to the ceiling. No, he's actually not going to go just forego that to go straight down the middle, and yet Putnam, I think, learning their lesson up very early for that one.
That was a nice flip reset out of Oxy. A lot of power on it. So it's a shot, but Nick is back using his speed to return to the goal line and find a save. Slowing down at the moment, the midfield line. No one sure who the next player to touch the ball is going to be. But off the back wall, Putnam finding a touch out. We'll need another here, and Swaz there to provide. Nick chain dashing to rotate out of offense very quickly. Love to see that mechanical display. Nick called back into action soon, I'm sure. Would have expected them to commit a bit earlier, but they have to wait as Swaz had full control through the center third. Good reason that Putnam player could be dangerous on the ball.
Demo to lead the way, potentially this is the door opening that they can launch themselves into. A little bit late on that challenge, a bit too close to the goalie, but that flick is past two. Pass third, no double, open shot for Jaduko, and that's going to be right into Oxy, actually just chilling in that top corner. Fortunate that he was. Placement starting to pick up for both teams, and yet the shot's just not decisive enough.
Nick out to the side, it's a double downfield, so Kazu has to back off. Jaduko to follow, put a shot on target, making sure Swaz is alive over there, and Swaz most certainly is with the adrenaline going, I'm sure. But we're still tied, 15 seconds left. Someone's got to step up soon, and it might be Oxy. A hard shot gets two off the goal line, but power of friendship finding a save for Westwood. Putnam still lurking in offense. Center ball, Oxy finds Swaz for the finish. Putnam go ahead late.
And talk about improvisation, driving backwards as Oxy, then flicks middle, and look at Swaz, the backflip adjustment to put that one in, but it is not done yet. That could be the winner, but 2 seconds at a kickoff stand between them and the dub. Nick DeVick wins the majority of that one. That's into the ceiling for Kazu to extend once more. Nick will get the back pass off the backboard. Westwood needs to be able to carry this one forward. The high lob will certainly help in that endeavor. That's a brilliant first touch. The follow through from Nick, looking for the top corner. The accuracy not there. Putnam comes away with a Game 2 dub.
That's a wonderful play by Westwood. I love the idea on 0 seconds, but unfortunately, the execution wasn't quite there. Putnam, again, it's a game that they feel like they got away with, honestly, because we were tied for so long. Putnam at the last second. In game 1, it was overtime. There it was with 3 seconds left on the board. They find their game-winning goal, and now in a grand final, so much pressure on both teams have a two-game lead.
And I really do like how the unconventional was able to win that game for the side of Putnam. That a lot of times the rotations start to get more and more regular over time, especially the stress ramps up. You don't want to be the person who cuts rotation and says, sorry, shouldn't have doubled on that, my bad. And then you make that classic mistake. But no, it was actually Putnam going, hitting the ball in the corner, landing, exiting out, then immediately U-turning to rocket that one back in. Meanwhile, Swaz with the backflip, that just shows just how unprepared they were for that pass and yet have the excellence to be able to finish it off. It's really such a strange play to witness live, but it's so incredibly effective. Westwood just caught by surprise in the crucial moment, and to their credit, nearly equalized in 0 seconds. So I will say at the very least that we are still getting, or rather living up to the billing in this grand final, really coming down to a singular play, usually deciding how this game is going to end.
Hey, Toe Mater would have been very proud of that last second play out of Putnam, all in reverse, essentially. And it puts them up 2-0. Westwood, they need a response now. It's been close, but they haven't been able to get games over the finish line as Putnam has been too clutch late in games. But hey, early on here, Nick will find the opening goal in Game 3 for Westwood.
And now a nice fast start there, and also just by chasing through the ball. Look at the persistence. He's a man of singular focus on that ball, completely ignoring all the other defenders, knowing that they're in a weird position. They might hesitate, and that is my moment.
Off kickoff. It's a win for Westwood. See if they can add on this early lead. Not in the first 10 seconds, but they have to back off with Swaz on the ball. So dangerous when carrying down the pitch. We have so many players like that in this lobby that are so good individually on the ball. It's been a treat to watch them do battle here, not just as individuals, but as teams as well. The space they can create for one another as Swaz creates a whole lot of space for the Putnam offense to work with, and Nick, well, countering it, taking it all away with an air dribble the other way.
And something that he's incredibly good at, being able to get that air dribble. And then you can almost say halfway through, he's debating whether or not he can take it even further, and it makes the defense have to hesitate, because if you challenge too late, that could be flip reset over you, but if you challenge too early, you potentially get 50 into oblivion. So it really creates this interesting mind game. And Nick DeVick's able to create that double tap on the near post, had potential, and that's exactly why Putnam was marking it on the near post.
Good stop by Putnam, giving proper respect to the abilities of Westwood. And now down the field, a doink attempt out of Swaz. Wasn't able to get it before the defender. So the defense wins that exchange. Westwood find a way out. Dent bumped off the ball. Good heads up Rocket League now to give Oxy some room to work with. They'll double it off the sidewall, find Swaz for a center ball, but Juco, the only player there. Westwood again to clear.
That's a really high, lobbing, lingering ball. Denton was nearly able to hop on top of it, but those moments, those brief seconds where that was not in the game plan, kind of like getting bumped out of nowhere. Into the next zip code goes the defender. Jaduko able to hop on top.
Oh, it's so wonderful. Kazu was trying to get this to their teammate on the back wall. That's a great idea. Oxy was there until he wasn't. Wonderful heads-up play by Westwood, finding that bump and clearing a lane to dunk Putnam on their own goal line. 2-0, and this is the kind of response I had in mind for Westwood, though we know, thanks to actually Westwood in the last game, that 2-goal leads are not safe.
No, not at all, and that's the biggest thing that you have to keep in mind, because when you have a 2-goal lead, it feels secure. You know, you have a little bit of a cushion, but the moment that goal goes in, that means that all the other team needs to do is just keep the ball up. There's that 0-second potential, and we've already seen the clutch factor from teams through semifinals, through quarterfinals, and now potentially into grands, how quickly they can really muster up the force to be able to turn really anything with any amount of boost into a goal-scoring opportunity. Adet trying to prove that on 6 boost, but unfortunately just barely skimming by the touch.
Oh man, we are stuck in this Putnam quarter. Someone dumped glue on the ground over there. But finally the players get out. Swaz puts a ball to the backboard. Jaduko will field it, put it off to the side, but Putnam have finally flipped the field. This game has been majority Westwood playing offense, but Putnam have had their opportunities, but a lot of them in transition. Only 3 shots on the board in the first half of game number 3. They will have to once again retreat into their defensive side. Players being bumped on both ends of the midfield line. Nick DeVic, though, comes out of the exchange on top, and we'll get Westwood back in offense.
Another follow through, well saved by Putnam, but how much boost do you have? There's only so much resistance you can muster up. Jaduko lurking on the back post. Their second, Westwood's third.
Where's this been? Westwood, a completely one-sided game 3 as they keep finding openings on the Putnam goal line. A lot of these goals have been in close proximity to the net of Putnam, and Westwood have found a way through time and time again, averaging a goal per minute at this point, leading 3-0.
And being able to also muster up a decent amount of shots as well. That is their 8th of the game, and being able to score 3 of those. Not too shabby of a conversion rate. And now it seems like Putnam wants to join on in with a little assistance. Oxy getting credit.
Very nice of you to join us, Mustangs. Thank you very much. Oxy, soft little tap, and that's enough to force a little bit of panic on the defense. Dent helping out a little bit right there. But Westwood still maintain a 2-goal lead with 2 minutes left.
Sometimes the filthiest goals are the own goals, and sometimes it can be kickoff goals. Who else but Putnam being able to pull that one out, but this time the post is certainly not their friend off the backboard. No way you get this pass. It was man-marked that time by Westwood defense. Putnam getting creative, even knowing they have to go down by 2 and be able to try to get back into this.
Creativity is certainly a strength of Putnam. They can find goals here as long as they work for them. That's a nice passing play in the infield. On the back wall, Oxy, of course, off the ball, causing some chaos in the Westwood defensive half, but it doesn't matter. Dent does get a clear down the sideline, a demo as well in the Putnam corner, and well, that's a miss from Kazu, but Westwood had backed all the way off. All right, a chance to take a deep breath for all of us.
Swaz able to touch that one out and then be able to try and steal that boost. He will not be able to, so he's going to have to leave it to Kazu and company. Being able to cause havoc. Nice infield. It's still too far away by Swaz on the counterattack. Nick is actually going to miss that one, but it's fine because ultimately that just clears the line. Putnam, that might be living in the back of their head if that shot is really what it comes down to for being able to get back into it. You don't often get those open passes, but I don't really blame them. Westwood just playing so fierce right now. Nearly adding another one is Jaduko.
Good demo, Nick. Finding an explosion, taking Oxy out of the play, but the other two you got to worry about right now for Putnam. A Dent, good touch to the back wall. Is there a follow-up? Yes, but it's from Putnam. Oxy returns to the field of play from the void to take a shot and find Putnam's 2nd goal of the game.
How ignorant I feel for assuming this wouldn't be a 1-goal game eventually, trying to bring it all back down the stretch. 23 seconds separating Putnam from potential defeat and going losing out on this potential to put themselves on match point. It's been a valiant effort from Westwood, but as we always say, it is not over until that ball hits the ground at 0-0.
That is There's a nice shot on, stopped by Oxy, but the save made it tough to find an immediate clear. That save a little bit better from Swaz. So much force on these Westwood shots despite being up by a goal. And with the ball in the Putnam corner, they have to go coast to coast. They are going to score on 0 seconds. Nick getting creative, trying to ground the ball, but isn't successful. Putnam, a pass across. There, off the crossbar, was the potential tying goal, but the fourth man for Westwood gives them the game victory.
Oh my God, I can barely believe that that just happened. They actually almost pulled it off, being able to get that ball up, especially, I'm just surprised it was able to even get there. Nick was actually trying to spike that one down. You can see him trying to air roll to just find a way to get it around that Putnam defender, but they were shadowing underneath, got the flick, got the pass, everything worked. But Westwood, good job positionally, getting in the way, disrupting that shot, causing it to be just a bit too high. Those are the margins we're living with in this grand final, and there will be no one-sidedness happening here. Westwood finally on the board.
Oh my word, no lead is safe, I think is what we just learned, is that was about as close as you can get to giving up a 3-goal lead without actually giving it up. But Westwood, they survive. They get their first game on the board, and that was an important one. We all know the narratives behind reverse sweeping in best of sevens, and while that would be awesome to see it in the grand finals, I don't know if Putnam going up 3-0 in a series would have given it up. So Westwood adjusting, finding themselves a great buffer to kick off that game number 3, and they defended it well enough to escape from the third game. So our fourth on Champions Field, we'll see what Westwood can do if they do end up tying the series up.
I do definitely think that Westwood is being, not as if they needed any reminders about the quality of their opponent. They're put on notice right there, because as you said, no lead is safe. 3 goals, feeling like that is basically guaranteed for most levels of play, and yet it came down to really the last touch of the ball. So being able to go into this next game, we'll see how Westwood handles it, potentially with an interesting kickoff, really slow play, nearly setting up a kind of interesting, more experimental play of anything else.
Nick out to the side with plenty of boost. Had 2 orange cars on him. Double teaming Nick is a pretty good strategy, and it works out for Putnam as they find a way out. And Swaz on the ball, going backboard, but leaving that ball for the next player up for Putnam. And well, there's no one to shoot. Oxy getting creative there, pushing the ball out to the side. And all right, game 4 is up and away.
Oh my goodness, Swaz, coast to coast, nearly putting a banger on through. And that would have been a great way to be able to kickstart things for Putnam, but turns out Westwood very good on defense as well as offense, able to get the crucial reads at the last second. Nick says, all right, I raise you. My attempt, air dribble into the solo play, gets past the ball, and Oxy taking no chance to shut it down.
That is a serious clear out of Swaz, and a lane to shoot, actually. Swaz doubled that. I don't know how on earth they were prepared for that. I don't know how on earth Nick was ready to make the save. Good block to keep us tied up, but both teams coming out of the gates firing in game 4.
Longer hit, being able to be chased down. Got to be careful, Westwood. Don't want to get dunked out, as we do see Jaduko able to fly on past the ball, and now able to try to steal some boost on the backside, trying to mount up some pressure, being able to really push their weight around on all these plays. And right now, I think we've entered truly into kind of the mid-game, where both teams kind of just arm wrestling with each other in the midfield and in each of their corners, but not really getting their true chance.
This is a decent look, though. Nick drops that ball down. Swaz is ready for it. You almost always have to leave a man on the goal line if Nick is on the ball, because it's probably going center one way or another. That one right towards net. Shot from a dent, testing the waters. Oxy demoed, despite being the hero right there, stopping a light shot on target. But it's a good strategy. Putnam scrambled for a second, but they do regain, find a way out, and now they can set up their offense again.
Ooh, open shot, I would say, if not for 2 players, being able to pinball that clear all the way back down. Oxy got to be careful, doesn't want to play with it too much, and yet he does. He plays around with it and gets away with it. I suppose that's what you get for a player who, just earlier, we saw power slide 180ing backflip clearing the ball in the grand final.
We always say, treat this like you're playing a video game for fun, and Oxy absolutely looking like they're having fun on the pitch, and it's Swaz that caps off another Oxy setup play with a goal. I'm sure they're having fun after that one as Putnam leads the halfway point of game 4.
And those are some of the passes that are so difficult to be able to react to, because as a defender, you're thinking no shot that is going to be passed up. They're going to rocket that one on target. We got to really lock up that goal line. And then suddenly it's just subverted, just a little bit thrown to the side. And you're thinking, wait, what happened? And then you pause. And in that moment, that's when that flick comes in. That is so well formulated by Putnam. It's so difficult to be able to see through all the traffic, all the nonsense getting thrown your way, and still be able to find that pass.
All right, Westwood now needing a response here. Nick, usually the player to provide it. Out to the side, going to keep control up the sidewalk, not letting anyone else on the ball until he passes it down. He made sure his teammates were ready to receive the ball, and Jaduko and Adent were more than prepared to finish that play off. Wonderful setup and wonderful closure. 1-1.
And it's also nice just being able to keep things simple. Go play off the backboard. Look for those dangerous balls. Don't overcommit. Just make sure you're in the zones to be able to force pressure. And so it just has to be basically able just to play the waiting game. And now they can wait for their next opportunity. Or maybe they just get a little impatient because everybody there, Joko, also able to just jump on top of that one and have to, unfortunately, be able to retreat back to the 1-1 kind of chess match mentality it seems like we've started to produce in this series.
Oh, Adent's perspective so perfect there to watch the passing play that Putnam set up. Adent was trying to read it, but was beaten. Putnam given an opportunity, but Jaduko has his teammates back. Put that ball to the midfield line and extend it even further with a strong 50-50 clear. Swaz, though, popping it up to themselves, dodging Adent's attempted demo there in the corner. I love that. The mind games from both teams, kind of expecting and anticipating what their opponents are going to try to get them off the ball.
Adent also trying to keep the teammates guessing as that carried that one all the way across. Problem is the offensive player joining him in that pursuit was also trailing on that play. Oxy, a lot of flicks, not a lot of substance. He has to wait for that support, and that's going to be another deflection back across as looks like Joe is able to get that first one, and now has to rely on Nick to get the second one. Zero boost and still getting that 150. Ball still not out, getting hassled as Westwood on the counter. That's a heavy hit, has to turn around his Swaz, and getting it done with zero in the tank.
Off the sidewall, Nick going center, looking for the top left corner. Can't find it. Momentum, the demon we all have to vanquish sometimes, but Westwood going to keep the ball in play for their offense. Swaz taking us out to the side. We're looking for a little room here, but it's there to interfere with one touch. Is the Westwood offense still? Swaz able to get past the midfield line. Demo the last and set up Oxy. That duo has been electric all weekend long, and they put Putnam up with 17 on the clock.
And I love it. Players staying relevant. It's so easy for Swaz to get that ball and then exit out, get the boost, play for the next one. But no, if it's a 2v1, you make it a 2v none. The lead demo, and now Westwood in an unenviable position, having to, again, clutch up with not a lot left.
They've had a lot of time spent at the offensive end. 55% of this game, but they need these final 5 seconds to count. Plus 0 seconds, and not going to count for anything. That ball just sits there as Loxy lets it touch the ground, and Putnam move one game away from being crowned your HSEL Nationals champions.
And this is a team that we do know, we are familiar with for longtime fans of HSEL Nationals. This is a team that was the runner-up, and this is a squad that even when we had talked coming into this saying, well, every team has gotten better, who really knows what happens? Of course, it is them finding their way back to Grands and being on match point now. Westwood knows, and I think in the back of their mind, they can't be getting too down on themselves because it is really just going down to one goal every game, razor-thin margins, and so I don't really know what the team talk is like, but of course, so brutal in Rocket League. The 1 minute lobby timer is really all that they have to be able to talk this over and find a way to engineer 3 straight wins to take this grand final away.
Actually, they also have a timeout as well now, as Westwood have called a little extra time to think things over and figure out a Putnam team that has been so clutch, unbelievably clutch. I think almost every single game they've won, they've either won it in overtime or with a goal they scored in the final 30 seconds of the game. And you really can't teach that kind of late game prowess. But Putnam has found some very impressive moments late in games, and you can see players talking things through, listening to their coach, making sure they are ready for game number 5.
And you can see both teams really taking the time. It's not really just Putnam just sitting back, drinking a soft drink, be able to just relax and say, what are you guys doing after this? It's like, no, let's really make sure we are taking this seriously, that we're not actually just saying, oh, it's going to be a pretty casual experience. Like we have this in the bag. They do know that if they do not lock in, it is so easy to do. We've seen it at all levels. A team that looked guaranteed to win, they seem like they're leaning forward. They're just about to cross that finish line, and the other team just comes out of nowhere, kind of blows by, comes in with something they're not expecting. So taking that time out wise from Westwood, obviously want to save it until the last possible moment. They are very much saving it until their last life.
And I love that both teams were getting an earful from whoever it was they trust to talk about things to change, what to do going into Game 5, because it shows you that even with Putnam being up, they're talking things through, making sure they get that closeout game sooner rather than later. And then on the side of Westwood, they're talking things through, making sure they're prepared now to go on a run. They need 3 games in a row here if they want to be crowned your HSEL Nationals champions. But here we go. Oxy off the back wall. An extra little touch will give his teammate some space in the corner that Swaz will lose access to after being demoed. Westwood, the defensive stand early on.
Vic able to get that reset all the way back across. If not for Kazu, very well could have been a banger opener from Westwood. Feels like we are very much in that area where everybody is truly warmed up. There's going to be no more awkward touches. It is just pure execution at this point, as it should be. And it's going to come down to making sure you have those combinations. A little bit worried on Swaz's touch, but the follow-through gets the clear.
Yaduko out with 30 boost. We'll take it all the way to the ground, cut it back inside, and then get an extra little touch on that ball, setting up Nick for a backboard slam. The third man in, a dent hitting the post, but Nick prepared for the rebound to give Westwood the first goal in Game 5.
Like this a lot from Nick. He had his perspective on this camera where he stole that boost and then immediately could have gone through the back end for the demo. That's what I actually thought would happen, but pretty wise of him to understand that this could be saved. It could go back in the corner or could be off the post. Let's just stay around, see what happens. Good predictive mentality.
Now Putnam put down early on. Oxy out to the side, and that pass is intercepted. Nick jumped in the middle of that passing lane and put Westwood up too.
That's the reason why this is soccer, and one of the rules of soccer on defense is you do not play it across the middle unless you know exactly where it's going. Unfortunately, trying to get that pinch, probably going for that back corner read, but Westwood understood there's only so many places that can be put, and we're going to be able to place ourselves right in the way.
Great read on the awkward Oxy. A reminder, no lead is safe in this series. We saw Putnam nearly come back from being 3 down earlier, so 2, not a problem for them just yet, especially with just under 4 minutes left to play. Yaduko with 100 boost can only afford one little touch into the corner. As Putnam, next step in rotation, will put it center, but Westwood is prepared. They find themselves a clear, and they keep forcing Putnam to work from that back line.
So now we will be seeing another clear all the way down. Putnam trying to make sure they speak up and say, no, we are also present in this game because we are able to actually mount up that offense. But right now I'm kind of waiting for the evidence of that right now. Not only Westwood playing so solid, but only holding Putnam in the first 2 minutes to a singular shot. And beyond that, they really just try to escape their half. There's another deflection that could result in a nice clear, but it looks like Dent has that one covered.
Oh, Kazu tried to jump that play and force a miss there in defense, but didn't quite pan out. Putnam trying again, but another intercepted ball taken away that time by a Dent. Forces 2 to jump in defense for Putnam. There isn't a lot of boost on the orange side of the field at the moment. This could be another opportunity for Westwood to score, but Swaz a pinch clear. That is creative defense, getting the ball away, but it is countered momentarily by Westwood. We'll find one ball out to the midfield line. Not a second just yet, but Odette has room to work with. Flicks it clear. We've reached the halfway point of Game 5 with Westwood still out in front.
We'll be able to see a halftime here as we slowly encroach into the crunch time, as we call it in the industry, with Westwood holding on to this 2-goal lead. They have been here before with a significant lead, and being able to hold it has been a difficulty. Putnam, if nothing else, has shown that really grinder mentality to always push forward, take advantage of the mistakes. Oxy into the open net after Swaz sets up the assist.
Oh, I'm not sure where Dent was trying to go with it. Maybe I think going for a clear, but it was too far off the sidewall for Dent to clear it with the boost that they had, and Oxy was more than ready from that kind of touch. Again, showing us the kind of chess match that this grand finals is. Players jumping in the way of where they think the ball is going to go, and both teams reading the play well so far.
Another one, Iktovic actually able to touch that one down and watch his teammates slowly move on forward. Westwood really close to each other on the rotation. That is both a good thing in some situations and kind of a bad one on the other side. We're gonna have to watch if that's a strategy they decide to implement even further, but either way, seems to be working. So if it has not fully broken the squad, then why not keep it going?
Swaz 50 boost and an Oxy mid, but Nick in the way of those plans. Ripping up the blueprints for Putnam. Able to try again. Oxy carrying out to the side. Been intercepted though. Westwood still trying to get in the face of Putnam players whenever they can. And Putnam the same, especially with Nick. They intervene with that air dribble and look to find a clear, but from behind a Dent demoing. That gives Jaduko a little bit of space, but Putnam hanging out just underneath the ball, and they will get some time for an offensive in the final minute.
And being able to monitor these offensives and be able to throw things forward is one thing, but being able to also understand half the job is just really draining the clock and making sure you're not allowing shots like that. That was a laser beam coming in from Putnam,
Nick?
but now down the other side, it's Nick for a double, or so he thought. Goal line save yet again from Putnam, their specialty.
Oh my word, it's chaos at the moment for Putnam, but they're finding a way out of it. Nick still fighting for the ball, stealing at least 100 boost there from the midfield line, but Putnam next up in terms of opportunities on the ball, and a Dent is in their face. That ball rolls on down Main Street, giving a Dent and Westwood a 2-goal lead in the final 30 seconds.
That's a tough one from Oxy, but also really well predicted from Dent. Being able to see Oxy in the sky, it's one thing to be able to play off it, but I think he also understood that that ball was kind of a reach for Oxy. He's not below it. It's not something he can flick and extend too much more. It's really just something he can spike. Dent kind of placed himself knowing that was the likely outcome, and therefore all of Putnam kind of had to dive on in. At a certain point, you really do have to push all your chips into the center of the table. Oxy trying to make sure that he could help in that endeavor, but that double not being able to find a teammate.
It shows you the caliber of these two teams, because it's not often you see a game where all of the goals were scored off of preemptive plays defensively. That one maybe less so, but Jaduko certainly showing you his caliber of play on the field, jumping off the corner wall and flipping into a shot on target. If this game was any closer, we'd be going nuts right now.
And we've been seeing actually some wild angles so far in this grand final atmosphere, these semifinals as well. So really just every single player is just going out of their mind on the sticks in such a high intensive series. And we're actually getting word potentially that there might be a substitute coming in on the side of Putnam. Certainly something we already know that they are available has coming in for Kazu. I feel like that's kind of the pattern they do. They let Kazu play in the beginning, and then if there's some losses come through, they at some point in the series, they just call the number and trust in their sub to maybe change up the dynamic a little bit.
And that certainly has been the strategy today for Putnam. See how far they can get with Kazu, then give Haz some more experience on the main stage. I love four-man rosters, honestly, especially at the scholastic level, because you want to get your players as much experience as possible playing in these kinds of high-pressure situations, and I think Putnam has done that very, very well. They've done it without it leading to chaos in rotations, costing them games and series, because, I mean, they're still on season point right now, 1 game win away from being crowned champions. But hey, Westwood, to their credit, played exceptionally well, jumping on the plays that Putnam were trying to set up in that last game and converting those plays, turning them into goals.
And not only is they're making that substitution, Putnam has also called their timeout. So a little bit premature in some people's eyes. Is like, well, that's not game 7 yet, but it doesn't have to be. I think it's nice to be able to stem the bleeding a little bit. That wasn't just a victory for Westwood. It was the first game in which they had a significant lead, and they kept it 4-1 as the final score line. They're really popping on offense. Defense seemed a little bit more stable. And so with that, I think it's wise from Putnam just understanding like, hey, guys, this is not the beginning of anything as long as we don't allow it to be. It's a good way for the coach to be kind of just be in your ear, reassure any doubts, and be able to get back into business, especially as good as this team has been when they have subbed in as he kind of does provide this kind of burst of energy, it feels like, on the new rotation.
That, and I think it makes sense because that was the first game that Putnam looked completely red by Westwood, jumping on all of those plays. So I'm curious to see if that continues going into game 6. But all right, we are getting in the lobby in just a second with the timeout concluding. We'll see if Putnam can close it out after using their timeout in this grand finals. But Westwood looking good at the moment. A 4-1 victory bodes well, but you got to do it again and again if you want to win the championship. Here we go. Game 6 between Westwood and Putnam. Off we go again.
And so how is Westwood going to be able to handle Haz? He has been kind of a handful for a lot of squads when he has been able to be subbed in, but it's not like Putnam is lacking for talent. They already have so much of it, which is why they found their way back into the grand final for the second straight year. That one almost a nice start off, but looks like Westwood just had enough of an angle to be able to get that deflection. They have it again. Aden, no boost in the tank. Actually, final defender having to leap on in. Nick, making it work.
Swaz alone in defense as a player coming after him. Haz takes out Nick, though. And it is Putnam getting out of an odd man rush that was favoring Westwood. Though, possession has flipped. And Swaz looks to change that and actually succeeds. Nice 50-50 win, though. Nick on the ball. Has to give it up. Putnam looking fast, speedy, and getting in the face of Westwood early on in game 6.
Be able to see another hit across as just kind of monitoring in the backfield, letting Swaz Noxie go to work. That has really been a striking partner, has been reliable every single day here for Putnam across these 3 days of play. And it's going to only continue because Swaz, he'll call his own number off the read. That's a difficult one, still in a strikeable area. Instead, going to the corner, just being able to preserve that possession. I like that decision up until that last touch, just getting a little bit away from Haz.
Like the pass out, didn't quite connect. Noxie was in the way regardless, but still Westwood trying to use one another to break out of defense and quickly build the foundation of an offensive push. This built rather quickly with Juduko slamming that ball down to the back wall. Putnam, but Swaz again does well. These players are so good individually on the ball at keeping control that when they're pushed back in an awkward spot in transition defense, it's not an issue for anybody. We aren't seeing a ton of transition goals thanks to that.
Oxy waiting back as the teammates kind of glancing across, and I do kind of like how Putnam is treating this like there's no real rush. Like, yes, it's good to keep pressure, but also if there's not a play, there's no real reason to dive on in on it. Just kind of wait for it, play out these plays, kind of like this one. The fake challenge from Swaz means Nick is going to give it away. That high lob will put a dent in an awkward position. Now he's in the scrap heap as the late demo comes on through. Follow-up from Putnam would have been probably across in a dangerous area if not for Nick being able to stay just underneath.
And that demo just wasn't reacted to in time. Swaz held back a second, and Westwood too quick to let that leave an opening in their defensive structure for too long. So we'll stay tied, 0-0. Half of game 6 has been gone and finished. No goals so far. We continue to do battle. Field domination in favor of Putnam right now, but that's a good look for a dent. Got a ball on target that threw Putnam off momentarily. And that ball moving slow at the moment as Putnam looks to flip the field.
That's another hefty 50 that is won technically by Putnam, but not necessarily in the advantageous area that they'd like to. Joe over the top, going to be able to try to hunt down a teammate, but he's just going to be hunting down the opponents. No one be able to follow through as the late rotation coming through. I think, honestly, not necessarily anything being too passive on the side of teams, but definitely making sure they're handling all these rotations with the utmost care.
Swaz and Oxy both look like they wanted that ball. Oxy takes it over, Haz next up, challenging it off the sidewall. No real contact made for Putnam, and so they are forced to concede a shot on target as their punishment, but they do save it away. They'll find an opportunity to break back into offense, but Westwood now getting more and more possession the deeper we get into game 6. Setting up a shot here tonight at the point of contact. Nick trying to keep possession in the name of Westwood. Letting it go off the sidewall. A shot late. Got 3 to jump there. We'll see if Westwood can get a rebound on.
Wow, the close one. The glance across the goal can always be so precarious, but Westwood able to make it work, and Putnam able to survive throughout all these plays. A dent, past one, deflection, and another one. That's a high lob all the way across that Joe will just be able to try and, I would say double tap, but with limited boost, only so much you can really do with that. That one's behind Nick. He's going to late jump on it, but no one for Putnam wanted to take the bait.
Nick getting through nearly everybody except the back wall of Putnam. Love to see the on-ball individual skill still flex at this stage in the grand finals. Swaz trying to take a shot, but is stopped by the defense. 30 seconds left as Game 6 has just melted away with the back and forth nature of this game. Neither side have found their opening goal. Only a combined 8 shots on target for both teams in this game. Jaduko looking for another, but that's a bad bounce off the sidewall. Adent slowly transition into offense for Putnam, and Nick ending it completely. 30 boost in hand, can't get through Haz, and so Jaduko taking the next shot on frame. But Swaz finds a clear, and Putnam, they look for the last offensive try of regulation, but this game seems destined for overtime as Nick is on the ball, trying to ground it, succeeds, and we do get a 0-0 OT in Game 6.
Putnam trying to put this one to bed, adding another 4-2 for their trio to be able to take home grand finals. All it takes is one opportunity, no one on the follow on the open shot, so Joe and company able to move slowly upfield. Shot coming back in, and Westwood now have a chance potentially to build out of this corner. I like this first touch. Jaduko able to throw that into the middle, but apparently you can see all of Westwood just trying to make sure they're not diving it on anything they don't have to.
Nick's low on boost and is missed. That's a shot for Swaz. Gets Jaduko to hop up. It was off target. Still, scary opportunity for Westwood. On their last legs in this series, they need the next goal lest their season is over. And they are hunting for it ferociously. Jaduko off the ceiling. They'll get back to the ball. Shot on, but Swaz hung back. Wonderful patience there on the goal line to save the day for Putnam.
All the hearts dropped in the stadium for Putnam right there. They might even continue to do so with these 50s. Westwood trying to bear down on the goal, but all attacks have to come to brief pauses at moments, and that was one of them, and now it's pretty much fully over. Nick is going to fully retreat and then try to take it from the back corner. Jaduko able to be met in their own half. The follow from Putnam is not there. So another clear back on down. Westwood, you can see them almost leaning forward into the half, trying to make sure they can just close this game out. They have a lot of the pressure, but nothing to show for it.
My word, 6.5 minutes without a goal in Game 6. I'm sure you could cut the tension in the arena with a knife, but Nick has access to the ball, cuts around one, rips a shot on target, and forces Game 7. Westwood come from behind in the series and send us to one final decisive game.
I don't like rooting for particular teams, but I said in the beginning of this series I wanted a Game 7, and I suppose we will get one. Both teams using a timeout, so no delay getting into this one, but what a performance from Westwood. And when we talk about how clutch these players are, these teenagers being able to play under such pressure, having to win 3 straight games potentially, they are almost there on the side of Westwood. So well done, and for everybody on the Putnam side, you are playing so well. And yet, again, it comes down to one moment where you just don't have that touch. And I have no idea how this grand final is going to be able to conclude, but, you know, that's exactly how I like it.
Absolutely. And for Westwood, the last 2 games, they've held a Putnam offense that was putting up numbers at the beginning of the series to just 1 game across 2 regulations, 2 games, 2 regulations, and an overtime, which Putnam has been stunted. They've only given up 7 shots as well, Westwood has. So limiting a very good offense in Putnam has been key to Westwood's comeback here in the grand finals. But again, you got to do it one more time. We've seen 5 Game 6s, 1 Game 5, and finally, in the grand finals, we see our first and only Game 7 of HSEL Nationals 2024. Would you have it any other way, Danger Taco?
Not at all. And it's kind of a story of 2 different teams that are seeking to improve on their efforts. This is not a back-to-back situation. Putnam came in 2nd last year. They are sick of looking at a silver medal in that cabinet. They want to add the gold. Meanwhile, Westwood, they came in 6th last year, trying to win and add to their Spring Premier Championship from earlier this year. So making sure that either team closes things out is so incredibly important. I know everybody in chat is waiting with bated breath on how this one is going to conclude. Get the cardiologist on speed dial. Game 7, fully locked and loaded.
All right, and we are certainly off to the races. Seen free jumps, extra flips, dunks in the midfield, and yet it's Westwood controlling possession to the first 30 seconds. Up and down, that pass center, but no one there to shoot. Nick hanging around the midfield line. It looks like Putnam will escape unscathed.
Another deflection The ceiling, looking for a pinch, and that one was on target. How about the follow through? It's Haz, the super sub, getting the first for Putnam.
Big finish there. Swaz set it up here. Got a wonderful ground pinch to send Nick into a tizzy on the goal line, and Haz there for the finish. It is a skill to be at the right place at the right time for follow-up opportunities like that, and Haz demonstrated their skills in that department to open up the scoring in Game 7.
I suppose you have to do the unpredictable. That ground pinch was certainly something that made Westwood kind of shake their heads a little bit in disbelief. They could not understand what they were looking at first. So now it's their time to potentially strike on back, or so I thought. I thought that pass was going to be followed up. Instead, no, it just Swaz trying to set up a solo play. Pass one, past everybody. The double not working. That second ball's over. Third time is not the charm. Still on the goal line, and finally Haz is able to grab a second.
That ball stuck to the goal line for so long, you'd think it was moving into the Westwood box, but eventually Putnam put it into the back of the net, and they get themselves a 2-goal lead. Oh my word, Game 7 starting off with a bang, but mostly on the Putnam side.
And this is where Westwood really needs to make sure they're doing those breathing exercises, box breathing, whatever you need, just being able to understand that it is far from over. You have been able to mount some comebacks before, and also you've been able to get pretty streaky at times, getting off of some of these touches. But right now, it seems like Putnam, they're in a flow state. They're reading everything. Oxy looking for demos, and he's not going to find them.
This is the time. If you're going to get a flow state anytime this weekend, you want to hit it in Game 7 as Putnam. They were up 3-1 in this best of 7. Had Westwood win 2 straight, and Westwood showing you why. So close to scoring right there. They've got an offense that can make this comeback happen, but that opportunity has to find the back of the net.
Den able to slowly pass that one down. Good little handoff, and Nick is also going to take that handoff. A sequence of them, almost like an option play in collegiate football, as we will see it slowly progress, only for Putnam to be able to take it back across the grain of play. Be able to build again. Worth only so much boost. Nick with 150, not getting the second one. Where's the follow? It's Joe with another high lob that would be able to get past the first defender. Where's the third? The dive on in is complete, but Putnam instead potentially has a counter. Could be open. The slow roller has just enough pace.
Oh, Swaz putting in the open net. Set up by Westwood, stretching just a little bit too much. You can see 2 cars so close to getting back, but Putnam, they found a gap in transition and they converted on it. 3-0. Westwood has to do something impressive, and this is how you want to start it. No, never mind. It's not how you want to start it. They missed the open nets.
Yeah, I swear they patched it in between games. That's what Westwood, I'm sure, is thinking. That was that goal, that wider. I could have sworn that was going to go on through. So no kickoff magic to be able to immediately curtail this momentum. Putnam in the driver's seat. We've seen them make a lot of comebacks. Westwood has at times been able to do so, but a roller like that is going to do so much mental damage, the emotional damage from Oxy going coast to coast.
Oxy just took over to give Putnam the first 4-goal lead for either team in the grand finals. Unbelievable solo effort out of Putnam. And oh no, Westwood, I'm sure, feeling the pressure of coming back now. Nick wants to put the pressure on his shoulders. Good carry, but it's stopped on the goal line by Oxy. Though it's put right back there by Haz. Still dangerous for the Putnam defense, but they get out of defense.
Now trying to make sure they can get anything going. Once you have 1 or 2, it all becomes possible again. And it must seem like such a Herculean effort for right now, especially with all these follow-throughs. Putnam getting a 50 and falling, and yet still being able to stay in that play and get the deflection. Nick can't reach it. No more boost in the tank, and now it's a Den all alone on the back end. No. He's getting bumped out of the way. Is there one more in the plans for Putnam? They're putting it through. Swaz with a second.
It's a Mustang stampede as Putnam is taking victory laps around Champions Field right now. They have run away with Game 7 in a series where 5 out of the 7 games we've played were 1-goal games. We saw several OTs, but this one, a blowout. As Putnam, they take that comeback effort from Westwood, dump it in the trash, and have their sights set on that first place trophy and cash prize.
And sometimes you really just carry through. We talk about momentum a lot as casters, but really in games, if you are not careful with another team, if they're feeling it, they're popping off, they're getting their goals, it can really just become a runaway train. Never mind anything about nerves, all those intangibles that come on through. Putnam playing like champions. They are executing in the clutch, not even allowing some freebies on that deflection. Swaz takes it on back down, and at this point, he's just trying to secure some kind of MVP trophy, trying to make sure he's just stat padding as much as possible.
Swaz has been instrumental in this Putnam victory, but it has been the full team to perform all day, yesterday and Friday. Has Kazu as well. Oxy setting that play up to flash his name on the screen. Putnam, a complete team, and very soon a national championship winning team.
And being able to say this 30 seconds, I mean, really just want to dedicate all this to Westwood. This is a team that really, I don't think a lot of people said were coming in as a team that could really make it this far, but they have taken Putnam to Game 7. And although I know this game is not what they expected, they would love a redo if they could. Maybe that could be like a power-up in future grand finals. But for right now, no, they unfortunately look like they are being felled here. Congratulations to Putnam. They are your national champions.
They avenge last year's team, and they will hoist the trophy they fell just short of in 2023. A redemption story for the Mustangs. And I mean, they gave us entertainment, that's for sure. Took us to Game 7, which we were asking for all weekend. But once we got to that final game, they stepped up and showed us all why they are your HSEL national champions.
I feel like if you ask these players if they're capable of it, you ask everybody at the venue if they're capable of winning. I think deep down they say, yeah, on our day, if we're playing our game, we can definitely do it. But I really feel like Putnam was the ones who really put their words into action. They looked so good throughout today. They would even drop some games, but they were always competitive in them. That one game where Westwood had that 4-1 is really kind of like a jump scare. It's like, oh, yeah. I did not expect that, because normally they're so good at being able to lock in and even sub a player out and still make magic happen. So all 4 players, along with the coach, along with the staff, all that make that possible. Shout out to you over there on Putnam School. They've truly made your school proud, and be able to hoist a trident is also a kind of nice touch as well.
Well, it has been a very fun weekend here at HSEL Nationals 2024, but that is the close to the Rocket League, at least casting portion of the show. Danger Taco and I will step away to give way to the next interview with the winners of your HSEL National Championship. So thank you for listening to us. Enjoy the interview.
All right, guys, we finally had our Game 7. We've been waiting all bracket for it. Give it up for Westwood and Putnam. So, it's been a long 3 days. And I know it's not the exact result we wanted, but you guys should really be proud of yourselves to make all the way here for some 7. So, really some resilience. Come on. How are you feeling about the event today?
Fun, and it was just nice to be here.
Awesome.
Being this event with all these people, I made new friends. I found things I didn't even know were a thing. And to this event, It was a lot. We learned a lot, and we're back for next year, and we're going to compete.
All right, all right. I'll come over here.
No, this event was fantastic. There's a bunch of stuff to do here while we wait for games, and then the atmosphere and everything, all the people, all the staff. You did a really good job. It was a good event. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for playing your heart out. Coach Rudy, I know you were with us last year along with some of the players. So, you improve year over year. So, what do you think about next year?
We got the same 3 guys. We're gonna be back next year, even better.
Even better. So, even better than second means.
I don't want to jinx it, man.
Okay, yeah, don't jinx it, don't jinx it. But in case you missed it, none of these guys are seniors. They'll all be back next year. So, keep that in mind. All right. So, Coach Rudy, I'm going to have you grab this lovely trident right here. You can pass along to your team. It does have some weight to it. All right, guys, give it up. Westwood High School, Nationals runner-up. All right. Now, Quantum Science Academy, come down here. Yeah, line up, line up. It doesn't matter what spot. Yeah. All right. So, your 2024 national champions, Quantum Science Academy. So, last year, came in second to Divine Child. Let me get you, because I know you were there. So your mentality at the end of that series last year, coming into this event, what are you thinking?
I did not want to repeat last year. Last year, I was very disappointed in myself. I genuinely was very upset, and I'm happy this year we were able to take it.
Well, you sure did it. All right, we'll go down the line. How you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing that we were able to take it home.
I mean, my voice is shot, but I mean, we're gonna celebrate later. It's gonna be so fun.
You were basically doing squats at the end, getting up and down. All right, I heard from you. I'm gonna skip. I'm gonna go over here.
I feel great, man. I came into it to have fun, and we had hella fun, so it was great.
All right, Coach. So again, with these kids knowing the history that they had last year, coming up just short, what were you telling them coming into this weekend, coming into today?
Well, we knew we were coming in facing what I said was our rivals going from the last Stay Plugged In LAN, and essentially we couldn't win. We couldn't lose to them twice.
Can't lose to them twice. And sure enough, you didn't. All right. So, Coach, we have some items for the players. Neil, Michael, come up here. We got your Oakley glasses, Oakley champion glasses. It is HSEL Nationals 24 presented by Oakley after all. So, Coach, we're going to have you grab this trident right over here. And you can extend it amongst your team. Everybody, give it up for your Nationals 2024 presented by Oakley champions, Quantum Science Academy. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Ready for awards. Okay, awesome. Bubba.
All right, folks, don't go anywhere. We have the Player and Coach Awards coming up. And then, Valorant Grand Finals.
People love Generation Esports. As the world of esports continues to grow, whether you're a teacher, student, or coach, Generation Esports is here to deliver solutions for any of your gaming-based interests. Our services work together, from competitive opportunities with scholarships to our innovative gaming concepts curriculum. We aim to give schools a premium experience inside and outside of the classroom. But don't take our word for it. Hear it from our community.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together.
A lot of our students are looking for different things to get involved in, and what better way to get involved in something like esports.
I've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. There's the competitive side of things, there's the content creation, there's the hardware, there's the business side of things that's on there. There's something for everyone.
Esports is definitely the period to look forward to every day.
Esports has really changed it where students are now able to, who might have just got home and not had something to do, now they can stay after school, they can be engaged in something that makes them motivated to come to school.
I've been teaching the gaming concepts class here at Lyons High School this semester. The kids have responded really well to the curriculum. HSEL has provided invaluable opportunities for our students. They can compete in national esports leagues and tournaments, learn about esports careers and opportunities, and it's helped our club expand and grow. Esports is sometimes the one thing that keeps students engaged in school that would otherwise skip school or not do homework. Esports is still a new frontier, but you don't have to venture out alone. The Generation Esports team is here to deliver the
year. We're going to start with our honor roll. So, the HSEL Honor Roll, brought to you by Blueprint, recognizes students for outstanding academic and extracurricular achievement, in addition to celebrating the positive impact they have made in their community. On top of the $500 scholarship for being a finalist, 1 out of 5, the Honor Roll winner receives an additional $1,500, a total of $2,000 in scholarship, thanks to the Video Games and Esports Foundation. Our 5 finalists are Braden Campbell from Stern Senior High in Maine, Eduardo Murillo Reyes from Soar High, California, Haley Simpkins from Interlochen Senior High in Florida, David Truesdell, Little Falls City School, New York, and Caleb Dyer from QI Roberts Senior High in Florida. Now, let's reveal our winner.
So it's the 2024 honor roll. There's one thing I need to cover. So it's the 2024 honor roll for HSEL. You won.
I won?
Yep.
They call that the graduation ball.
This might be the most excited I've ever seen her, to be honest. So you graduated last night, and today you win the HSEL honor roll. How does it feel?
It's just, you do not really have words for it. I mean, you work really hard, and it just pays off in the end. And that's like what I keep telling myself: just keep doing, keep working, and it'll all come to you. It'll all work out in the end. And I'm just really glad it's coming into fruition like the way it is now. Is there anybody you want to recognize or thank? Definitely Coach Green for, first of all, believing in my potential and nominating me. It was a huge honor. And then obviously Miss Harvey, she's no longer with our school, but forever in our hearts. Definitely give a big appreciative thank you to my English composition teacher, Miss Wyckoff. She really, I learned a lot of leadership from her and how to communicate effectively with teammates and peers and all that. So it is with her that I'm able to put myself out there and be the kind of leader my teammates deserve. Any last words of what are you excited about for going to college and what this honor roll may hold for you? From a practical standpoint, it's gonna help me pay off for my master's degree that I really want to do and all that. It'll make it a lot easier on my family. We've got circumstances, that's life, but there's stuff going on that really this extra money does go a long way in shaping people's lives and making their future what it will be. So I'm excited to be able to do that. I heard there's otters on UF's campus, so I'm excited to go make some friends. but I mean, it's life-changing. Thank you.
The HSEL Most Valuable Player. The Intel and High School Esports League Most Valuable Player is someone who makes their presence known in the server and through their own talents pushes their teammates to new heights. The MVP winner will receive a $1,500 scholarship through the Video Games and Esports Foundation to help them in their future academic pursuits. Here with us today are the 5 nominees. Andrew O. from Plano West, Texas. Chase Hackle from Redlands Senior High, California. Isaiah Spangler from Prosper High, Texas. Maxwell on the Mike Kalat Kendall from Washington Connections Academy. And Caleb Oki Griner from Harriman High, Utah. And the winner of the Intel and High School Esports League Most Valuable Player is Chase Hackle from Redlands Senior High. Chase, hello. How are you?
I'm doing great now. Just came off a rough loss, but this is amazing.
So your coaches and your peers had just amazing things to say about you. And, in combination with your guys' performance, you're pretty darn good. You're here. So are there any shout outs you want to give to people, your friends, family at home, teammates here? Floor is yours.
I want to say thank you to all my teammates and my parents for just supporting me all the time. I put my everything into this, and they've just always been behind me. It just feels good to have their support.
Awesome. Well, you definitely deserve it. We got something for you here on top of the scholarship. Chase Hackle. All right, and the last one. I know Mira Mason and Bosco are itching to play. One more award. We got you guys. The Coach of the Year. The HSEL Coach of the Year embodies professionalism and success, not just in the server or classroom, but in all various aspects that affect their students. As a positive role model or a steadfast mentor to the next generation, we recognize the coaches who have dedicated their lives to serving their students and community through scholastic esports. On top of the $1,000 grant for being a finalist, the Coach of the Year winner receives an additional $1,000, a total of $2,000 in grants to further their school's esports program. Thanks to the Video Games and Esports Foundation. Thank you, Bubba. Here are the nominees. Colt Berry from Stafford High, Texas. Christopher Cantrell, QI Roberts, Senior High, Florida. Amy Doyle from Eyre Shirley Regional in Massachusetts. Jaden Gorham from Hebron High, Texas. And Victoria Van Pruyen from Michigan Connections Academy. And the winner of the 2023-24 HSEL Coach of the Year is Jaden Gorham from Hebron High. I promise you, he did not dress this way because he knew. He did not know. This is just how he dresses normally. Jaden, floor is yours.
Floor is mine. It's an awesome honor. It's an incredibly humbling experience, and I think most coaches will reflect this. I am the least important part of the organization. It's the kids that absolutely take it to the place where it is. It's all the kids, man. And so it's not for me. It's Hebron High School. It's for all the schools in Texas that we love to play with and socialize with. Man, I was told I get a minute, man. I could go for a while. Over the moon, guys. And man, it's a great event. It's a great year. Oh man, I got so many shout outs, man. All the teams from 3 shout outs. all the teams from the Hebron program that aren't here, but of course are doing amazing things on their own. All the teams we met here, and man, all the Texas teams here. We got Prosper High School Rocky League, both the Smash finalists, man. We love seeing Texas being on top, man. And we're looking to Lone Star State all the way next year, man.
Awesome. Hey, give it up. Jaden, HCL Coach of the Year. All right, folks, don't go anywhere. We are about 3 hours away from the end of the entire High School Esports League season, but we got one more match. It is Mira Mesa, the underdogs, the upset getters, that's a phrase now, versus the defending national champion St. John Bosco. It's Valorant Grand Finals coming up next.
Perfect blend of education and competition. Schedule a call today to find out how we can bring the power of gaming to your classroom.
You can use Valor's training platform to bring professional esports into the classroom, and I'm going to show you how in 30 seconds. First up, let's choose the training camp that's right for me. Our platform is inclusive of all experience levels, so there's a range of choices. Here you can see a structured training roadmap. Let's start our first session. Now I can scaffold my esports teams using learning, quizzes, and training. See, wasn't even 30 seconds. You focus on play, we'll do the rest. Sign up for free today at valoresports.com and take your program to the next level.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because Casey Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
My name is Christopher Cantrell. I'm a computer science teacher as well as the esports coach at QI Roberts High School. It's definitely a big honor to be selected as one of the 5 finalists for Coach of the Year. When I had this idea for this program a couple years back, it was really to get a group of students together to do something great and be a part of something great and help these kids build relationships as well as build other skills. And there were conversations about bringing esports to our high school, but we didn't really know where to start. It started out as just a small gaming club where we would come once a week after school and it would be like a couple kids and we'd play video games for an hour. And it took us until we went to I think it was the FTCE convention, and we met up with the Generation Esports and HSEL table, and they gave us a ton of information as far as how to run an esports program for high school esports, where we can actually compete against other high schools in an organized fashion. So that first season that we had, it was fairly successful. We only competed in Halo Infinite that season, and we made the playoffs, and I think we even might have won a playoff game. So we did pretty well, and that gave us like some momentum going into the next year because we had a bunch of like sophomores and freshmen who were really into it. Yeah, I definitely want to give shout out to my principal, Joe Theobald, because he was with me from the very beginning in terms of just having those conversations about what we could do with a high school esports program. And he's always supportive of everything we do. And then I also want to give a big shout out to Lennon Harvey. Lennon Harvey is the IT director here in Putnam County, and he has been a great help in terms of helping us get PCs, like you see behind me. Next year, I'm really looking forward to see what sort of students come in terms of like the freshmen and sophomores. I'm always excited to see, new talent come up, new students, and how they gel with our upperclassmen. And I'm always, excited to see students when they first compete and just see that excitement and their growth. One thing we're going to try next year, this is a new thing. I've been working with Lennon Harvey and the IT department to create a mini esports arena in our county so we can have district competitions. And it will be done by this summer. So we're hoping to start streaming with a full commentator's desk and have students commentate our matches. And we're hoping to create some sort of Twitch channel. We haven't done it yet, but next year we'll definitely try and do some streaming and district competitions. If you search QI Roberts on Instagram or Facebook, they're always supportive and shouting us out whenever we do something cool.
I can't have the same skill as most of these kids do in 16 different games. It's just not going to happen. So we find ways to be supportive as mentors, as tutors. Anything that the kids need is what we're doing to try to help them not just feel like we are there for them, but also we're promoting and we're building them up as human beings.
Hello, educators. Welcome back. Are you ready to take your scholastic gaming to the next level? Because we are. We know you've been loving the Gaming Concepts curriculum, but don't worry. That amazing content isn't going away. Just moving. Starting this fall, we'll be transferring your Gaming Concepts learning experience to our brand new US-based platform, Blueprint. But what's Blueprint all about? Blueprint is a cut above the average learning software. It's packing some serious upgrades. The interface is user-friendly, so you won't have to spend ages figuring it out. The platform also has robust security measures to make sure that your important data stays safe. It's also the exclusive provider of the Gaming Concepts curriculum. Plus, we're making the migration process super smooth. Clear instructions and support will be right at your fingertips. But wait, there's more. Blueprint is a living platform. That means you'll get regular updates and fresh, new content to keep your esports curriculum at the cutting edge. We'll be making continuous improvements based on user feedback and emerging best practices to help educators stay ahead of the game. Blueprint will also house a library of free curriculum materials, which you can use to expand your own knowledge and share your passion for esports education with others. Blueprint is a game changer for educators, a platform focused on enhancing student engagement, motivation, and ultimately, academic success. This powerful platform is designed to make teaching easier, more collaborative, and way more exciting. So what are the next steps? Change can be scary, but don't worry, you're not flying solo. Generation Esports is going to be with you every step of the way to ensure a smooth transition. So keep an eye out for emails from the Generation Esports team featuring upcoming training videos to get you familiar with the platform and info on how to access Blueprint. Finally, be sure to share this video with your fellow Gaming Concepts educators and get ready for an amazing fall semester brought to you by Blueprint.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together. So my name is Lori Burney. I'm with Geyer High School and from Denton, Texas, so part of Denton ISD. There is a future in it. You can go to school and get a scholarship with it. You can go into so many different areas and aspects of esports, leads to game design, computer science fields, and I just think that it's pretty limitless, what they could do. And it's our job as the adults and the educators to kind of, help guide them through, these different avenues that they want to go through and explore. Now our district has passed a bond where they're actually going to put $500,000 towards building esport labs in all of our 5 zones. So we're really excited about that and how they're going to build it out. And that may never have happened had this group not have persisted and kept at it to continue to play and put Geyer, Texas or Denton, Texas on the map. Me coming from the outside, not ever playing Rocket League, but taking the time to sit back and learn and absorb as much as I could, it wasn't hard for me to see all of the different aspects that transcend, just beyond, esports in general. It goes across every plane.
My name is Jaden Gorham. I teach and coach at Hebron High School. I'm primarily a chemistry teacher teaching honors chemistry, and then on a whim started the esports program during the very tumultuous virtual COVID year back in 2019, 2020, and the rest is history. I know with how early esports is on the national stage and how everyone is viewing it, that everyone and every teacher and coach is trying to start this thing and work with their kids. Everyone is hitting their own unique barriers. I've certainly hit barriers, and to be named one of the 5 finalists is a very validating feeling. Name of the game is just try to get our kids represented and try to get them involved in as many ways as possible. And so everything I've done has tried to get as many kids involved and feel like they can be included in the school's culture. And for a lot of these kids, this is the first extracurricular they've ever been a part of. So it's their first opportunity to get to wear Hebron on their chest. And I've always tried to paint the picture to my kids that, listen, you're one of the first iterations of kids that gets to do this. And so everything that you guys are accomplishing, it's bigger than what Hebron is doing. It's for high school esports as a whole and esports as a whole. And so it's just trying to push past our own school's borders and our district's borders and even our state's borders, just to try to get as many kids involved and represented as possible. So during the COVID year, I was a full-time virtual teacher. And man, you don't get into teaching to lecture to a computer screen, I'll tell you that. And so we had really, really large class sizes where I would have 50 to 60 kids in each class. And our district didn't have a webcam requirement or anything like that. And so really the kids would sign on, and almost assuredly, 90+% of those kids are turning on the lecture and then flipping over to the other side of their bed or other monitor, looking at Netflix or whatever they were viewing at the time. So I'm sure they were tuning me out. And so just trying to connect with those kids, man, it was such a weird time. And of course, everyone's going through their own issues. And so I remember in the very first week, I was telling them, yeah, my favorite pastime is I love gaming. I played League of Legends in order to bond with my randomly assigned roommates at college. And so I'm telling my kids about that. And one of them messages me, private message, and he goes, hey, you said you played League, and I've got buddies over at this school, a couple districts over, that they play for their school's team. Could we do something like that? I said, wow, that sounds awesome. I had no idea that would even be a thing. Like, I'd always followed pro esports. So I looked into it, and then that made it to where all these kids that were stuck at home and they're just looking at screens all day anyway, might as well play for your school. And so from fall to spring, we went from like 9 kids involved in the fall to upwards of like 40 kids involved in the spring, something like that. And then it was that summer, Valorant came out, and then we found you guys, HSEL, in the fall semester, and those kids rocked and rolled. Our program coming back to in-person schooling fell in numbers once again. And so I had 1 league roster, 2 Rocket League rosters, and then my 1 Valorant roster. And Valorant is what, of course, just put us into the forefront of things, because that group of 5 kids won the major. And then, of course, they won Grand Nationals that year as well, which just resulted in just this explosion of kids being interested. And Valorant was just huge. Won Nationals, and it was like 60 kids that applied to be on our teams, try out. And I said, well, listen, let's just make as many rosters as we possibly can. Whether you want to be competitive, you want to be casual, let's just get every kid involved that we can. And that's just been the name of the game since. We are now one of the largest organizations on campus. We have upwards of 130 members. We had over 80 kids actively competing this year in HSEL, and the kids are proud to talk about it. And that's one of the coolest things that we've become ingrained in Hebron's culture. But one of the hardest things about esports, and I know this is a struggle that so many coaches and directors are going through, is there's still that little bit of a stigma where kids don't want to come out and say, yeah, I compete on my League of Legends team or I compete on my Valorant team. But no, when you're working hard, you're putting in hours each week to be the best at something. Why would you not be proud to say that? But now I've seen nothing but support from the kids around us. in our entire school community. And I think Hebron's culture is very unique in that they're very positively uplifting of one another and support of one another. But yeah, we're just like any other organization, and it's been really cool to see that transition. I'm hoping to just really boom our media presence this next year, because name of the game is just, make it normal. And that's not just normal for our school, but make it normal statewide, nationwide. And so if our program can help other programs get kicked off or push down any barriers that they have, that's always what I've been trying to communicate to these kids.
If you are not looking at new ways of engaging learners, you're becoming stagnant yourself as a teacher.
The reason this works in schools is because if you give kids what they love, they will do it in your school.
The gaming concept curriculum is that for video games. It's saying video games are here. They've been here for 30 years, but now it is broadly used. 97-98% of middle and high school students play video games of some sort, and how can we bring that structure to that world and use it to our advantage for engagement and innovation inside of schools?
Gaming Concepts gave me the opportunity to bring career exploration. It gave me an opportunity to provide college exploration in a way that none of the programs that I do now. These types of games will provide those students with an eagerness to be at school.
Tired of looking for tutorials on YouTube that are designed to keep you watching instead of actually learning and practicing? Well, look no more. Here at Valor, we prioritize only relevant information so you can apply it in-game instantly. Sign up free today at valoresports.com.
Hi, my name is Jaden Gorham. I'm from Hebron High School just outside Dallas, Texas. I teach chemistry, and I started the esports program at our school. I've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. And now it's evolved into this elective where we actually had over 170 kids sign up for it in this next coming year. And so, kids are, lining up to try to take this elective.
Gaming Concepts is an innovative curriculum that blends the excitement of competitive gaming with STEM and educational objectives to foster a strong sense of belonging among students. Schools using Gaming Concepts reported an increase in attendance of up to 10%, alongside an overall rise in self-esteem by 8.3%, and nearly 82% of students expressed they had never participated in any extracurricular activity before Gaming Concepts. Written by educators, for educators, Gaming Concepts features 5 unique courses distinctly tailored for middle school and high school students passionate about this growing industry. Bring the power of esports into the classroom, and you'll find just how impactful Gaming Concepts can be for your school.
I am Tori Van Proyen, and I coach for Michigan Connections Academy. We are the Micah Monsters. This is my 3rd year coaching, so this has been quite the adventure so far. Being one of 5 finalists out of hundreds, apparently, was pretty surprising and very humbling. I feel very honored that my students took the time to, think about how the program has been working for them. And it's humbling to know that I have been a part of that. I had been talking with my admin for years about starting up a program like this for an online school. So this would be the perfect opportunity to do some extracurricular that didn't involve an in-person setting. When the larger Connections Academy conglomerate kind of got together, they were able to finalize a bunch of things. And my principal went right to me and was like, "Hey, we're ready for you to coach." And I'm like, "This is going to be fantastic." We are going pretty strong. We have a good following of teachers on our Twitch now, and all sorts of families coming in to root for the students, and it has been such a good program for our school. Watching the students grow is always the most proud moment for me, honestly. I know that's kind of a generic thing to say, but these students probably wouldn't have been participating in much else outside of something like this, because I was that person. Like, I just want to do my schoolwork and go home and game. this is how I kind of advertise it to kids. I'm like, it's just a bunch of nerds hanging out in Discord together and trying to make school happen. Some students are great. Some students are struggle buses, and that's okay. It doesn't matter as long as we're progressing. Because like in video games, it's all about progression. So, you know, communicating and being as a team together, honestly, it has been phenomenal having my little monster team together, and I get to call them monsters, which makes me happy. Next year, I'm looking forward to trying out different esports leagues for the students. We've been working with HSEL, which has been lovely. Also, our freshmen who came into our program are going to be seniors next year, and I am not looking forward to that, by the way, because this is just a pivotal group of freshmen who came in at the start, and it is very exciting and will be mildly emotional, but you know, I'm really hoping that they will help us out by stepping up and trying to get more students in and showing them what we've built as a community and try to keep that going throughout the years.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because Casey Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
I learn a lot from the kids. I kind of let them run things. I let them set their own captains and set their own practice schedules, and I will check in periodically to see how they're doing to offer guidance and ideas. I'm Brandon Bishop. I'm an educator, first and foremost. I'm a teacher. I teach social studies, history. As a kid, I grew up with like the console wars, so like PlayStation 2, we got one for Christmas, and that's kind of how I got into gaming. So yeah, with I think the biggest skill that gaming can teach, especially with this at this level, is communication and cooperation. Watching the kids play and communicate, I learn a lot more, and so I can kind of see what things are working for them, what things don't. These kids are playing games on their own all the time, and they spend a lot of time on it. So I want them to harness that and turn it to something that can be used for like school pride. Like, look at these cool jerseys you can get. You win a game and you get on the morning announcements, they say your name and say you guys are winning, and the school gets to learn about your accomplishments. I really appreciate what you guys are doing. Thank you so much for inviting us down. I think we had some kids that were on the fence about being in the esports club, but getting them here, getting them to wear the school uniform, getting them to see what the company is like, I think that's going to spread. When they go back to school, they're going to talk to their friends. So this is a great opportunity. So you should definitely continue to do stuff like this. Invite schools down to see firsthand what the benefits can be.
It's game on. Introducing Rising Champions. This summer school course features 20 ready-to-go lessons from day one. Utilizing the Blueprint digital learning platform, you're able to fully customize your experience. You can either use our preloaded lessons or add your own. Encourage your students to have fun while learning technical skills like 2D and 3D animation, computer maintenance, social media design, esports career building, and much more. Summer is about having fun. So sign up for Rising Champions today. They say the right tools can get any job done. We agree. Introducing Blueprint, the platform for educators built by educators. Blueprint is user-friendly, featuring drag-and-drop scheduling tools and a robust gradebook. Designed for the scholastic world, Blueprint empowers educators to create powerful course content. Plus, Blueprint is the exclusive provider of the popular Gaming Concepts curriculum. Learn more about how to gain access to Blueprint today.
I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about because no one really, displays their passion for esports because, it's not really seen as cool in a sense.
My name is Trey Curtis.
My name is Jordan Langford.
My gamer tag is Tathew.
My gamer tag is Swizz.
But what got me into gaming is the Wii, I think probably. My parents got me a Wii when I was really young. Played like Wii Sports, Super Mario.
Definitely my older brother, watching him play, hearing about other kids in my school playing games. So yeah, that's really how I got into gaming.
I don't really do any like extracurricular things. I take like AP classes and honors classes, but besides that, I don't really do anything extracurricular. So having like esports, like something I like to do a lot, I think it's just really cool, especially like being able to do it with friends and things like that.
I love the guys, we practice a lot together. It takes a lot of chemistry to make a team work. We haven't lost a game in the regular season yet, and the 3 tournaments we've played in so far. And I think that's just because of our, dedication, hard work, teamwork, working together, working things out when they don't exactly go how we plan them to. And I think that's a really good piece to our success is our chemistry.
I guess I wasn't really too talkative in school and stuff. Meeting like 2 that were juniors at the time is like kind of cool as well because they added me to their group on Discord, and so like I kind of talked with a few people there. So I guess kind of brought me out of my own friend group a bit and like just talk to other people.
I know a lot of people that, love the game at my school. I play with a lot of them, but I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about because no one really, displays their passion for esports because, it's not really seen as cool in a sense. And I really think that can be put away, that stereotype.
My name is Colt Berry. I am the video game design teacher and the head esports coach at Stafford High School in Stafford, Texas. I've been coaching for about 3 or so years as an esports collegiate athlete as well as a collegiate coach. I used to play for Rogers State University in Claremont, Oklahoma. So I was I basically created my own esports club there, and then I was part of the first 27 athletes in Oklahoma to be the first on varsity scholarship in the state of Oklahoma. I did a survey of the students real quick, and we did our first initial esports program meeting, and that's when I had probably 80 or so students show up to this initial club meeting. My director, Dr. Barry Allen, was like, you can just wait till next year to get everything going, just fill it out, fill the school year out, don't overrush yourself. But then I had like 20 or 30 seniors, and I was like, I'm not gonna let these kids like go another year without this program. So we built the teams, and my Valorant team was the one team I built, and these kids were they're all diamond and ascendant players, and I was like, oh, okay, I have a good roster here. And so I was a little bit different. So a lot of people are brought as teachers, and then they're esports is thrown onto them. I was actually brought in as an esports coach and a teacher second. So I was brought in with hey, we know your background in esports, we want a program here, we want this being built out, but can you teach video game design? And luckily, before I went to college, I was a business administration major. I actually took technology classes in high school for video game design. I had actually had certificates and had an associate's in video game design at the time, so I felt very comfortable. I'm looking forward most for in the next school year is that we're now starting district wide. So basically, this year initiative was last year initiative was get high school off the ground and get them going. Our district is pretty small. We're a 4A division school, but luckily enough, we have a STEM school, a high school, an elementary school, and a middle school. So we have all the different ways that students can be involved. So my next big goal next year is that this year we pieced into middle school. Basically, we had a couple middle school teams this year. So I'll be trying to bring in a couple more teachers under my coaching stipend and really fill out an esports director role is what I'm looking forward to, and creating a campus club at middle school, STEM, and high school, and creating teams as well as connecting those with pathways in video game design, as well as video game curriculum to connect these students in not just esports, but in the curriculum that will help them, design video games and be in career fields of in esports and in video games, and even using video games to teach modern day curriculum like math, science, and things of that nature is what we're really looking forward to do. Yeah, so it feels pretty good. It feels amazing. It feels rewarding. I would say is my best word to describe the feeling. To be among the the nationwide nominees for coaches of the year.
Hello there, gamers and mental health enthusiasts. Today, we're diving into a groundbreaking study that explores the intersection of scholarly gaming and mental health education, and how it can impact the self-esteem of adolescents. Picture this: a world where scholarly gaming isn't just about mastering technology-based career skills or dominating the world of video game business. No, it's a world where gaming becomes a gateway to improving mental health. 3 visionary educators and a school-based health intervention expert came together to create a curriculum that aligns with academic guidelines from the International Society for Technology Education. This curriculum spans 40 lessons, delivered over 14 weeks with a minimum of 120 minutes per week. But here's the twist: 83 schools were invited to participate, but they were divided into 2 groups, those with mental health moments and those without. The non-mental health moment group got the scholarly gaming curriculum alone, while the mental health moment group got an extra layer of education. Mental health moments were embedded into 27 lessons, integrating concepts from the PERMA framework and the collaborative academic, social, and emotional learning standards, otherwise known as CASEL. Now, let's meet our players. 471 participants from both groups, with almost 75% in high school, many experiencing scholarly gaming for the first time. A majority were male, and the racial diversity was broad. At the start, the average self-esteem score was 17.9, with 22.1% reporting low self-esteem. But hold on, the game's just beginning. As the study progressed, it revealed some fascinating results. While 57.7% of participants with low self-esteem at the beginning reported average self-esteem post-intervention, the mental health moments group stole the spotlight. Self-esteem scores improved by 8.3% in the mental health moments group, compared to no change in the non-mental health moments group. How's that for a power-up? Some students even shifted from abnormally low self-esteem scores to normal ranges. The message is loud and clear. Educators, healthcare providers, and adolescent advocates pay attention. Non-traditional educational instructions, like scholarly gaming, combined with mental health moments, can significantly improve students' well-being. And there you have it, a journey through the power of scholarly gaming and mental health moments. Remember, your self-esteem matters, and sometimes all it takes is a little extra support to level up. Thanks for joining us on this adventure. Until next time, keep gaming, keep learning, and most importantly, keep believing in yourself.
I love it. Like, I know a lot of people from other schools that I talk to, they envy us in a sense because they wish they had an opportunity to be able to be with your friends and compete. Even talk to my parents, they're like, wow, I wish we had that when we were younger. So it's a cool opportunity for sure.
I would have probably never became friends with these people if I didn't join it. They're really cool. They're actually fun to hang out with.
We got the hang of it pretty quick, and yeah, Generation Esports is a pretty decent website, I will say. The queuing is easy, you can figure out what time you want to play, and it's all around just super fun talking with other people from other schools.
My name is Amy Doyle. I am a middle school teacher at Air Shirley Regional Middle School. I am the district coach for our esports program. Yeah, so our esports program started last school year when I started teaching here at Air Shirley Regional Middle School. I had approached the principal and said, hey, I'd be really interested in starting an esports program here at the school. I think there's enough interest with the kids. And he was like, you know what, that's an awesome idea. Let's see how they like it. So for the first year, our team was a local team. We competed with students within our school district and we had little championships, but we had enough students that it was taking multiple days to get through our championships in district. We had about 37 students sign up in our first year of esports. And all we played was Super Smash Brothers and Rocket League. So obviously there was this really strong interest in esports here. And I was really excited about that because I'm a big gamer myself. A couple of things that I'm super proud of with our program, it makes it so accessible for our students who wouldn't traditionally be involved in something with our athletics department. And those students have not only hopped in and participated, they have risen to the occasion and have been able to hop into leadership roles such as team captains for some of our games, which has been just something I've been unbelievably proud of with our students. A specific moment this season that I was particularly proud of was our Splatoon team made it into the playoffs for the middle school fall major, or spring majors, I should say. And they were so excited just to be able to play on the nationals. In the quarterfinal match, we met with the other team and they said, hey, we're down a player because we're on spring break and they're not able to reach us. We know that according to rules.
All right, folks, welcome back. It's hard to believe, but there is only one more match of HSEL Nationals left to play in the entire 2023-2024 academic year. It's been a long road to get here. I know the team's been waiting for a while. All of them wait too much longer. But we have an amazing match in store for you today. We have on one side, to my right, the defending national champion St. John Bosco from California. And also from California, we have the Mira Mesa Marauders, the underdogs, ones who have already completed an upset already. And really, they're just trying to prove that there was no fluke and that they could do it again. And maybe they don't even want to be called underdogs. I think they're that confident, but so is Bosco. So, enough talk. Let's settle this on the server. Who will be the undisputed national champion for HSEL Nationals 2024 Valorant? St. John Bosco or Mira Mesa Marauders is bringing them to the stage.
As was said on the stage at the Hy-Vee Arena in Kansas City, it is time for the grand finals of the HSEL Nationals Valorant. We have the two teams who have made it all of the way. St. John Bosco versus Mira Mesa High School. The defending champions versus the upstarts who punched way above their weight class. My name is Sam Tonks. Joining me is Zobi. This is not the grand finals I was expecting, Zobi, but it is the grand finals I am more than ready for.
And I mean, from that first matchup we casted in the group stage of Hebron High Varsity versus Mira Mesa High School, I was like, this squad, they got some tenacity. They're kind of insane. And I think that's what's carried them and propelled them here to the grand finals today. And SJB, they came in, right, only fearing two teams. And that was Hebron High. I wouldn't say fearing, but looking forward to taking seriously, per se. And the Redland Terriers. So now, I mean, this is a squad that they probably didn't expect to be even facing here in the grand finals. But I said this before with Keegan on the mic alongside me. They have a very similar play style to SJB. So I cannot wait to see how they clash.
And that's the fun part about both of these teams, is that they are very high skilled players. And I think the real conversation topic that's going to be brought up is between their 2-star players of Kainzera and Komi Bomi, right? When you look at just individual stat lines between the two, it is insane levels of frag potential. Sometimes it takes a little while for them to get there, but once they do, once they get online and once they really start getting rolling, they are a force of nature on the battlefield. And they also have kind of the same strategies, like you're saying. Komi Bomi and Kainzera both love poking their heads out. They both love making those really aggressive pushes to try and get that first blood for their teams. Where the difference happens, though, is that Kainzera has more flexibility, right? Kainzera fills multiple different roles, whether it's controller, initiator, or sometimes the duelist, as compared to Komi Bomi, who exclusively occupies that duelist position. And so we're going to see if that flexibility is going to be what is key to St. John Bosco and Kainzera's success, or if maybe the comfortable nature of sticking with that one agent, and also the comfortability of just Mira Mesa sticking with agents that they feel works best for them is going to help out. Because, right, Tepomi, another player on the Mira Mesa High School team, bucks the trend a lot, where we see Omen, they play Astra.
And I mentioned before, maybe that was the difference between, the compositions that were run by SJB with that Omen pick, is they didn't have that kind of center, that anchor to fall back on, that global utility, that clutch factor in their post-plant utility, right? That's the only agent uniquely that can still be tucked away safely without sticking their neck out to get those mollies on, unless you have lineups from halfway across the map, but then you cannot get there as quick as an Astra can. But I do want to go ahead and take a look at our map pool, because we were in heavy discussion about this, and as it reveals, we were blessed to see that Ascent was banned first, actually, by SJB. So no more, double, quad, quintuple overtimes for us on that map. We're going to be starting out on Icebox, headed over to Split, and if we make it the distance, it will be Lotus. And for me, Icebox and Split made sense. You mentioned it earlier today. 4-0 on Split here for the side of Mira Mesa versus, 2-0, so not shabby either for SJB. Icebox still undefeated for both teams, maybe a little bit less played, so maybe a surprise pick there coming out from the SJB squad to get us kicked off. But again, I'm excited for this series, and if it makes it the Lotus, I feel like SJB might have a little bit of an edge because we haven't seen it necessarily from Mira Mesa yet this event, but we gotta wait and see, Sam.
We really do have to wait and see. The other interesting part for Mira Mesa when it comes to their map choices, for like the past 6 maps, it's just been a sit and split.
Oh, yeah.
So now having to flex outside of the comfort zone to 2 different styles of maps, if we go to that final map, by the way. Starting off with Icebox, it could create some of that chaos that we're looking for here. But if we look
speed
over
of chaos.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying right now, because Kainzera has given us a hover of some chaos. But St. John Bosco, this is interesting from them. Seeing, there we go, Rex swapping over to what could potentially be a Yoru. But listen, Mira Mesa loves playing those kind of mind games with us. But it's St. John Bosco that's also having me interested as well with, hey, guess what? Zobi, you finally got there. We finally got the new agent of Clove for you to cast over.
I've gotten to cast them a fair bit here recently, and I loved to see them on this map because we saw the Kainzera Skies combination on Split, actually, between that Raze and the Clove, and it was completely unhinged. So the fact that they are back on this agent with Kainzera on the Reyna, so both of them on their more aggressive duelist, it seems like, or I'm calling it they're a duelist Clove, and it should just facilitate that playstyle. Now, for the side of Mira Mesa, I'm kind of concerned. The last time and the only time we saw them on Icebox, they played Sova, Gecko, Jet, KJ, Viper. And we saw in that Hebron varsity game that started off HSEL Nationals that they went for these adjustments to try and counter the team they're playing against. And because of that, they lost that comfort factor. They lost that chemistry, that cohesion that they're used to. And it's why I think they lost that series on that map 3 of Ascent. So the fact that they are changing things up here a little bit, maybe to kind of counter their standard play style, it'll be interesting to see how fast they can adjust and adapt to these new agents.
Then we want to talk over real quick about what we see from St. John Bosco. Clove and Reyna, right? You're putting, again, Kane-Zera, who loves to peek their head out, who loves to push forward with very little in the way of backup on Reyna. Feels kind of like the agent of choice for a player like this. Though, Comey bumped up to the rafters. So close to being able to eliminate Kane-Zera, using the dash to get to safety. Now Cloudburst on the ground. They pull out their knife because they didn't think Moist Mop had already gone right there. But little did they know, surprises come in all shapes and sizes. SJB, MMHS, both of these teams putting their mark on this map. And you're leaving behind one player, Peach Season, to pin the site. They're inside of the closed smoke. Skies is also going all over the place. It's back and forth until finally MMHS are able to take the leg up. Skies keeping an eye on the stairway. Moist Mop sees the spike in front of them. This devious little play, maybe just exactly what the doctor ordered.
They've lost information about where the remaining players are for the Marauders, and because of that, they've re-leveraged that numbers advantage. The concussed out. Because of that, Moist Mop will soon fall. A pistol going in favor of Mira Mesa to kick off our grand finals here on Icebox. Again, just a matter of timings, mispassings between these players. I don't necessarily wanted Skies to dive in off Rasters necessarily without support from the rest of their squad, but it really did just the solo fight not give them an edge. It just equated things. And then, like I said, you had no information left over to orient where Rex was, to orient where Luck was. And because of that, now we'll see that buy up. We'll see that aggressiveness again come out for SJB, but it's gonna be met maybe in tow. Rex wants to get this Thrash early on, and unfortunately they won't get that Soviet utility destroyed, so Cat's out of the bag, and still no disengagement from SJB.
Yeah, the important thing is that Comey Bomi has this Marshall right here. It was close for Kane-Zera. They do again dash towards safety. Peach Season on the high ground in rafters. Oh, he's just mowing them all down at this point. Good lord. Get close to them. It's a Spectre, by the way. Doing these long-range engagements. Salad Cat, quick on the draw with a Sheriff. The numbers advantage still leaning towards Mira Mesa. Back over. They're still going to go for the re-hit. Comey Bomi. It's always a clip-worthy moment from this player when they have a sniper in their hands. And again, they've done it. The last remaining player, now Moist Mop, a 1v4.
Again, in that clutch position, but again, they will fall short. Comey Bomi, we placed him on this pedestal to be that head-to-head in a 3K with that sniper rifle. A great way to kick off here. And I was thinking back to that game against Hebron Varsity because we just saw them go against and lose to SJB, and that was, even though a 2-0, it was an overtime and a double digits 13-11. So thinking about Mira Mesa saying that they were, you know, not up to par that game because of that sleep deficit, they surely have converted that now and cashed in on the sleep buff. So they, I think, are going to put up a really strong chance to supersede their fallen past opponent. Now, weapons punishing Kane-Zera. First blood this time drawn in their favor. Rex not getting away with the same orb collection twice, and Peach Season takes a dive to try and get the trade out, but they also get punished.
They do indeed. It's Kane-Zera. Give them a rifle in their hand, and they're gonna get an easy 3K. The drop of a hat. Up and above is the snake bite, and Tapomi may have been able to claim the weapon of the fallen Kane-Zera. She's still got 4 more players to chew through. That'll hurt the jaw of any person, especially when you need to look up towards Rafter, where Skies is keeping an eye on that. Now left all alone, it's Tapomi. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a moment from them where they back up, maybe. Let them come to them and play for the exit frags. It's not going to be happening. They do eventually come over in their direction, but Skies, they need to, can always clutch out a situation like that, but there's no need to clutch it out when you have the rest of your team behind you. SJB getting their first round and denying the bonus of Mira Mesa.
And very dominantly so at that. So nice buy to carry over here. Unfortunately, though, Comey Bomi, that early success, we see this tried and true, we should trademark it at this point, 4th round operator that they love to fall on. And again, it's been a difficulty for these teams to handle. And I feel like when we looked at Ascent and SJB, they really didn't have the opposition with an operator the majority of the time. So a new look for how they're going to navigate this obstacle, this hazard that has brought down many teams before. And the answer? Just go mid. The least likely place for them to be posted up, and it's successful. Alarm bot vulnerability out, but Luck not in a position to cash out on it. So unimpeded, there is a backstab attempt early through the spawn, and it might just work out because this timing, they're getting delayed in kitchen.
And it's kind of crazy too. Rex comes back just in time to be able to protect Luck's life. And it always feels like these moments where Mira Mesa are able to come back together to support each other at moments where it matters the most. Salad Cat is alone, navigating treacherous waters. Gonna be able to take the elimination on the luck. They're not gonna be able to walk past Komi Bomi's operator. MMHS was the bonus round that they lost. The next one, not leaving their hands.
Just like that. Great tracking there, great rotation timing to counter that mid to B execute. Granted, still rifles on the table for SJB out of that Samiko round last, but again, we've seen SJB, they get off to a slower start, they test the waters, they internalize the playstyle of MMHS, and it's a very creative one at that maybe the other squads they faced off against at HSEL Nationals up to this point didn't have. Here, again, Rex, early, proactive, Thrash already online. Kanzera just not having the time to challenge it here, and it's a concern here because when they execute, that's going to be a perfect counter if that operator, if Komibomi even gets overwhelmed at this point, but there it is. Execute, Skies, first blood drawn, operator neutralized, and this ruse maybe concealing the opponent.
Meanwhile, Peach Season was still there, covered by the close smoke. Kanzera's going to dismiss. But the other side, it's luck again to win the 1v1 against this indomitable Reyna. They did take a lot of damage for their efforts and no chance to be able to heal through any means whatsoever. Skies has gained a new prize in the form of that operator and already making it sing. You've left behind Luck, who is at that 30 HP marker. Doesn't take very much here from Skies. Komi Bowen can make it look as flashy as that. Skies can too. SJB, this is a grand finals that we are looking forward to.
For sure. You're starting to see those win conditions start to get those boxes checked here, perhaps. It's like, first, draw the first blood. Second, isolate or avoid the operator. And Skies did both in one, killing 2 birds with 1 stone or 1 Vandal bullet there. Skies now as well off of that successful round. Not dead yet online. Couple that with an Empress and you have a great entry onto this B site, which is what they're orienting towards this round. Operator not in hand for Komi Bomi. So instead, they pull out the blades. They're going to get active here. Try and kind of sniff out this fake off a Salad Cat in their utility, and they have their knife out. Oh, unlucky. And speaking of luck, they've held their own on the B site. But look at Kanzera and the scale-up potential through the ruse, through Snowman, and there's the Empress.
And that's something that I really like to see is the Empress. Skies is going to come back up from the dead. But they need to get the elimination in order to stay alive. And I wouldn't be surprised if we may see MMHS be a little bit more trepidatious about taking the fight against them, instead just wasting out the time before they can do anything. Because now you only have to win the 2v3 because Kanzera's in your back lines over towards Snowman. It's a lot of work that has to go on here. It's all you, homie. Thrash is on the field, weaseling their way forward, detains Kanzera. Their head is going to be ripped off. It's a 1v2 that can easily be accomplished by Moistma, blinded by the Dizzy. Komi Bomi swings through, and a home run here for MMHS. 4-2. These teams are really going back and forth right now, it feels like. A prize regained in that operator.
Show them maybe that they're not the only one adept with an operator. They hold on to it so Komi Bomi can go for that proactive play. They get the advantage early on. And it's just the trust in their team and members like Luck to hold their own in those kind of situations that allow them to get more aggressive. Without that player, and if you lose that site, then yeah, Kanzera probably would have made it all the way to spawn before that rotation was able to come through. But now MMHS holding on to their lead for now. A scattered by for SJB, a stinger in the hands of Salad Cat. Peace Season. Again, going through the standard protocol here, but speaking of standard protocol, nice execution and information denial off of this ruse on top of pipes. So scale up that has to be spotted out by this owl drone for now.
And they're going to try and keep themselves safe through the close smoke, but eventually walking their way in is Kanzera. Clean headshot there to give this site pretty much over to SJB. That was all part of the plan. It's putting down the lockdown. They realize, though, on the other side is Kanzera. Easy pick'ems here. And then dismiss back over to safety. No more lockdown to worry about. Komi Bomi is always the slight wrinkle in the plans for SJB, but you've already got the spike planted for that post plan. So coming back around, It's gonna be Skies on that high ground. Comey Bomey right at the perfect moment. Here's the Hunter's Fury being rung through and true. Vixa pushed back by the mosh pit, and in their attempt to retreat, Rex is gonna capitalize. Headshot after headshot for these players. Mira Mesa High School. 5th round done, and what a retake, especially after what was almost a disastrous moment from losing their lockdown.
Yeah, just there. Great timing, great pinch play. We get the job done. Again, that operator carried on. And I think this was another consistency that we saw the last time this team played on Icebox was this operator and their just ability to save it at the right times or carry it onward. Like a trophy, a signal of their power that you cannot get into these sites. For now, they carry it onwards here. Again, SJB consistently scraping the bottom of the barrel to get these buys together one after another, and they haven't come up with rounds. They lose this, it'll be a full save, forced out, maybe even a timeout, much needed. But again, this round, not enough timing to punish this orb collection. MMHS has been on top of the ult economy round after round. Viper Spit Online, evidence of that. One of the more expensive in the game. A great table here, but Kane Zera spotted out. It's not in time. Peach season though, picking up the slack. That's spiked down.
Homie, how are they not got? They're gonna fire back. Tipomi realizing they only have 6 HP, needs to be so careful if this Viper Pit wants to stay up. But it doesn't matter how careful you are. Still gonna be traded in kind. Last remaining player is Moist Mop. The good news is they are in control of the spike. How much more news can you expect going on here? We see the after death smokes of the clove being used. I had an eye on the shorty. They have an eye on when this smoke is about to go away. These players waiting for the opportunity of Moist Mop to plant the spike, and really good recognition of that as well. Gonna go up for the updraft just to be able to take a peek of them. I don't know if they actually saw Moist Mop. I think the screen covering just enough of that. But it's like wolves going for their prey. Comey Bomey is always that person. MMHS. In the first half, that is theirs.
10-3, definitely the numbers to back up the confidence at this point, and in a grand finals on land in the Hy-Vee Arena at that here. Every single site they are placed on, they're getting that opportunity to strike with the operator. And here's that aforementioned save coming through for SJB. No real ultimates to leverage either, potentially, to flip things in their favor unless they get the spike down and it's ticked away to half. Then maybe you pop the lockdown. But for now, just trying to scale up some of these high-impact players like Kane Zera, safely using this utility, the Ruse to block the turret, Poison Cloud to block cross-contact. But look at the tracking. Look at Rex's awareness here, and they're not getting a single opportunity. It's like SJB isn't respecting the thoroughness from MMHS, because they are checking every single box, and Peach Season, no exception here. You don't even need a Sentinel to hold the site. They are here.
They're here. An initiator. And Rex is going to enter into the kill feed again. Over on the other side, you pull out your knife, Salad Cat. And that's going to cost you everything. A round that also slips through the fingers yet again of SJB. It's pretty much expected with the buy that they were going in for, but here Mesa is making it look so easy right now in the grand finals.
For sure. 7-2 already. SJB, again, no timeout called just yet. Ults online, maybe a reason for that. Thinking they have enough to turn this game around. But even then, we've seen 7-5 halves where they're down. We saw it yesterday, actually, against Plano West. And then it still ended in their favor. So no hope dashed just yet until we see the opposite sides. It's been a consistent thread here for every match in HSEL. They are heavily favored towards one side of the map. For now, though, again, just a fast A attempt, and we'll see if Rex and Peach Season again can cancel it out just using this toxic screen alone. But for now, respect to fear maybe for the Empress that is Kane Zera, claiming this backside space, and that provides now an opportunity for the pit to get online, Sam.
It does. And it's right over where they want to plant that spike. They could go in with Thrash, but Kane Zera's right there. If we've learned anything about this player is that even when the odds are stacked against them, they're going to be ready to take these fights. And of course, it's inside the Empress, but it's taking so long for them to do anything. Finally, though, at the very last seconds of that Empress, Kane Zera was able to get the headshot they needed. That puts the timer right back up to full. Each season does have a trade out. Rex is over on the top. Couldn't quite adjust to the shots towards Skies. He's going to suffer through that. Peach Season is going to go inside of the actual Viper's pit itself. Rips the head off between the shoulders of Moist Mop. It is going to fall. Alir blinding them. Of course, you do have the Empress themselves right in front of you. Do they get to keep their crown? That they do. As an Empress never works alone. Vixa for the final. SJB a third round.
And again, perfect use of those ultimates. Empress to entry, stability from Vixia and that Viper's pit. So maybe showing some signs of coordination here, like you mentioned. Again, you had Vixia playing the win condition, and you had Kane's playing for those frags. Both very well done. There was a snake bite even on the spike if Kane's was to fall, so there wouldn't even have been hope if Peach Season 180s and kills both of them at that point with the timer as low as it was. So again, delay tactics maybe. Leaning away from that aggressive kill everyone elimination win instead to the objective. For SJB, already a not dead yet online. Couple that with a lockdown and he could have magic. But speaking of magic, Komi Bomi, aggressive position here. Moist Mop far below, but they're going to back off right into the angle. Both passing by. No damage exchanged, but that's enough to scare them away from the A side to follow through on this B execution. And I have no clue what just happened with that Sova dart.
I don't either. Tapomi, hearing the spike being planted right in front of them, is going to try and put the snake bite down, but it was too little too late at this point. As Kane's continues to sneak their way in, Tapomi, he need to be careful against them. Wow, I don't know what happened there from Kane's. I think that may have been a mini-map moment for a second, but Tapomi is continuing this onslaught of destruction against SJB, forcing Skies now to come back from beyond. Here it is, Peach Season Hunter Fury layered in on that as well. Skies needed to get that frag in order to stay alive, but Tapomi has done it yet again. I could do it once before, I'm going to do it again, but it looks like Vixia has to keep this in check for SJB. Salad Cat, this dynamic duo between the two of them. St. John Bosco stringing together the rounds now. Well, it's looking like a disastrous first half for them. Starting to get a little less scary.
A 7-5 here would be a great way to end after that dominance for the Marauders to kick us off here in the grand finals. But I want to note how cohesive that post plant was and how starkly different that is from the sunset we just saw in the semifinals over on the Esports YouTube channel. It was just solo players in a lot of clutch positions and misjointed utility, aggression right to be proactive. And in that case, what did you have? You had the Viper, you had the KJ, the Sova, those post plant heavy players all lining up in utility usage. For now though, you gotta get aggressive at some point. You're on the attack, and that's what they're gonna do this round into the A site. But look at what's cooking on the flank.
Looks like they turned down the heat because of that KJ turret that was taken away. Kainzera looking in a different direction, maybe to try and take on Rex.
Ooh.
That's what's gonna cost you Peach Season, and a complete denial of this. Instead, it's gonna corral everything back over towards Komi Bomi. That's where this is just information gathering. They didn't have their weapon out. It's just jump peaks over and over. They don't want to risk their life in case being taken out. In the air, quick spray, quick fire, maybe make some noise. This is very, very important.
Back into A.
Exactly. This is what they were doing. And it's also taking time off the clock. So it's making and putting more pressure onto SJV.
You mentioned Komi Bomi turned down the heat, but sometimes you gotta let that simmer. In this case, it's to provide this late round flank. That KJ turret's been destroyed and redeployed here on to the A site to facilitate this execution. But right now, all the interest is on these backside players. Komi Bomi, you gotta go faster. Now it's a 2v3. It's now or never at this point. And none of these players in the right angles here. Plant safe. Time. Komi Bomi's heard the drop down. Vixia handles it accordingly. And Tapomi's left in the 1v3 that they cannot deliver. Vixia, when Kane Zera falls, they have delivered round after round this grand final. So secure that 7-5 half before the swap.
What
a first half.
That was close there. If Komi Bomi had been, like you said, letting it simmer for maybe somewhat longer or had pushed up a little bit quicker, that could have been a completely different story. But them dropping down had given up the information on what the ruse was all about at that point. And then it was just the domino effect that kept happening over and over. And SJB, 3 rounds in a row now, looking towards making this pistol round theirs. Because if they do, should be an easy conversion for the next one. So we could be looking at that potential 2. It all hinges on the success of a pistol round for SJB.
For sure. And with a first blood like that, again, like I said, that late round success factor for St. John Bosco taken off the table. Yeah, Kobe Bummy spray success celebrated for that first blood here. Now they're repivoting to the B site. Our Moist Mop going to be at a receiving end of a lot of pressure. I talked about how confident MMHS is in their Sentinel. We'll see if SJBs can live to the same standard here. Storm grenades pop just to deny the plant prospect while the rest of the team now begins their rotation. But Kobe Bummy, again, like I said, cut from the same cloth as Kane Zera, getting aggressive, pressuring through the toxic screen.
And they still don't give it up. They still keep pushing over and over. Now Skies is going to abuse the pick-me-up ability that they just gained off the back of that. Now here's Peach Season to help the regroup for MMHS, but SJB had already cleared to a grand majority of them. Moist Mop on the defuse, Moist Mop on the defuse rather. There's no one to stop them. Not even Peach Season could do it. And this could be the beginning, the end here for MMHS, SJB. And that 1 round on the board, as long as they get that here, it's going to be a 7-7. Tied half, but right now it's still 7-6.
I mean, looking at the weapons that they have, I was introduced to the Kane Zera Guardian on Nico round over on Sunset, and let's just say, I don't know if these Deagles are going to be a match. The only one I could see maybe would be Luck, because I've seen their Deagle action firsthand alongside you, Sam, this weekend, and they're kind of nasty with it, but this off angle is all being celebrated. An interesting strategy again, with only these Deagles in hand. Have to be a matter of timing. Komi Bomi narrowly avoiding these players, but not every single one. Vixia, again, now do they recognize to their left, and Kane Zera bails them out?
Kane
What is that
Zera.
tracking?
Kane Zera doing them dirty with the Guardian of all things. You got some difference makers here. And again, Skies is another part of the success of St. John Bosco. Where things at one point, Zobi, was 7-2. It is now all of a sudden 7-7. A tied first map of Icebox. For MMHS now, need to deny a bonus for SJB. Otherwise, it's just going to continue to run out of their hands.
Sure. Right now, the answer is to try and 3-stack this A side. Again, let Kane Zera get aggressive here to seek out a first blood. I see the recon bolt destroyed, so they're going to continue onward pretty much unimpeded, but doesn't get to make that jump necessarily on to Belt. Instead, just going to deposit themselves here towards jail instead to watch like a hawk for the Marauders if they do follow through on an exec. But in the meantime, again, they scale up towards the B side, and look at how deep that alarm bot is. As soon as it gets an alert, it's SJB playing for the retake round after round. My concern here is, why are the Sova and Viper lurking back towards A? It makes you think this is going to be a fake here on the B side. Komi Bomi is going to apply some pressure perhaps off of this Dizzy. I would be concerned if they follow through, but it feels like St. John Bosco, they've fallen for it. Only Skies over towards this A site.
But here's
And
the
now,
big problem.
look, the call's been made. They're going back.
Exactly. That's the big problem, is that they haven't committed enough towards the actual site itself to fool St. John Bosco enough. That's where Skies is staying at this particular spot, because they don't know how many players had made it onto the site just yet. But even throughout all of this, Zobi, no one's there, right? So this is completely like the ruse was pointless. But the good news is that Wingman does eventually get the spike planted. And so even though they didn't go very far into it, it's still going to accomplish the task that was set forward above them. Peak Season in the middle of using that. Oh, that is devilish on the dismiss. Completely making that Thrash useless. And now Kane Zera is just doing what they do best. Orchestrating a symphony of demise against St. John Bosco. Kane Zera giving St. John Bosco the lead.
What did I say? It takes time for SJB. It takes time for Kane Zera to get active and before it with the Guardian to secure the bonus round. As anything but that, you need to get your eyes checked, because this is the St. John Bosco lead now here on map 1 of Icebox. Silver lining here for the MMHS fans is that this is SJB's map pick, and we also aren't over Stinger squad force up here to see if the Marauders can pull a fast one, pull a thrifty to equate things here right out the gate. But Kane Zera, now they have a Vandal, now they have an Empress, and now they have the confidence all to keep fighting forward. My concern here is there's so many players, someone's bound to get the trade, right? But they just missed out.
No way does Kane Zera live through that. In what possible dimension are we living in? And it just, they lined up perfectly. Kane Zera, flick them all away. That's JB. Keeping it up, keeping it going for 7 rounds in a row now.
What a turnaround after those 2 rounds won amidst the 7 that MMHS had been able to achieve that first half. And what did I mention? There's a side in particular that these teams will benefit on for each map, and clearly for both of these squads, it is going to be this defense. Now, a little bit of a slowdown from the Marauders, minus Komi Bomi, you know, active as usual, exploring. But speaking of exploration, Vixia actually spotted out Punished for getting a little bit too overzealous there towards B main in front of the alarm bot. But, I mean, look at this. Place a bandit on it. Kane Zera says, I'll take 2 for the 1 Vixia over towards B site. It's a deal I'm willing to cash in on.
Yeah, those are always the best kind of deals, Zoe. 2 for 1.
Yeah, 2 for 1.
Kane Zera. Gotta put it on their shoulders. And even still, for luck, only 30 HP. One single bullet from a Vandal, and that's going to be it for them. Tapomi, you should have cleared these angles as best they can, but still, you're operating without the full power of your squad, even with the players that are remaining. You got to be so careful about what else could happen here, considering the KJ utility that's been set up, too. Kane Zera's on a sojourn through mid, and they're not leaving anything to chance. The Empress is now out, and they are filled with fury, the transgression against their lineage.
They're past the KJ utility as well.
Yep.
And with the perfect timing of the discharge of the toxic screen, it is a field day. Reload the mag off of a different weapon here. The Ruse only concealing Sky's steal of the final kill. The final frag here for SJB to lock in double digits on map number 1 in semi-flawless fashion as well. The only player that dies was Vixia, who again went out on a solo expedition and got punished for it. So here, the Marauders again. Surprised I haven't seen a timeout from them. They have 2 left from their success in the first half. Yeah, I mean, SJB, right? They're the cool, collected, confident, only use a timeout when you're 1 round away from overtime kind of team. But MMHS, they used some, particularly in some of those close games, but we'll see. I mean, at this point, this would have been a great time because it's that cycling of the buys. You lose this round, pretty stock standard unless you get a thrifty. Then that's your rifle round that determines the fate of this game.
And Peachy's already been detected by the recon bolt, but you're not going to go too far forward because of lessons that have been learned from the past. And lessons that may have repeated themselves had they done them, because Kane Zera is at jail. Gonna continue to try and weasel our way forward even more for MMHS. It's that alarm bot that's going to be on the other side of this. That's going to be the alarm bell, the notification for SJB that someone is here. Finally, though, here from MMHS, a different look. Just get there as quickly as we can. Plant the spike as quickly as we can. But the duo nature of the snake bite along with the swarm grenade is going to prevent Wingman from letting that happen. Now this is a difficult maneuver because the spike is on the site itself.
Ooh. And Komi Bomi could crack this round wide open, but Skies has an inkling. Unfortunately, that prospect will be delayed. And you see the benefits of that double controller over towards main. You cycle the poison orb with the ruses, that clove smoke here towards main to just divide and conquer these players, which is what Vixi's doing off of the Sova utility. At this point, Komi Bomi would have to do a 1v5 because every other player from their squad has fallen. And with the Deagle, they're able to secure 1, but Skies, again, was aware the entire time. And at this point, that's what SJB needs to, again, get a 4-player semi-flawless round. And finally, Peach Season says we need a breather, we need a moment to contemplate, because I said it. That round, expected to lose. This round, it's your last buy before St. John Bosco is on map point.
And it's been pretty relentless so far. And I mean, we can say how awesome Kane Zera's been because you're 25 and 11, right? That is pretty awesome to see. But it's also these moments for MMHS where I think they might be trying to overcook a little too much, Zobi, in some of the ways that they take their attacks. They go back to one site, try to play these distractionary moments. Then they go back over to A and then plant the spike there. The big problem is that they ooze so much time out, and some of the strategies that they want to sync up with in these moments, SJB just aren't falling for. They've learned these lessons, and you also have to admire the shot calling that's going on there to say, hey, all right, you know what? We haven't seen them push on to here just yet. What's going on with the rest of the squad over there? The other big thing, too, is that they're keeping very aware of utility that's being expended by SJB, or MMHS rather. And that continues to give SJB so much of a leg up in a lot of these different scenarios where MMHS think they have the element of surprise.
For sure. And now, I mean, with the ultimates that they have, I don't think they need surprise. They just need a clean execution. And Komi Bomi, we've seen them get aggressive past the toxic screen, and to be honest, that's, I feel like, what they need. Utilize the Thrash to clear out the site and let Komi Bomi go deeper off of that threat. And here it comes, that idea in implementation, in application. And again, it's going to isolate Moist Mop, allow them now to pressure. Again, it doesn't get the detain, so the Swarm Grenade's still going to delay the spike presence. And look at this, instead of just one player, it's three fighting here towards this backside, and Peach isn't doing a good job, but again, Skies. I thought I heard the not dead yet, but not invested it seems, and Salad Cat in the 1v4. Oh.
A 1v4, how much more can you do? Swap over to the new Vandal that still has some bullets left in the tank. 8 alive, and now all done and taken care of for Mira Mesa. After 9 rounds, they've done it. They've gotten another one of their own on the board. It's 8 to 11. Timeout, though, was everything for this team. Gave him a chance to reset, gave him a chance to talk, and I think also gave him a chance to get everything back in sync with their utility, right? That looked so much better. That looked so much more practice what they were doing.
I agree. And they followed through on the plan. It was laid out likely by coaching staff and predicted there on the execution, but it's interesting that they want to try and replicate that this round without that same kind of delay, or I guess that trap card that was the Blade Thrash combination. And my concern here is they have the Viper Spit if things get dicey. They have the Cloak for a retake agent that's not going to fear for their life on information or frag collection. This is the silver lining though. MMHS lockdown online, so gonna invest that here. There's no way this is a fake. Yeah, they're gonna hand off Spike to the Wingman, to the Gecko, and here comes the execution. I'm curious to see how the Hunter Shrew is going to be used. Is it for Komi Bomi to scale, or is it the post plant? And I think the latter has become true. Komi Bomi dashing up, isolating off the Dizzy's information. And Kane Zera is there for the trade.
Kane Zera is quick as lightning. Already on the site and already getting 2 frags. And looking for even more. 3 before finally being brought to heal. And during this entire sojourn, during this entire time, the spike defused right under Mira Mesa's nose. St. John Bosco on to match point.
They've gotten away with quite a few ninja defuses just today alone, Sam. I don't know if you were able to watch the games earlier, but that also is what put Sunset away, essentially. Forgot which player it was. It was either Salad Cat or Moist Mop on the Gecko, but it was insanely done. And now SJB feeling confident here on the A side. They really haven't gotten their chance to execute this triangle, this trio of death. Now they might. Great scale up, great frag. Kane Zera, you don't even need a dismiss or an overheal. You're like, it's a scratch. It'll heal.
It's easy as that for Kane Zera. I don't even care about using the Empress either. SJB has 4 ultimates to take this map with if they wanted to. And they may just do this in style without needing to expend an ultimate to make that happen. Vixia over here on B is a massive play, though, because if they do come on with a spike, what happens? You immediately pop the Viper's Pit and make it just a little bit more difficult for SAB to play the defense against it. Now you're going to go back over here. Oh, okay, Kane's there. Yep, all right. You make it look so easy. It's simple for them. Another one off the board here for MMHS. Left in shambles and putting Rex up in mid. Now Zera's going to go back around, but Rex, thankfully, with the footwork to keep him alive. Still take a look at what's happening here. It's Skies. And now it's all Rex by themselves. Nothing that can be done against this team, this squad, the returning national champions, now up one map here on Icebox.
And again, even though it ends at 7-5, this team is no stranger to a good comeback. That's exactly what they're able to do. They win that pivotal pistol, they tie things early on, and they carry that momentum forward. Like I said, a little bit questionable there from the Marauders, not taking that timeout just a bit earlier when there was a bit more of a safety cushion to form around, because obviously Komi Bomi was a beast on that operator on the defensive half. But once they got onto the attack, it seemed like only that round where we saw Komi Bomi and that Gecko Thrash clear out B site, that was the only ounce of coordination between these squads. Yes, there were these micro plays, these lurks from Komi Bomi alongside the rest of the squad when they followed through on this B execution, but just the tracking, the standalone players like Skies, they're able to follow and understand the game sense that this team was going for. Like I said, I mean, it's the different sides of the same coin at this point. They have such similar approaches to this map in terms of their duelist lurking, in terms of early first blood seekage. It's just, it's like you're battling your own twin at this point, and clearly just the mechanics so far for SJB have pulled them inches ahead in this series, in this grand finals.
I don't know, it's such an easy well to dip into talking about Zera, but we really do have to talk about some of the stat lines coming from this player. 30 and 14 with 9 first bloods. That's, even for Zera, is a little insane to be able to put up those kind of numbers, because the second highest was Komi Bomi at 3 first bloods. And that pretty much, Zera getting that happening over and over again was what made the attack for Mira Mesa so difficult to be able to find any form of success. That's what makes Icebox also a really tough map. If you don't have everybody to be able to push forward onto the site, then you're trying to clear all of these different angles. You're trying to clear high, you're trying to clear low, and it's so much information that needs to be gathered by everyone that they possibly can have that you really do need the whole 5 squad to be able to do anything with Icebox. And so, yeah, seeing the impact that this player continues to have, and not only that, but the rest of the team as well, the rest of the squad, they're all operating, they're all online, because they know that this is the grand finals for a good majority of this team, right? Zobi, seniors, this is their last hurrah. This is the last chance to be able to do this again. And what a way to be able to call yourself the back-to-back HSEL national champions.
For sure, prove it's not a fluke. And speaking of not being a fluke, that 9 first bloods isn't anything strange for Zera. While it wasn't a 30 bomb, they got 11 first bloods on Sunset in that map too against Hebron High Varsity. So this is just them doing Zera things, quite frankly. And again, you mentioned the second half, first blood machine, complete denial, like you said, of that attack half for the side of MMHS. But that first half, they were consistently getting, like we said, diffed by Rex and Peach Season on that ace site. So there were players that still could pick up that slack. Vixia specifically, really, really strong first half. And then Skies, again, there as well towards the end of the map, again, to be that kind of babysitter for Komi Bomi, it felt like, is the best way to phrase it.
That it does. But we still have another map to go through before we either determine who our grand champion is going to be, or if our map number 3 of Lotus is going to happen. Short break ahead. Don't go anywhere, because this is going to be Valorant at its finest.
People love Generation Esports. As the world of esports continues to grow, whether you're a teacher, student, or coach, Generation Esports is here to deliver solutions for any of your gaming-based interests. Our services work together, from competitive opportunities with scholarships to our innovative gaming concepts curriculum. We aim to give schools a premium experience inside and outside of the classroom. But don't take our word for it. Hear it from our community.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together.
A lot of our students are looking for different things to get involved in, and what better way to get involved in something like esports.
We've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. There's the competitive side of things, there's the content creation, there's the hardware, there's the business side of things that's on there. There's something for everyone.
Esports is definitely the period to look forward to every day.
Esports has really changed it where students are now able to, who might have just got home and not had something to do, now they can stay after school, they can be engaged in something that makes them motivated to come to school.
I've been teaching the gaming concepts class here at Lyons High School this semester. The kids have responded really well to the curriculum. HSEL has provided invaluable opportunities for our students. They can compete in national esports leagues and tournaments, learn about esports careers and opportunities, and it's helped our club expand and grow. Esports is sometimes the one thing that keeps students engaged in school that would otherwise skip school or not do homework. Esports is still a new frontier, but you don't have to venture out alone. The Generation Esports team is here to deliver the perfect blend of education and competition. Schedule a call today to find out how we can bring the power of gaming to your classroom.
You can use Valor's training platform to bring professional esports into the classroom, and I'm going to show you how in 30 seconds. First up, let's choose the training camp that's right for me. Our platform is inclusive of all experience levels, so there's a range of choices. Here you can see a structured training roadmap. Let's start our first session. Now I can scaffold my esports teams using learning, quizzes, and training. See, wasn't even 30 seconds. You focus on play, we'll do the rest. Sign up for free today at valoresports.com and take your program to the next level.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because Casey Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
My name is Christopher Cantrell. I'm a computer science teacher as well as the esports coach at QI Roberts High School. It's definitely a big honor to be selected as one of the 5 finalists for Coach of the Year. When I had this idea for this program a couple years back, it was really to get a group of students together to do something great and be a part of something great and help these kids build relationships as well as build other skills. And there were conversations about bringing esports to our high school, but we didn't really know where to start. It started out as just a small gaming club where we would come once a week after school and it would be like a couple kids and we'd play video games for an hour. And it took us until we went to I think it was the FTCE convention, and we met up with the Generation Esports and HSEL table, and they gave us a ton of information as far as how to run an esports program for high school esports, where we can actually compete against other high schools in an organized fashion. So that first season that we had, it was fairly successful. We only competed in Halo Infinite that season, and we made the playoffs, and I think we even might have won a playoff game. So we did pretty well, and that gave us like some momentum going into the next year because we had a bunch of like sophomores and freshmen who were really into it. Yeah, I definitely want to give shout out to my principal, Joe Theobald, because he was with me from the very beginning in terms of just having those conversations about what we could do with a high school esports program. And he's always supportive of everything we do. Then I also want to give a big shout out to Lennon Harvey. Lennon Harvey is the IT director here in Putnam County, and he has been a great help in terms of helping us get PCs, like you see behind me. Next year, I'm really looking forward to see what sort of students come in terms of like the freshmen and sophomores. I'm always excited to see, new talent come up, new students, and how they gel with our upperclassmen. And I'm always, excited to see students when they first compete and just see that excitement and their growth. One thing
Map number 1. It required a comeback from St. John Bosco to make it happen, but when they did, it was glorious. A 13-8 victory over Mira Mesa High School. And now for the returning champs, one more map before they get to call themselves the reigning champs once more. Mira Mesa High School, though, as long as they can win out on our second map of Split, which is, to be fair, their home ground, will take us to that map number 3 and bring us all the way through our maps.
I mean, if there's any map that it gives them the best shot, it's going to be Split. 4-0 on this map. They've done it with differing composition. They've shown that it isn't a matter of what agents they run. It's just an understanding at a fundamental level of how to retake these sites and how to splinter and play specifically this Astra. Just insane on the attack half as well, how they're always in the right place at the right time, whether that's mind games from main when Spike is planted for heaven, or whether they're tucked away in vents while the entire team is fighting forward through screens. There's just so many layers of complexity to how they play this map that I want to say it's going to take more than a few rounds for St. John Bosco to start actualizing, I guess, what is going on with this squad. But we will be getting side swapped, so SJB going to be starting out on the attack, MMHS on defense. We might have had the side swapped, actually, so we'll confirm when we get in game who's starting on what side. But again, I'm curious to see. We opened up Split for MMHS with out of the left field, triple duelist, Raze, Arena, and ISO. Now, we saw that Komibomi kind of got shut down. Do you think we're going to see it again? Spoilers?
Spoilers alert, maybe. Okay. Komibomi. They haven't done Reina. They like to hover Reina, but they don't tip it. Yeah, they go back over towards Jet. Mira Mesa loves doing this. They love messing with my heart. St. John Bosco, though, on the flip side, interesting looks from them across the board. We're bringing out the Clove once again for Skies. And to be fair, I don't blame them. The way that they were able to use Clove on the previous map was a very scary force of nature, right? They got the pick me up. They were also kind of filling in that pseudo duelist role that Clove is very well known for. But across the board, it's almost standard, except for Salad Cat on the KO, something that we don't get to see also as well. Usually that's going to be your Sky or your Gecko, but a KO is an interesting addition to the initiator lineup for St. John Bosco.
Oh, for sure. I'm curious to see how Peach season particularly, I think they were on the Rays instead of the Reina. How, yeah, that's going to add to this squad. But we saw like Kane, Zera, and Skies, insane duo action on some of these A takes. So the fact that they're starting out this distributed on a default for this pistol is kind of an interesting look for them here, but it might be just a correct read of this aggression from this 3-stack from the Marauders that is hanging out outside of A main. Again, Komibomi eager for first blood of the map. Unfortunately, Kane Zera directs a heavy exploration towards mid, and Tapomi might be that victim instead. Oh, they're going for it.
Kane Zera's not stopping. Goodness gracious. So desperate for the kill. So hungry for the kill, I'd rather say, when it comes to Kane Zera, that in the middle of using the paint shell, they got ran down by Rex. And on the other side of the map, Komibomi is going to find similar successes. The headshot towards Vixia. Unaware, though, that Vince has been claimed. Maybe not so much unaware, rather playing it safe. And the HP built back up to full. And now, because of this site and how much of a ghost town it is, it's about to be repopulated. Lots of people on it.
Here comes that retake simulator that Split can sometimes pose, but again, considerably weakened from that mid B exploration. Sky's in a great position, but they double satchelled across. Nerves of steal. Kobe Bummy already on the spike, trying to stick this defuse, and unfortunately, well, SJB takes them and a bunch of players alongside it. That numbers advantage too fearsome to overcome. And Mira Mesa again will grab that first pistol of the map.
Only may have been taken down at that early point fight would have been super costly, but it was just KaneZera pressing the W key, really wanted to go for it, and then at the wrong moment trying to secure the kill using the Pain Shell utility. And that's also another thing that we're seeing from Mira Mesa. They're supporting each other, they're coming back, they're making sure that they're not alone trying to take some of these fights. And so for Komi Bomi, another opportunity here with the Marshall to show off what they did on Icebox. Peach Season posted up on a judge in mailbox. Okay. I'm just gonna walk right into it, KaneZera. You gonna outrange them? Please. This is gonna give Skies the overheal with a pick-me-up.
And again, Komi in an uncomfortable position, but this time with a judge and the support from Luck, it's not enough. 3 players, a great fragment, all for Skies to get a 3-piece off of this Stinger. The Force could disrupt everything here. Already not dead yet online, so yes, Rex, you have the backstab, but it's Skies on par for the ace. Komi Bomi, the next potential contender here. The spray connects though. Magazine online. They don't exhaust the not dead yet. Not for the glory, not for the ace. The 2v1 left to the teammates for St. John Bosco to get this Thrifty solidified in stone. Great spread of players, great spy cam as well here. They know exactly where Komi Bomi's coming from. The swing matches it. SJB strike the iron while it's hot. Tie us at 1 apiece.
Okay. For Peach Season. I like the judge play. I like the judge idea, but the big problem that happened there was using it at the range that they were and not wanting to get out. I guess because they thought that maybe it was only KaneZera using the Stingers, but because of that force, the gamble paid off, and now they've bankrupted the house. SJB gets to go into their bonus round. Much better weaponry, much better firepower. Komi Bomi delayed from being able to do anything. KaneZera over on the other side, but they gotta be so careful. From that range, with a headshot on a judge. I don't know how that happens, but it does, especially if you're KaneZera. And they're just doing what they love doing best. And that's causing disruption and chaos in the backline. Skies even already has They're from the dead. And Vixie is gonna swing on through while they're distracted looking at the floating corpse of Skies. It's SJB on their second round done.
And what a way to turn things on its head here right out the gate. Fortunately, that disruption meant that that third round was a save here for the Marauders. So Operator, again, key part of the defense coming online here. We'll see what this kind of pieced together by this carryover, this bonus will do for St. John Bosco. Again, I mean, if it gets the job done, don't invest any more than you have to. Because you've seen how long these maps can go. But for now, aggressive with this judge. Again, aided by this toxic screen. Great use of the Viper here to catch, hopefully, Komi Bomi off guard. But here's that Trailblazer. They've hopped over it. They're a Bunny Rabbit, and they've tracked it, but not found the frag. There's 3 players here. And suddenly, it's a screeching halt for the Braves. Operator posted up. There's 4 players. 4 Marauders seeking out Moist Mop and friends. Fortunately, Vixia, the backstab, now splintering their attention perhaps, but they're going to reground themselves, recenter themselves off of this neural theft. So they are confident in the angles they are taking, but not confident in their gunfights. Moist Mop, 2 frags off the Bulldog, a hefty upgrade and a plant to boot.
What in the world? Okay.
Weapon here.
Put away. I'll put off. And also saying here is where the operator is hanging. Vixia waiting for the right timing, is finally going to peek in through Vince. Moist Bob has to be ready for the people that are surrounding them now. A good pop flash for Peach Season, recovers cleanly. And at the drop of a penny, Peach Season has flipped this all over on its head. MMHS delaying the defusal of the spike to go and re-grab the operator for Komi Bomi. Round that looked like it was very precarious in nature. One regardless.
And at this point, it's gonna be, again, even 2-2 clean slate. Again, just great counter there from Cainzera. This double satchel entry with the judge was just so unfortunate because it felt like they had the jump through the toxic screen and just the judge RNG not on their side this go around. Here we go. This point. Operator again towards mid. So a B. Straight exec, the strategy, the go-to. And I mean, this time the Astra cannot hold back the double satchel of Cainzera. They are going to try and clear out Heaven alongside it. Pain Shell invested. Rex forced off the angle. They have to wait for the rest of their team now for this retake. A Salad Cat gets the plant. They don't clear the right corner. Rex is the judge. Ooh, that feels like karma for last round.
And Rex got a nice little haircut from the operator. Still alive, and that's what matters at this point. Quick fly-in from Peach Season. This guy's looking over towards Garage. Rips the head off of Komi Bomi. Now an operator, not an owner. Look at how they're playing this. Luck is trying to go for the defuse. Does get to the half. Rex is taken down. Moist Mobs. Snake bite. Coursing through their veins. SJB coming off the back of a win with some clean Viper utility. A reminder, Zobi, that's their one and only they use to win that round with.
At this point, SJB, great disruption, like you mentioned. Only round they're able to get together for now. Save by here for the Marauders. Bucky, pistols. We'll see. Great. 0 point to try and clear out Peach Season, who is posted up with this Bucky, but that's the go button now. Trying to get behind these executing Braves, and at this point, I mean, there's a double cycle in Heaven, and Cainzera has taken from there. This point, Sky's also looking to disrupt these rotations. The last few players both spotted out. At this point, they're going to try and go for both of them. Spray transfer one to the other, but now you've just given a weapon over. But fortunately, like I said, this dynamic duo that's dominant on the A site. Cainzera and Skies to keep SJB on that upward trend for rounds. And now, I mean, with that victory, they bring on, not dead yet, they bring on the Raze ult, that showstopper. Granted, MMHS, some nice retake ults with that Cosmic Divide and Seekers, but again, what we saw from St. John Bosco, that adjustment is, again, not just one player, not whole dependence on Cainzera to be that disruption to these rotations in Vent and CT, but add a player or two as well on top of that. While you trust players maybe with that post-plant utility, with that visibility blocker like Moist Mop to play the objective. And it's working.
Man, it really is working, and SJB is just outpacing all of the momentum that MMHS is trying to rip away from them. This is a good start. Good early start from Komi Bomi. Peach Season still on the other side of the screens. Has to be ready to take the fight against Salad Cat, but minor readjustments always come through to keep them alive. Tipomi's double kill. I'm just giving them the legs that MMHS was looking for, and even though Sky's back from the dead, gonna go right back over towards it. It's now the 1v1 between Moist Mop and Rex. Blinded by the guiding light. Over on the other side. Gets to the corner just in time. But again, it's... Oh my gosh! You pulled out the knife at the wrong moment, Rex. Moist Mop does it with 31 HP to their name. SJB, 5 rounds, just keeps going and going.
And we've highlighted, you know, those high fragging individuals. Vixia, Cainzera, Skies at a different time, kind of passing this baton between each other. But Moist Mop stepping up this map in particular. I know I saw their mom in chat earlier during map 1, so maybe the mom buff coming online here a little bit. 6-3 now in the KD department. Again, that stability, that clutch factor. We saw it on Sunset in semifinals as well. Now, Peach Season, if Ramps doesn't work, try main, and at least you walk away with one before you lose your life.
That's not too bad, honestly. You take those in kinds of situations. You just gotta make sure now you survive through Cainzera. Komi Bomi's gonna make sure that MMHS is not gonna suffer against this demon anymore. But that Viper's Pit, oh, spotted out. Moist Mop is being ran down by Komi Bomi. It's just all about pressing the W key. It's just all about getting rid of them. Komi Bomi, they're back. And they're furious. You're a Mesa. Gonna pick up a lot of nice weapons to go along with it here. The third round, finally off the back of a thrifty.
What a statement way to get back into things. Like you said, not only a thrifty, but the 4K out of your top frag, your star duelist of Komi. Peachy's gonna give them a run for their money at the moment with some of these early first bloods. Again, like we said, head-to-head, aggression on aggression at the moment. So who can disrupt the other first? And St. John Bosco with the showstopper here should pack an additional punch this round. But again, this default that we kind of saw semblance of on the pistol round, heavy mid focus, to come out from this duo of the Cloven Rays. Unfortunately, not only is there a trap wire there that has been pinged out, but got the Astra utility in tow to replace it, and now look at this aggression to complement towards B main. That's the first blood and a weapon if they decide to brave the frontier, but for now, mid space disrespected. Disengagement from Luck again, not wanting to give up their life necessarily, just to hold on to the space. And that's exactly what they're gonna do. No need for utility, but they still get the support from the Astra here. Sky somehow through the grab well, able to find Rex here. And that means now... Oh. Clear it. Oh, they do!
That was so close. Topoming was firing, but the spray transfer just couldn't happen to land the headshot that they were looking for so desperately. Luck and Komi Bomi now playing together. This needs to be won. The KO Molly is going to slow them down through elbow for just a second, for just a moment. Out comes back through with the KO knife. Both of them suppressed, no access to the utility, but how much do they really have to work with? Look towards the skies above, look towards heaven. Don't want to be sent there yourself. Komi Bomi, a 1v2. Knows a pinch that sends them a packing. St. John Bosco securing their first half with 6. And again, many more rounds to go to make that a 9-3 first half for them. If they can manage to fight their way through to make those rounds theirs.
In this point, that's safe. D-net of a 6th round for St. John Bosco. The way they are able to pick up what was a great closeout from B Heaven, from Luck, and still walk away with that victory is mind-boggling to me. And it really was just that frag from Moist Mop on to Topomi. Now, again, confident. And an adjustment out of MMHS again to fight them head on. And this time, Komi didn't expect to come face-to-face with a bazooka. So the recoil, the updraft to survive only temporarily as Kane Zera finishes the job they started. And for now, you see that kind of gravitational pull down to the B side because of the heavy presence, heavy development from the Braves, but they're still antsy because they know Moist Mop has been lurking. So 2 players towards ramps, but they still are scaling up here and still could have this timing into vents. This would be everything to close out this round, cut off these rotations. Oh, this trap wire though is gonna get spotted. It doesn't.
No
What is
way.
that trip?
How thin of a margin do you have to have there to be able to slip through by that? Not nary a worry in the world, but it's all taking the fights on the high ground. Moist Mop's lurk, finally gonna come to fruition, but now it's a 1v2. And Topomi, they remembered what happened in the last round. Moist Mop, not again. MMHS, 4th round for them. In what was a huge sojourn throughout the map towards SJB and sort of relinquishing the site to let them have it and then playing together. And Moist Mop taking a little too long to reconvene with the team to make the lurk possible for the win.
Insanely done there. Like I said, SJB, such a well-concocted post-point scenario, but like you mentioned, just sometimes it boils down to coordination, to synchronization, and taking those fights together. This round, though, SJB gonna try and strip all of that away. I mean, Kane's Zera, double satchel again into heaven. Aggressiveness here. You have no command to strip away utility if need be. Even Skies can get proactive alongside them if they want to pull out that not dead yet. The concern here, though, retake off of this Trailblazer, retake off of this Showstopper in the cards, and that card has now been withdrawn. Kane Zera forward here. And beautiful neural theft as well. Topomi, they know it was on an island.
Sink or swim moments for Topomi. And even if you may sink, how many can you take with you before you start drowning? That number is going to be 1. Komi Bomi. Putting that shorty on the kill feed. I see you. Quick pick me up back over here. And now you're looking towards the skies with the operator. Gonna go rotate. Drop that op for a phantom. Because now you need to beat off the 1v2. Defend it against it as best you can. Second, one player pops their head up to be that distraction. Another one comes through. That's the teamwork that is giving SJB the rounds that they so desire. MMHS now, Zobi, broken, tattered across the board. Whenever they can scramble together for their final buy of this half, it's gonna have to give them this round.
And I mean, looking at it, it doesn't seem that weak at a first glance, right? Other than all of these light shields, other than maybe this Stinger and this Judge. But, I mean, Rex has been a menace on the Judge already. A great stall element when you have Cainzera up in your face. Unfortunately, though, looks like they're taking a similar approach to what we saw a few rounds ago to this B site, right? Disengage, wait for all this utility to get invested, and then retake together. Combi Bumby, the only one willing to stick their neck out on a limb, and it's gonna cost them their head. Operator wanted an opportunity, and now that's been stripped away. And look at Cainzera. The perfect distraction there towards mid. They remedy the issues that were there last time. They retook B-side, and the no-scope for the flawless 8-4 end to the half. I think Cainzera is anything but serious, but they sure are deadly.
It's an 8-4 first half, Zobi, now for the returning champions on series map for them. 5 more rounds to go. MMHS languishing on what has been their map this entire Nationals weekend. Sitting at a 4-0 score line. Even beating out Redlands to get here. The number 1 seed. Now things are looking like a completely different story with SJB firmly in control of the driver's seat.
This car is careening down the hill at this point. A pistol needed to apply the emergency brakes for the Marauders, and Sky with first blood drawn, and they still are not done yet. Perfect delay to now get this utility to get these rotations, this reinforcement from the Braves around this poison cloud, waiting for it to expire. Now, though, as the dust settles, still a 4-on-4 emerges. Regrowth as well from that Sky pick for MMHS. We'll tie things again. Cainzera, the jump peak. They don't clear out the corner, and that will cost you not 1, not 2. But maybe your chance at this round to follow its suit. Still, SJB walking us away with the advantage. And MMHS decay expires, so Astra back up to fighting swords. Salad Cat in a great position where they won't expect them on the verge of this trap wire. Still, though, not a lean towards the A site, a repivot into B. They likely utilize that sound cue from the rope as a bait for these players, but Cypher back. Nebula invested is a great indication here. Here's the drop down from Luck. Position now confirmed off the spy cam. Do they expect the high-low from Topomi, though?
No, they don't. Topomi's looking in a different direction, and Vix is not doing this just yet. No, they're waiting for the team to come back, pushing inside of the smoke. And it goes into the firing squad. St. John Bosco. The second pistol round of this match. Accomplished by them. Putting them at 9-4. Diligent patience. And an entire team that is showing up ready to win.
At this point, we said it. That was a much needed pistol for this squad. Now that it's been conceded again. A 1-for-1 for both of these pistol sides, even over on that first map of Icebox. So the buy here, and you can see that's why they're getting a little antsy with this force up. Bucky, Sheriffs. See what they can serve for this squad. Spray down off of the trapwire contact's a great way to try and scare them away and keep this Dominion over mid. Cainzera, the long-range tag team Spectre. That's insane, Sam.
It really is. And now they just want to go for it. They just want to fight it. They want to send them all scattering and packing. That way they don't have to deal with any 1v4s or something like that in their face. And it's actually working out. Because now the remnants of MMHS, the team is so far apart from each other, they really can't do anything just yet. Luck is okay. Guys, even with a pick-me-up, down on the ground. Luck had to held firm with that Sheriff. Komi Bomi is raging a one-man war in mid. I claimed the Liza 2. and it's just giving MMHS their best chance at a round-winning victory.
So it'd be a great thrifty, but Vixia still alive. Like I said, that clutch play for this team. They have lined up, and Aries can knock these down easily. That hope dashed as St. John Bosco will reach double digits for a second time in this grand finals. Out the gate early on. And this is where the Marauders again. Do you take a timeout? Do you take that breather?
Genuinely surprised they haven't.
I mean, we saw this be their kryptonite the last map as well. Not enough time, right? To come back. There wasn't enough wiggle room. And I feel like they're leading themselves towards that same dark path that would be a second place at the HSEL Nationals, which granted, for your first appearance, insane here. You've upset previous national placing teams, but again, so far, is bonus for SJB. No, not the best, because like you said, it was a successful round for the Marauders, considering that it wasn't a heavy investment, but Kainzera, don't do this to him with this judge. It's only the lurking cipher, at least for now, so once this execution onto the B site follows through, they should redirect their attention, but for now, Salad Cat receiving end of a lot of aggression here, a lot of utility, and they cannot withstand it, or these Vandals.
No, they can't. SJB, they have the fight in them, but the weaponry for MMHS is giving them that's what they needed here for the site take. Now with all of the post plant ready to go, a gravity well on top of the actual spike itself. Here comes the guiding light. Vixia tucked in towards the corner of the box. Bomi was close, but the duck from Vixia is going to keep their head intact until Peach season comes back around for another one. There it is, the gravity well. Whatever chances MMHS were hoping for here needs to happen off of luck. They come through the high ground. Skies knowing exactly where this is going. And then Kainzera to lay down the law with the judge. SJB, 2 more rounds. And a grand champion to be crowned once more.
And again, this feels too late, Peach season. I hate to tell you. 7 rounds just to tie, 8 to guarantee an overtime, and you have 1 round, maybe 2 technically, for error. And again, this bye could be their last at this point. So that's, I think, why they take it now. But again, you could have taken this could be your second one, right? But again, at this point, last round was just perfect evidence of, like I said, these two playstyles clashing. I mentioned how pivotal Topomi and those post-plant positions were, how the rest of the squad was just buying time for her to be able to clutch out these scenarios. But what do you have that wasn't there before? Kainzera trying to get in these players' faces, going on these vast expeditions just to locate Topomi at all costs. They understand that that is their win condition. There's no other player on this squad except for Peach Season that has an ounce of post-plant utility, right? So that is their fundamental win condition. So now that that's been kind of taken off the table, where do you lean on your attack halves? Because clearly isn't working anymore.
No, it hasn't been. Every single strategy of MMHS has just been falling apart and falling off to the wayside. They haven't been able to gain a single step towards any round in quite some time. Their best chance, the previous, so close, almost there. It all to the wayside, leaving it all on the table now, hopefully off the timeout. Been able to figure out where the wronggoings are coming from and maybe fix some of that. Already you're seeing the utility being slammed down onto the ground. The poison orb comes up. Waiting for them to back away and relinquish this attempt for mid. Now seen by the camera, Peach Seasons are going to continue to jump around back and forth. And up goes the other spy cam. It's time from luck, but still, you're not gathering enough information if you're MMHS to really formulate a plan on how you want to take these engagements. Skies over on top. It's Kainzera with the first blood. And may just send Mira Mesa reeling into a tailspin. And now you're just doing them dirty, Kainzera. Put in the satchel, whip out the showstopper up in the air. It misses, but they're hunting them down. They're hungry.
Oh.
SJB. St. John Bosco. One more round. One more round.
And they will be your two-time HSEL national champions. But we've seen resilience from Mira Mesa before. 36 rounds flawlessly back and forth, right? On Ascent. This is going to be their ultimate trial. Even without sleep on that first day, it does not prepare you for 8 rounds against St. John Bosco that you have to do flawlessly, especially when they are showing zero fear. Just playing this like a deathmatch. Look, Zera's about to swing out of the Poison Cloud off the boom bot, and this at least gets punished. But now, what do you have? Skies, Cypher utility, all to pick up that slack, and they even now have the KO, a pop flash into mid. This could just be it. All of this utility coming into a slew, and somehow the Marauders come out of the dog pile on top.
That is a breath of life, a breath of fresh air for Mira Mesa if they've ever needed one. It was scary though. It was kind of going back and forth, but they did it all. Minor firepower to make it happen. So Bomi really not going to buy up for the Vandal, instead leaving the Bucky in their hands because of the knives that are about to be pulled out. Of course, Tapomi still has the Cosmic Divide that could give them the opening that they're looking for in A. Just gotta hope that the lurk from Lug is gonna be able to come up with some form of a fruition here. So Komi Bomi's already taken down Kane Zera and Salad Cat to go along with it. A Vandal and an Odin eliminated, and Komi Bomi on track for even more. 3 on the board. Skies down below and Vint. Guiding Light goes in. Komi Bomi has the shotgun.
Oh no!
Another ace denied. But the round will not be.
At this point, that's what you think. A 1v4. Plant already having ticked away fairly. And here it is, the double swing to secure another round for Mira Mesa High School. And it feels like these hopeful moments are coming again out of Komi Bomi and these Blade Storms. We saw it last half. Unfortunately, it only was enough to close things out 8-4. But now, may start their flawless streak into a comeback to overtime. SJB, again, economy constrained here. A save for next scenario where you buy what you can to ensure that everyone can get a rifle in the next round. Versus here it is, this attack operator, actually. This is one way to strike fear and surprise the opposition.
This is a gamble if I've ever seen one, Zobi. The other problem that I feel like for Komi Bomi is they haven't really been able to get as much value out of this operator that they did from Icebox, or that they have in previous moments from just looking at Split alone. If there's ever a time to try something crazy, I guess it's going to be in what is match and series point for SJB. Season denied entry over to here, but you know they're down a snake bite. All that's left now is to keep things in uniform for MMHS. No over expenditure of anything. They don't have to, but first contact is going to be happening here in a second. Moist Mop needs to be ready, and so does Peach Season. Quick gains! And now inside of the vents, but Kane Zera's there with the judge, eating them alive. So hungry for more. Kane Zera is crazy like that. It's 3-3 right now.
At this point, Kane Zera has timing here onto the A side. My concern is that this Cypher's alone. Luck has to hold on, buy enough time for the rest of the rotations to come through. And unfortunately, they've made it past that spy cam. So, I mean, these smokes, these cages, all are just trying to protect Luck. Hunker down, but it might not matter because the rest of the team is gone. One player left. It is planted for Heaven at this point, but you're pain shelled. And that's going to be what ends it. A 3K to crown your new HSEL champions. What a way to end it. 13-6 2-0 fashion by the Braves.
The return of the Kings. The back-to-back HSEL Nationals champions. They did it in 2023. They're going to do it again here in 2024. A phenomenal show of force from this team. And the reminder of why they won last year and why they were always going to be in contention again for the title once again this year. And it's all been proven correct. Most importantly, the last hurrah for a good majority of this team before they pass the torch over to the next generation. But this for St. John Bosco is a momentous occasion. You've done it twice now. That, for any of these players, is such a phenomenal feeling going forward into their collegiate careers.
Oh, for sure. And not only do they get the pride, the returning title, but they get that $5,000 that the first place team gets. And I mean, don't get me wrong, second and third also get to walk away with some cash in the pockets as well. I mean, $37.50 for that second place to split amongst themselves. And we talked about how that's kind of a good chunk of change for a high schooler, a nice graduation gift per se for the seniors, perhaps getting ready to move on into college. But again, I want to talk about the stakes that this has for kind of the future development of this Valorant ecosystem and esports in general, because ironically, right, at the same time, CVAL Champions is happening right now. So we get to see the peak of collegiate and the peak of high school at the same time. And I mean, I already know like a player, I believe it was from Hebron, right? Bowie is moving on to Mizzou, a high power ranking team consistently. So these players are already getting scouted, already proceeding into these scholarship and esports programs. And this is how you get noticed, competing in events like these. So great shout out to what HSEL is doing here in this event.
It really, really is. It's so exciting to see how these superstars are coming together, how they're formed, and the trials and tribulations that they stand up against. You look at Kane Zara, who is in a multitude of Tier 3 tournaments already. And I'm sure once they are old enough, will easily be able to join a challengers team and can and even be able to continue throughout their collegiate career if they so choose. A lot of these players have keep an eye on them. Seriously, that's all you had to do. Keep an eye on them because you will absolutely be seeing them again. But we do have a champion players to crown, so we're going to throw it over to the stage and let them take care of that.
HSEL Nationals 2024 Valorant Grand Finals. We will talk with St. John Bosco in just a second. I'm here with Mira Mesa, national runner-up. They put on quite the tournament, amazing upsets. Fun fact, if you weren't tuning in, what was it, day one? Day one, they were part of a 36-round Map 3 Ascent versus Redlands. And they gave our casters some serious PTSD. They never want to cast Ascent ever again. So thank you guys for that. Coach, I know it's probably not the result you truly wanted, no pun intended, but how do you feel about the tournament as a whole and your guys' performance?
I'm just extremely proud of all the players. I'm proud of how they did. I'm proud of how they did it. And we worked 3 years for this, so we earned every bit of it. And love these seniors to death. Can't imagine this program without them. So.
If you didn't know, Coach Brandon True is the 2022 HSEL Coach of the Year, and this man deserves it. All right, I'm going to go down the line if that's all right with you. Just ask you how you feel about the tournament, and what you're looking forward to for the future. So, you first.
Even though we didn't win, I'm really happy that we made it this far into the tournament, and hopefully in the future, Mira Mesa will come back.
That's what I like to hear.
Throughout this whole tournament, I've never been happier, really. I just I wish we won, but I'm so happy either way because I love my team.
I think your team loves you too. All right, coming over here. I'll squeeze in here. I'm part of the team now. All right, how you feeling?
I'm a bit sad, but I'm just happy that we're here. I didn't even expect to be at nationals this year, so I'm just happy.
That's what I love to hear.
Losing sucks, especially like when your whole team is graduating besides me. It just feels like I let them down, but I'm glad that we made it here. It was a great journey. All the ups and downs.
I don't want to speak for your team, but I feel like they're all really proud of you, and they probably expect you to do some pretty good things next year. Yeah, awesome. You'll win for them. All right, he said it. All right, coming down to the end.
I'm just really proud of this team. I'm really proud. I wouldn't have made it here without these five, or with these four. So I'm just really happy.
Yeah, coach is the fifth. All right, coach, we're going to have you take this lovely trident. You're going to lift it out of the handle, and you can extend it to your team. All right. Or I guess whoever wants to. Just be known. It's got some weight to it. All right. Folks, one last time, give it up for Mira Mesa High School, your Nationals runner-up. Thank you, Mira Mesa. All right, you guys played a hell of a tournament, for real. Take your trophy. We'll get some nice pictures of you, so you'll be all looking good. All right. You folks in the back, you can stop hiding now and you can come up front. Folks, the team that is walking up right now are not only your defending national champions, but your back-to-back Valorant national champions. Give it up for St. John Bosco. All right, I'll do the players first and I'll do the coaches last. So, how's it feel?
We won. I mean, it's cool.
High school kids, right? All right. Okay, 10-word minimum. That's like the easiest essay you've ever done. All right, how's it feel?
No, it feels great. I mean, like, the team really came out. I wasn't doing too hot, I'll be honest, but I mean, like, these three especially, and I mean, Ollie also, like, we played great. We played great.
Awesome. That was a lot better. I think you got like 2 paragraphs in that. Yeah, double space too. All right. You, sir, how you feeling?
We had some fun. What's up?
I give that one a D. I don't know. All right. You, how are you feeling? Yeah, this kid always talks. All right. How you doing?
Good. I mean, we came with a different team than we expected in the fall. One of our guys is on a school trip, so had our 6th man, also my brother, fill in. So we had to do this all in a month, put this together in a month because he had stuff and we didn't know until later on. So, all this in a month, I think is, it shows like the core and also like the adaptability from the two of them. But yeah.
Absolutely. All right. I'm going to squeeze in here. Kane, you're pretty good at the game. And I feel like you and everyone else here is kind of proved back to back. So how are you doing?
I mean, obviously it feels great to go back to back. I do feel bad for making people lose. Like, it does hurt my chest when I beat people, but like I do it because like obviously I'm trying to win. But yeah, it feels great to go back to back. And that's all I gotta say.
Awesome. Hey, congratulations, players. All right, coaches. I know you were with us last year in Kansas City. Going into this tournament, you guys are defending national champions. You got a target on your back. Everybody's eyeballing you. I mean, that fact is not lost on you. So how do you prepare these players going into Friday?
Honestly, I mean, Max pointed out that we did what we could within a month. And I had my core 3, which was Alex, Max, and Sky. And so I mainly put a lot of my focus into improving Moist Mop and Ollie. I mean, I did what I could, where I could at all times. It really felt like mostly tweaking though than fixing. Because I mean, like these guys have such natural talent with their mechanics and all that. And all it really comes down to is adjusting how they play around the map and how to play against against themselves, to be honest. We had our own like talks with each other and aggressiveness. I want to say that they were most aggressive against their own teammates. And we literally went into every single matchup expecting nothing but to win. So yeah.
Awesome. Love to hear it. All right. Final coach. So I'll ask the same thing again, target on your back. You're the big dogs in town. I'll also ask 3 schools out of the 4 in the semifinals, all from California. So how does it feel to not only be, I'm going to say it, probably the best state for Valorant in the country, but the best team in the best state for Valorant in the country? So we'll start off with that.
I don't want to diminish their hard work. I think it's all on them 100%. I think when you show up to a stage like this, you don't just randomly start to play better. You kind of like fall back on how much you're practicing and how much time you're putting in. And I don't think anyone puts in more time than them. So I think all credit to them. Max is amazing at managing these 4 knuckleheads. He's really good at kind of like gluing it all together. We have our 2 that are out there doing all their flashy plays. We have the 2 that are holding it down over there on the side. And I know they didn't say much, but yeah, they put in a ton of work. They put in a ton of time, and they deserve it. So yeah, great job, guys.
Awesome. All right. Coach, I'll have you grab that lovely trident. Yes. And as well, players, we're gonna deck you out in some Oakleys. So these are some nice new Oakley glasses you can take home with you. Oh, yes, sir. All right, Coach, you are welcome to take that out, and we can extend it amongst the players. Get a nice little shot here. Folks, in the crowd, one more time, give it up. Back-to-back Valorant National Champions, St. John Bosco! Again! All right. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. For the viewers at home, we're going to kick it back to the lovely casters who did not have to cast a cent. I'm sure they're grateful for that. For everybody else, safe travels back to California, to Texas, and all the lovely places. Good night.
David, I could not agree with you more. We thankfully did not have to cast a cent, but what we did get to cast was some phenomenal Valorant here at HSEL Nationals. It's been a whirlwind of a weekend, Zobi, and I want to pick your brain a little bit about how you are feeling now that we are at the end.
I think this was, like I said, a great opportunity to experience a new scene. I had messed with or toyed with high school Valorant previously, actually like a few months prior to this event, and it was nothing like what I saw out of the high school esports league here this weekend at the national level. It shows promise, right, for the development into collegiate. I know they're going to be safeguarded even with all the chaos that's surrounding collegiate at the moment, and it makes me confident that Valorant esports, it will be around in the foreseeable future. And also, it was just great to cover it with you and Keegan. I mean, 13-hour broadcast, and we still were giving it our all towards the end of the day. 36 rounds into a set, and we still were celebrating the victors of that series. And I could not have asked for any differences to how this weekend has gone. It's just been a pleasure to see this phenomenal talent. And I mean, I was just watching Valorant really in high school, playing it when I was a senior. So the fact that they've grown up with it now, these past 4 years of its release, is really cool to see.
It is really cool to see. And I mean, we've been hearing mentions of sophomores out there in the rosters, so they get to continue to grow and let this game be able to influence their lives and maybe even able to secure them some scholarships going into college. So the future of esports is bright if this is what we are looking at. As with all good things, it must come to an end. So thank you all so much for watching. Before we let you go, I do want to say a big thank you to our production staff behind the scenes, of course, our amazing observers, and a big thank you to our sponsors and to our partners for helping make this stream possible. Big shout out to Gaming Concepts, along with Intel, Oakley, Valor, Generation Esports, HSEL, and MSEL. You're all amazing for the work that you do to help make dreams like these possible for high schoolers. And a big thank you as well to everyone watching who is out there at the arena and on the Twitch streams. It has been a pleasure to be able to cast these games for you. And we hope to see all of you again next year at HSEL Nationals.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because Casey Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL Nationals' numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
It's game on. Introducing Rising Champions. This summer school course features 20 ready-to-go lessons from day one. Utilizing the Blueprint digital learning platform, you're able to fully customize your experience. You can either use our preloaded lessons or add your own. Encourage your students to have fun while learning technical skills like 2D and 3D animation, computer maintenance, social media design, esports career building, and much more. Summer is about having fun. So sign up for Rising Champions today.